The Third Great Ninja War. The ever-optimistic Uchiha Obito walked through the Hokage building, his gaze cast downward upon the floor tiles, his mind still reverberating with the two new missions recently announced by the third Hokage. One was a rank mission, and the other in S-rank. What the hell? Executing a rank mission is already pushing my limits, and now I'm expected to undertake a S-rank mission as well. He was merely a Chunin, and the weight of such responsibilities bore heavily on him, prompting memories of classmates whose graves had long since been overgrown with grass. Especially the S-rank mission, which involved heading to the front lines of the land of grass and entangled with a rock ninja, posing extreme danger, with even the specific objective shrouded in secrecy. Kakashi, walking ahead, sensed the unusual mood of his companion behind him and remarked without turning around, "Obito, you surprisingly possess such self-awareness." Upon hearing the mockery, Uchiha Obito immediately bristled. He could tolerate ridicule from anyone, but Kakashi's jests were intolerable. "You bastard! I'm a proud ninja of the Uchiha clan. How could I possibly be afraid? It's you I'm worried about. Last time you were gravely injured. If it weren't for me, you would have retired long ago. This time, without Minato Sensei, I am concerned you might hinder my mission." Obito was a master at the art of deflection, and just as he prepared to continue the argument, an unexpected, resounding melody broke through the air. In the solemnity of the Hokage building, who dared to sing, "If one day I become wealthy, I will buy all the time and avoid dangerous missions. If one day I become wealthy, I will hire twin nurses to massage them every day. Become rich, become rich." As they listened to the song, Obito and his companions halted and turned to look. Before them stood a handsome young man, lost in his song, and surprisingly, not a single staff member of the Hokage building, known for their intimidating presence, stepped forward to reprimand him. They merely cast a knowing glance, a look that said, "Of course, it's him," before returning to their duties. "Ah, it's Kato Takumi, everything's fine. Only that guy would dare to sing in the Hokage building without fear of punishment from the Hokage. Hey, with a war so intense and personnel so scarce, how could the Hokage bother him over something trivial? Just listen to his lyrics. He'd rather be grounded by the Hokage, as it would free him from missions and leave him time to find a nurse for a massage." Uchiha Obito's forehead twitched with indignation at the absurd lyrics as he pointed at Kato Takumi, complaining to Kakashi, "Bastard, with someone so unreliable, how can we execute our missions?" The two missions he had received were both joint missions to be carried out by Kakashi's team, Sir Toby Eagle's team, and Kato Takumi. Kakashi merely huffed, ignoring Obito's complaints and offering no explanation. If even Kato Takumi had become unreliable, it would seem there was no one trustworthy left in the world. He glanced at Noera Rin. Upon noticing, Rin's round face displayed a hint of exasperation. When an untroublesome guy, she covered Obito's mouth and dragged him aside, her abrupt actions contrasting sharply with her usual gentleness, as if she were two different people. Inhaling the fragrant scent of moonlight from Rin, Obito's mind went blank. Kato Takumi had been cast aside from his thoughts. With a thud, he felt his body collide with the wall, finding Rin standing before him, her fair face mere inches away, and he thought, "I've been wall-pressed by Rin." A rush of blood surged to his face, and he slightly closed his eyes, pouting. Rin's warning voice reached his ears. "Obito, you're in trouble for daring to offend Lord Takumi." Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes shot wide open. Something was amiss. Was he hallucinating? Wasn't Rin supposed to kiss him in public? "You fool." Kakashi, witnessing Obito's foolish daydreaming, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Rin shared the sentiment. Obito truly was a fool. She cautiously glanced at Kato Takumi, who showed no reaction to Obito's words, still engrossed in his singing, and hurriedly pulled Obito out of the Hokage building. "Rin, what are you doing? It's just Kato Takumi. He doesn't seem that impressive," Obito exclaimed, even as he could still hear the song outside the Hokage building. Rin sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. "Ignorance breeds courage. Even if you train hard, you should at least be aware of the formidable figures in the village. What if you inadvertently offend someone? I've seen many powerful ninjas develop anger issues due to job stress, striking out at the slightest provocation. Your little frame couldn't withstand even a few punches from Lord Takumi." Obito fell silent for a moment, realizing Rin was genuinely concerned for him. But must we be this cautious? Kato Takumi is merely a special Chunin, not yet at the Jonin level. Once I awaken my Sharingan, I can easily overpower him. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he still held that confidence. He was a Chunin, and once he awakened his single Tomo Sharingan, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar, enhancing his perception, reflexes, and chakra significantly. Rin felt a wave of helplessness at having such an unreliable teammate. Obito, not every special Jonin can be called Thunderblade. It's said that when the thunder sounds, the blade takes heads, leaving no survivors. To date, no fewer than 8 Jonin have perished under Lord Takumi's blade, and currently, there are only about 100 strong ninjas at the Jonin level in Konoha combined. Can you fathom just how terrifying he is? Listening to such astounding feats, beads of sweat began to form on Obito's forehead. He felt a chill run down his spine. Would he be ruthlessly pummeled into the ground by Kato Takumi and tossed aside like garbage? He couldn't help but ask, if he's so strong, why hasn't he been promoted to Jonin? His voice carried a hint of resentment. With such strength, he remained among the special Jonin, solely targeting earnest ninjas like himself who focused on training without concern for worldly affairs. I don't know, perhaps there's a special reason, Rin admitted, equally perplexed. At that moment, Kakashi, who had just stepped out of the Hokage building, said, "Some ninjas are quite peculiar. Like the forever Genin Guki Sensei, despite having the strength of a Jonin, refuses to advance due to some psychological hurdle. Perhaps Takumi-senpai has a similar reason." If Kato Takumi were aware of Kakashi's remarks, he would certainly spit in his face and give him a thorough beating. It wasn't that he was unwilling to advance, he simply bore unspoken burdens. Chapter 2. The Wickedness of Konoha. I am one step closer to defection upon returning home after a melodious performance at the Hokage building. Takumi Kato busied himself with his gear. He recalled the illustrious achievements of the original host, 8 elite Jonin, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. The technological landscape of this world was quite skewed, and Takumi Kato was the one who exacerbated its deviations. Instead of mastering ninjutsu, he delved into the study of firearms, no ordinary weapons, but guns that fired bullets with a thunderous crack. From the crude fire god gun, he painstakingly developed a precise handgun, which became the pinnacle of the original host's creations and the greatest aid in his 8 Jonin victories. The sound of gunfire thundered like a storm. And after vanquishing his foes, he would carve fatal wounds with a blade. This is how the name Thunderblade came to be. Transmigrated into this world. Takumi Kato was far from a conventional ninja. He successfully upgraded the original host's handgun through a system, giving birth to 2 formidable weapons, the Barret Dragon Subduing Buddha and the Gatling Great Compassion Bodhisattva. He had even devised a method for creating a hydrogen bomb Buddha. But the technology in the ninja realm was too warped, lacking the necessary equipment, leaving his ambitious plans in limbo. Now, with his path and weaponry blocked, Takumi Kato had no choice but to revert to traditional ninja practices and reacquaint himself with ninjutsu. Gazing at the 3 summoning symbols etched into the palm of his hand, which represented his 3 main sources of firepower, he skillfully organized his various ninja tools. In no time, a dashing ninja clad in black combat attire, wielding a steel ninja sword and donning a gas mask, made his entrance. Takumi Kato glanced at his reflection in the mirror, his expression icy. He was an emotionless ninja. Gods and Buddhas alike would fall before him. Konoha would not escape his wrath. He approached a table and inscribed a line in a small notebook. Konoha has once again coerced me into undertaking a mission, affection -1, current affection 59. He was not afraid of danger. Rather, he despised being forced into actions he abhorred, feeling utterly unfree. After writing, he tore out the page and ignited it, crushing the ashes that still bore the faintest traces of his words. The wickedness of Konoha brought him one step closer to defection. As soon as he acquired those formidable ninjutsu from here, he would flee. Just as he prepared to leave for the assembly point, a loud thud echoed from beyond the wall. Thud! Hinata Yin fell into the courtyard, his fair, handsome face brushing against the stone bricks, leaving them spotless. He cursed under his breath, lamenting that his injured leg made even climbing the wall a challenge. Leaning on a cane, he effortlessly entered Takumi Kato's home and plopped down onto the sofa. "Takumi, you've raised the wall again," he remarked. Hearing his friend's voice broke Takumi's calm demeanor, and his expression darkened. The wall had been raised precisely to deter a teammate who couldn't and oppose to even enter through the front door due to his injury. Perhaps next time, he ought to add shards of glass. Stepping out of the bathroom, he found a young man with white eyes sprawled awkwardly on the sofa, his cane haphazardly resting on the coffee table, exuding an air of familiarity. "What brings you here instead of lying in a hospital bed?" They bantered back and forth. Eventually, Hinata Yin put aside his playful demeanor and spoke earnestly. "I heard you accepted 2 missions, 1 A-rank and 1 S-rank. Takumi Kato, seated opposite him, nodded absent-mindedly, toying with his ninja sword, its gleaming blade reflecting cold light in his eyes. The Third Great Ninja War had devastated Konoha, leaving a severe shortage of manpower. The two missions, meant to be tackled separately, had been combined into one. The S-rank mission in particular involved heading to the front lines of the Land of Grass. Tasked with confronting the Rock Ninja, Sarutobi the Old Dog, Hinata Yin muttered under his breath, indignation evident in his tone. The second S-rank mission is essentially a death sentence. The front lines in the Land of Grass have suffered repeated defeats, and that old fool Mikura Yekin can hardly escape blame. Without a significant increase in troops, the Konoha ninjas will all perish. Sending you there might stabilize the morale and boost the spirit, but your individual strength is far too feeble against the overwhelming tide. He added. Takumi Kato remained unfazed by his friend's analysis. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Those mere rock ninjas cannot possibly pose a threat to me." His demeanor was calm, as if the impending danger were merely a gentle breeze. Although the third Hokage had not provided detailed information about the S-rank mission, he suspected it was related to the Battle of Kamizukabashi occurring in the Land of Grass. Thousands of rock ninjas clashed with Konoha forces, resulting in heavy casualties for Konoha, leaving only 4 survivors. Fortunate that Namikaze Minato had arrived in time to prevent total annihilation. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, and Noara Rin had obliterated Kamizukabashi, thereby laying the groundwork for Konoha's victory and altering the course of the Third Great Ninja War. Now, Takumi Kato was headed into that meat grinder of a battlefield, accompanied by a ticking time bomb, Uchiha Obito. He surmised that his presence as a mere butterfly could inadvertently entangle him in Uchiha Madara's schemes against Obito. Yet, he held a trump card and felt no trepidation. Rather, he craved the danger. For the more perilous encounters he faced, the greater the rewards he would receive from the system, accelerating his growth. The methods for creating the Barrett and Gatling were obtained through this very process. Moreover, there were not only system rewards, but also monetary compensation for completing missions. Just from the first A-rank mission, he could expect to earn around 200,000 Ryo, equivalent to 100,000 RMB, worth more than a year's salary in his previous life. Thus, he was quite eager to undertake these missions. Clearing his mind of chaotic thoughts, Takumi Kato glanced at Hinata Yan's leg, encased in plaster, and tapped it lightly with the hilt of his sword. "Do not worry about me. Focus on your recovery." Hinata Yin rolled his eyes, pulling out 2 stacks of explosive tags from his pocket and handing them across the table. The thin sheets of explosive tags, stacked together, resembled 2 hefty dictionaries, each worth far more than a mere book. Nowadays, explosive tags were valued at no less than 1,000 Ryo each, their prices soaring like gold, constantly rising without decline. Takumi Kato did not refuse the offer. For Hinata, Yin was not only his teammate, but also a brother in arms. Accepting the weighty explosive tags, he felt the depth of their camaraderie. Just after returning from the Hokage building, Hinata Yin had already caught wind of his mission and, disregarding his injuries, came to warn him and present the explosive tags. This gesture of goodwill was what Takumi valued most. Feigning indifference, he cradled the stacks of explosive tags and jested, "Your intentions are understood. I shall surely impress your elder sister." Upon hearing the mention of his sister, Hinata Yan's expression shifted, the earlier emotional atmosphere dissipating without a trace. "Keep your distance, and go as far away as you can. I regard you as a brother, and you dare to dream of being my sister's brother-in-law? You wishful thinker." Chapter 3. Triple Joy. Takumi Kato chuckled softly, rising to his feet and stepping behind Hinata Nin, suddenly seizing the latter's cheeks and stretching his face into a broad, exaggerated smile. "Be good, Nin. When your brother-in-law returns, I shall buy your sister 3 pieces of gold." Before Hinata Nin could retaliate, Takumi Kato instantly vanished from the room, leaving behind a trail of hearty laughter. Nin rubbed his mouth, poised to unleash an angry retort, but suddenly realized, when did his speed become so remarkable? Has he been secretly practicing the body flicker technique? Wasn't he the one who ridiculed me as an antiquated relic of the past? Yet here he is, employing techniques of the ancients? He activated his Byakugan, veins bulging on his forehead, as the image of Takumi Kato darting forward appeared in his pure white pupils, leaving him momentarily speechless. Incredible, truly incredible. Takumi has had a breakthrough. He has indeed been practicing the body flicker technique in secret. This speed rivals that of an elite J-nin, and coupled with his sharpshooting skills. My goodness, even an elite J-nin could be in for a challenge. Experiencing such a surprising revelation from a comrade was an exhilarating feeling, and he now understood it fully. Shutting off his Byakugan, Hinata Nin stroked his chin, exhaling deeply. What on earth? Takumi has always had an eye for my sister. What should I do now? Previously, he could rely on his speed and strength to deter him, but now, their speeds are nearly equal. If his strength catches up... Wait, but I haven't seen him training. He must be keeping the secret from me. It seems he must have been practicing for quite some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached such a level. No, I must work harder. I must deliver a powerful blow to him. No matter how much Hinata Nin pondered, he remained oblivious to the fact that Takumi Kato had activated a cheat. Takumi Kato swiftly arrived at the meeting point, where not all participants had gathered yet. So he began fiddling with his enhancement system. He skillfully opened the system panel and navigated to the task section. Rapidly, he inputted a line of information. Establish task 1. Survive until noon tomorrow. Reward. Increase proficiency in the body flicker technique. Establish task 2. Survive until noon tomorrow. Reward. Increase proficiency in the body flicker technique. Establish task 3. With 3 task slots available, he directly assigned himself 3 identical tasks. Unlike ordinary enforced tasks with penalties, his system allowed him to set both the tasks and the rewards. Of course, the rewards could not be too outrageous and had to adhere to the rules of the ninja world. Asking the system for a Soul Reaper's Zampicat from the world of the dead was simply impossible. As Takumi Kato completed the input of tasks and rewards, the system emitted a notification sound. Initial rewards for tasks 1, 2, and 3. Expert level proficiency in the body flicker technique 3. An expert level proficiency increase of 3 was merely the starting point. As the difficulty and complexity of the tasks rose, the rewards would also be enhanced upon system evaluation. It would be even better if the system were less primitive. Being able to set the type of reward was excellent. But if one could also determine the quantity of the reward, that would be perfection. Regrettably, Takumi Kato's fantasies did not materialize. Otherwise, he would have staged a shocking event by slaying Uchiha Madara in 3 minutes, obliterating Konoha, and defying the Sage of 6 Paths, overpowering Kagaya Otsutsuki. Name, Takumi Kato Chakra. 0. 4 card body. J-Nin, 1-100, Spirit. J-Nin, 50-100, Ninjutsu. Body flicker technique. D-rank. Expert 90-100. Swordsmanship. D-rank. Ordinary 10-100. Tasks available. 3 currently. He could only undertake 3 tasks simultaneously, but as his strength grew, the number of concurrent tasks would increase. Once his body flicker technique reached its maximum level, he would begin upgrading his swordsmanship to enhance his attack power, maximizing his close combat capabilities. From then on, who would dare to challenge him in a duel? 1 strike would suffice for any opponent. Not long after, the participants assigned to the tasks began to arrive at the meeting point. Huff, huff. Uchiha Obito rushed in, panting heavily, leaning his hands on his knees as he scanned the surroundings. The first thing he noticed was a horse-drawn carriage, inside which sat the employer for this mission, a breathtaking beauty, a truly stunning woman. However, the most striking figure was that of Takumi Kato, who intruded violently into his line of sight. The man had a stern expression, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, seemingly ready to sever a head for entertainment at any moment. The nearby team members kept their distance, wary of approaching him. It was evident that he was not to be trifled with. Yet, he also exuded an air of reliability. Remembering the disparaging remarks he had made about Takumi earlier, his heart raced with anxiety, prompting him to avert his gaze. Then, he spotted a round, adorable face, Rin. The affectionate title slipped from his lips, and a radiant smile unconsciously graced his features. However, when he noticed Kakashi standing beside Noera Rin, his smile faded, and he crossed his arms, exclaiming, "This time, I am not late." Idiot. Kakashi was truly exasperated. Such trivial matters were hardly worthy of boasting about. He felt an overwhelming sense of dread regarding this mission. Obito huffed, sidling up to Noera Rin, and curiously inquired, "Why haven't we left yet? Are you waiting for me?" He often arrived late during gatherings. Usually, it was no concern when he was with Kakashi and the others, but this time, Takumi Kato was present, and Minato-sensei was absent. He feared he might be cleaved in 2 by Takumi Kato. Noera Rin placed her hands on her abdomen and smiled demurely. There is still one more member of the Sarutobi team. She was not one to gossip about others, but she couldn't help but whisper, "It's that unfortunate fellow, Sarutobi Hiro." Hiss. Uchiha Obito inhaled sharply, a look of dismay crossing his face, and fell silent. No one enjoyed undertaking missions alongside an unfortunate soul, especially not one where the likelihood of encountering life-threatening situations was high. It was said that Sarutobi Hiro had switched teams 8 times, and every team had met with disaster. In contrast, he himself had not only survived, but had grown from a lowly genin to a special J-nin. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A young ninja, around 14 or 15 years old, hurried over, first casting a respectful glance at Takumi Kato before approaching Captain Sarutobi Hiro. Bowing his head obediently, he awaited reprimand. Observing Sarutobi Hiro's demeanor, Takumi Kato cast a curious glance. Special J-nin, who had matured during the Third Shinobi World War, tended to be quite composed, with few exhibiting instability. Moreover, judging by Sarutobi Hiro's heaving chest and constricted pupils, it seemed he had encountered some troubling news. Chapter 4. Physical offering is not my task. The gaze of Takumi Kato not only made Sarutobi Kaida's body tense, but also left Sarutobi Eagle feeling a burning discomfort on his face. Damn it, what happened? I almost arrived late. Sarutobi Kaida glanced around, opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. The events that had just transpired were far too shocking, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Although it was acceptable to speak privately, with so many people present. Damn it. Sarutobi Eagle cursed again. Sarutobi Kaida shrank back, intimidated by the captain's authority, and whispered, "The Hokage bumped into me." What? Upon hearing this, Saratobi Eagle's tone rose an octave. The third Hokage was one of the most powerful figures in the ninja world and among the strongest ninjas. How could he possibly engage in a petty act such as that with a mere special J-nin? Only those with malicious intent would stoop to such disgraceful behavior. Saratobi Kaida surveyed the surroundings and noticed Takumi Kato had turned his head, while Kakashi and others were preoccupied with their own tasks, seemingly indifferent. He sighed in relief and continued, I left early to make my way here, and on the way, I encountered the Hokage. Out of courtesy, I greeted him. Then, at this point, Saratobi Kaito wore a face of despair. I fainted. And then, I was pinned to the ground by the umbu. Thankfully, the Hokage was unharmed and personally testified that it was due to his sudden heart attack and had nothing to do with me. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. Upon hearing this, Saratobi Eagle hurriedly took a step back, distancing himself from Saratobi Kaida. The latter had just been assigned to his team. And while he had heard some stories about him, he never expected them to be this exaggerated. Just a simple greeting almost cost the life of Konoha's highest leader. Realizing his reaction was overly dramatic, he cleared his throat and commanded, get back to your team. Yes. Saratobi Kaida, feeling dejected, retreated behind his teammates. They glanced at him and silently moved aside. Seeing his teammates and Oppo's indifference, Saratobi Kaida looked to Saratobi Eagle for help, only to find him approaching Takumi Kato. Kakashi, noticing this, also walked toward Takumi Kato. With Minato Namikaze absent, he was temporarily in charge. Takumi Senpai, now that everyone is here, shall we depart? Kakashi asked. In the world of ninjas, strength commanded respect, and with Saratobi Eagle's impressive record of 8 J-nin accomplishments, he naturally held sway over this mission. It is just past 9. We must hurry to the land of grass. Let's complete Miss Reina's A-rank task quickly and then provide support at the front lines. Takumi Kato did not elaborate further and nodded, no problem. We will strive to reach the land of grass by tomorrow afternoon. Both tasks were set to be executed within the land of grass. As the conversation unfolded, the client resting in the carriage hurriedly stepped down. A young woman with long hair gracefully approached, her sweet smile radiating a hint of innocence reminiscent of a schoolgirl in white stockings. Yet her alluring figure exuded a captivating charm, akin to a siren whispering in one's ear. The moment Miss Reina descended from the carriage, she captivated everyone's attention. Even the usually indifferent Kakashi turned his gaze towards her. She approached Takumi Kato, lifted her short skirt slightly, and offered a courteous bow. Thank you for your understanding, Takumi-dai. Her eyes sparkled like water, emanating a sweet fragrance. Takumi Kato had encountered many disheveled young women in his past life, even with beauty filters. None could compare to the natural allure of Miss Reina. She was, quite simply, a walking enchantress. He replied softly, you provide the funds, and we offer our assistance. It is only natural. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Saratobi Eagle gazing intently at Miss Reina and mused, this Miss Reina is intriguing. She thanks me alone, not Kakashi or Saratobi Eagle. Is it my striking appearance, or having encountered many flirtatious women in his previous life? He recognized that Miss Reina embodied that very essence. Suddenly, he felt Saratobi Eagle's hostile gaze upon him, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. This was one of the drawbacks of the ninja world. When women saw handsome men, they became infatuated, while men turned into sycophants in the presence of beautiful women. Before long, they began their journey, the carriage wheels spinning swiftly towards the land of grass. Saratobi Eagle took on the role of the driver, eager to be closer to Miss Reina. Just as he reveled in his proximity, he heard her voice beckoning from the carriage. Takumi-dai, please come aboard for a chat. In that moment, Saratobi Eagle's heart felt shattered into pieces as he glared fiercely at Takumi Kato, who was preparing to board, and whispered a threat. Be respectful towards Miss Reina. Initially, he intended to use harsher words, something akin to if you dare touch her, beware of my claws. However, considering Takumi Kato's formidable record of 8 J-nin accomplishments, he restrained himself and attempted to maintain a calm demeanor. Takumi Kato, with a hint of amusement, patted Saratobi Eagle's shoulder and whispered in his ear, I will try to be gentle. Saratobi Eagle's expression darkened instantly. Takumi Kato chuckled softly, opened the carriage door, and stepped inside. What greeted him was a face both innocent and alluring, especially those captivating eyes, a sight that could enthrall anyone. No wonder even a resolute J-nin like Saratobi Eagle could not resist. Even the mightiest of heroes could find themselves ensnared in the soft embrace of temptation, let alone a J-nin accustomed to perilous situations. In Takumi Kato's experience, only Tsunade, the sister of his late master, could rival Miss Reina's charm. Even Tsunade's allure paled in comparison, for she did not project a facade of vulnerability that made one wish to hold her close. Rather, she delivered powerful punches that could break ribs and crush internal organs. Takumi Kato settled across from Miss Reina. Flirtatious women typically gravitated towards handsome, capable men like him. And sure enough, Miss Reina rose and moved closer, sitting right beside him. She gazed at Takumi Kato's handsome features, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and remained silent. Acting nonchalant, she subtly brushed her fingers against his palm. Feeling the gentle tickle in his palm, Takumi Kato coldly remarked, Miss Reina, My task is to assist your family in eliminating a group of rogue ninjas. Physical offering is not my objective. Physical offering? Saratobi Eagle perked up outside the carriage, straining to catch every word. Unfortunately, the sound of the carriage wheels drowned out most of the conversation, leaving him with only that single keyword. Even that fragment ignited a fiery passion within him. He longed to take Takumi Kato's place, even wishing to cleave him in two. He continued to listen intently, gradually picking up phrases like family crisis and forced to act. Without hesitation, he pressed his ear against the carriage door, finally catching snippets of their conversation. The first voice he heard was that of Miss Reina, soft and delicate. I just want to sleep with you. Chapter 5. Miss Reina Miss Syphilis? Upon hearing this phrase, Saratobi Eagle felt a chill run through him. Shortly thereafter, he heard Takumi Kato's voice. Are you selling yourself? Miss Reina replied. To sell myself requires money, which I do not want. Saratobi Eagle remarked. What a disgrace. Miss Reina countered. But I am quite beautiful. I like you very much. And my family also requires that I like you. Saratobi Eagle responded. But I do not like you. Miss Reina insisted. You need only lie down. There is no need for you to move. I will take care of everything. It won't trouble you. Saratobi Eagle stated. I can see that you are very fond of him. He is my teammate, and I cannot betray him. Miss Reina added. Lord Saratobi is a good man. Saratobi Eagle replied. I'm sorry. I am also a good man, maintaining my integrity. Miss Reina said. You think I am dirty. Saratobi Eagle clarified. Your body is clean. But I fear contracting a venereal disease. You scoundrel, Miss Reina retorted, visibly shaken. She had never encountered such a situation before and felt that she could not even make a gesture of affection. Suddenly, the carriage door swung open, and Takumi Kato chose not to continue his entanglement with the young woman. It was also his first encounter with a woman who offered herself on the very first day. Unusual occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. As the door opened, he was met with a pair of scrutinizing eyes scanning him up and down. After a thorough examination, Saratobi Eagle breathed a sigh of relief. His attire remained unchanged since he boarded the carriage, indicating that no intimate relations had transpired. He feigned a calm demeanor and advised. Take my advice, you cannot handle this kind of woman. Takumi Kato found this amusing and replied, Indeed, I cannot manage her. He had just been informed by her that her family required her to obtain the bloodline of an elite jonin from Konoha, which he had declined. Saratobi Eagle, upon hearing this, smiled. What is your lineage compared to that of the Saratobi clan? Our clan has produced two legendary figures, the third Hokage and Lord Sasuke Saratobi. I am also a young jonin, brimming with potential. He spoke loudly, as if to ensure that Miss Reina within the carriage could not miss his words. With this, he flashed a provocative expression at Takumi Kato. Takumi Kato, perceiving Saratobi Eagle as a lustful dog, had no desire to engage further in this debate. Instead, he shot him a glance and exited the carriage. Meanwhile, a system notification chimed in his ear. Having survived a life and death crisis, his rewards increased, elevating his mastery of body flicker technique from expert level 3 to 100. The sudden notification left Takumi Kato momentarily stunned. He had completed 3 tasks, each granting 100 points of proficiency. Combined, these tasks would yield an increase of 300 points, easily propelling his body flicker technique to a higher echelon. Each ninjutsu is classified into 5 tiers based on proficiency: beginner, intermediate, elite, expert, and master, with a maximum proficiency of 100 for each tier. Mastery represents the pinnacle of skill. The body flicker technique of Shursui Uchiha is of master level, with very few in the ninja world able to match his speed. Previously, his body flicker technique had reached expert level 9100, and by noon the following day, upon claiming his rewards, it would undoubtedly ascend to master level. This thought filled Takumi Kato with joy. Enhancing his strength before the Battle of Kannabi Bridge would be most advantageous. Although his speed might not rival that of Shursui Uchiha, due to physical constitution and neural response, he would surpass the majority of ninjas. However, this joy was quickly overshadowed by a sense of crisis. The notification indicated that he had recently survived a life-threatening ordeal, implying that if he engaged with young Reina, he could indeed face a perilous situation. Why should that be? Syphilis? Or could it be that young Reina would attempt to assassinate him at the height of passion? Or perhaps Saratobi Eagle would seek vengeance against him. With few clues, he could not ascertain the truth. He decided to observe further, refraining from hastily addressing Miss Reina's issues. After all, the greater the danger, the more experience he would gain, thus increasing his chances of surviving the battle at Kannabi Bridge. He also chose not to inform Saratobi Eagle regarding Miss Reina's situation. A fool blinded by lust deserves his fate. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Takumi Kato commanded, everyone, rest for half an hour. Uchiha Obito is in charge of vigilance. As ninjas, they must always conserve their energy to respond to ambushes. Particularly in times of conflict, where danger abounds, there are few safe havens in the ninja world. Understood, Uchiha Obito replied, internally musing, is Kato Takumi signaling me? Surely. Otherwise why would he assign me to vigilance? Just as he was about to inspect the surroundings, he noticed Miss Reina disembarking from the carriage, supported by Saratobi Eagle. as she approached Takumi Kato. Lord Takumi, might we hasten our journey? My family is currently under threat from rogue ninjas, and we do not know whether they are alive or dead. Seeing Takumi Kato's impassive expression, 2 streams of tears fell from the corners of Miss Reina's eyes. With a thud, her snow-white legs buckled beneath her, kneeling in the dirt, sharp stones piercing her flesh, droplets of crimson seeping forth. Those who beheld her were moved to sorrow, and those who listened were brought to tears. What a deeply sentimental and dutiful girl. Before Takumi Kato could speak, Sarutobi Eagle had already lifted Miss Reina, and upon witnessing the blood, his heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an iron claw. Miss Reina, I will take charge on your behalf. Thank you, Brother Eagle, she said, leaning against him, her voice tinged with vulnerability. She effortlessly shifted her address from Lord Sarutobi to Brother Eagle. Sarutobi Eagle, inhaling her fragrance, felt invigorated, his courage bolstered, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Takumi Kato, exclaiming, Kato Takumi, are you even a man? Everyone, heed my command, continue the journey. Hearing such foolishness, none stirred. Takumi Kato, unfazed, took out a cloth, laid it on the grass, and sat down, disregarding Sarutobi Eagle. The average person might be deceived by the superficial allure of young Reina, but he was not. Seeing that Takumi Kato ignored him, Sarutobi Eagle turned to Kakashi and Rin, who, in unison, sat beside Takumi Kato. Although no words were exchanged, their actions spoke volumes about their choices. When Sarutobi Eagle glanced back at his 3 teammates, they all averted their eyes, feigning ignorance. In that moment, he felt his anger boiling, as if his chest would burst. Perceiving the tension in the air, Miss Reina comforted, Brother Eagle, my family's fortune is not so dire. They will surely hold out until we can provide aid. Do not let my presence and that of Lord Takumi sour your spirits. With a convenient excuse to cool his temper, Sarutobi Eagle managed to suppress his anger and refrained from openly confronting Takumi Kato. Yet, he felt humiliated in front of his beloved and secretly vowed to make Takumi Kato pay. The two returned to the carriage, and it seemed as though the matter had passed. Having endured a minor crisis, his reward increased, raising his body flicker technique proficiency from expert level 100 to 105. Upon hearing the system notification, Takumi Kato pondered. The first crisis might have been due to syphilis, but what was the cause of the second? If he had heeded Miss Reina's words and continued their journey, his condition would have deteriorated, making him more susceptible to danger, most likely the reason. Realizing the rationale behind the rewards, he mused, could Miss Reina be my experience package? However, while experience packages may be beneficial, they are fraught with peril. This Miss Reina harbored significant issues. She seemed far from a wholesome individual, and he would need to exercise caution. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching him. Chapter 6 The killer is an acquaintance. Kakashi sat beside Sarutobi Eagle, glancing at the 3 members of Sarutobi's team. In a voice only audible to 2, he remarked, Miss Reina seems somewhat off. What seems amiss? Takumi Kato regarded Kakashi with newfound respect. Truly, this man, who would later be known as the Copy Ninja, displayed remarkable observational skills even without having acquired the Sharingan. He had not even exchanged a single word with Miss Reina, yet through a brief observation, he had discerned something amiss. Kakashi continued, I have noticed that Miss Reina is sowing discord between you and Captain Sarutobi. Since you dismounted from the carriage, Captain Sarutobi's demeanor towards you has drastically shifted. Following the recent commotion, he now appears almost diametrically opposed to you. Such behavior will only provoke your ire, which serves no benefit in our mission to eradicate the rogue ninjas and rescue her family. Your powers of observation are truly astonishing, Takumi Kato generously praised, offering an abundance of emotional support. Kakashi, at your age, you surpass even the legendary White Fang. Is that so? A slight smile graced Kakashi's lips, revealing a hint of joy. Keep striving, Kakashi. I believe you will become a great ninja, one who surpasses the White Fang, Takumi Kato reiterated. However, he noticed that Kakashi had grown somber, seemingly engulfed by some troubling memory. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Takumi Kato firmly placed a hand on his shoulder and declared, Kakashi, I understand the confusion that plagues your heart. Which is of greater significance, the mission or comrades? Was the White Fang's choice correct or misguided? I believe you will discover the true answer. Kakashi lowered his head, his disheveled white hair framing a visage that bore little resemblance to Konoha's prodigious genius ninja. Takumi, which do you believe holds more importance, the mission or comrades? This question had haunted him for 6 years. It was in pursuit of this answer that he had graduated early, fervently undertaking missions, teetering on the brink between life and death. Years ago, his father had forsaken a mission for the sake of his comrades, enduring scorn from the masses. Later, Kakashi had chosen the opposite path, abandoning comrades for the sake of missions, only to face similar condemnation. He remained utterly perplexed. Inquiries to the Hokage had yielded no definitive answers, and questioning his teacher, Minato, had resulted in evasion. With each passing year, his confusion deepened. When that S-rank mission concludes, and you are still alive, I will share my answer with you. Takumi Kato's gentle voice reached Kakashi's ears, offering a flicker of solace. Perhaps this formidable ninja could provide him with some enlightenment. Subsequently, Miss Reina refrained from further pressing the matter of hastening their journey. Only Sarutobi Eagle discreetly accelerated the carriage's pace, attempting to compensate for his perceived indebtedness to Miss Reina. Interestingly, Kakashi chose not to disclose Miss Reina's peculiar behavior to Sarutobi Eagle. That evening, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon, Uchiha Obito, flushed and distracted, poked at the campfire with a small stick. Intermittently, the air was filled with the muffled sounds of a woman's soft moans. Since Sarutobi Eagle and Miss Reina had entered the carriage, it had begun to sway. As the carriage rocked violently, Obito's heart mirrored its motion. He was unaware of the activities within, but an instinctual tumult surged within him, prompting him to ask, Kakashi, Miss Reina appears to be in distress. Is Sarutobi Eagle that scoundrel harming her? Upon hearing Obito's Navi conjecture, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, perhaps you might find some insight in the books written by Jiraiya. He suspected that Obito's understanding of romantic interactions was still at the level of mere hand-holding and kissing leading to pregnancy. Obito, baffled by Kakashi's response, turned to see Rin with flushed cheeks. So adorable, he thought, momentarily captivated. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered his daydream. Startled, he leaped up, gazing into the shadowy depths of the forest, where Sarutobi Haida emerged, his pants torn by branches, panic etched across his face. Haida's sudden appearance drew everyone's attention as he rushed to Takumi Kato, exclaiming, Lord Takumi, I have discovered 2 fresh corpses of samurai, slain not long ago. Banchan is guarding them over there. Sarutobi Ban, another member of the Sarutobi team, had been patrolling alongside Haida. Concerned about a potential ambush, the group moved together, ensuring they did not spread out. Takumi Kato sensed that something was amiss. He turned to another member of the Sarutobi team, Sarutobi Ishikane, and ordered, go fetch your captain. After issuing the command, he followed Haida to the scene of the incident, with Kakashi and the others trailing closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the site. Sarutobi Eagle, A.J. Nin, quickly caught up with them. Miss Reina and Sarutobi Ishikane were the last to arrive in haste. From a distance, Sarutobi Eagle observed Kato and the others huddled together. The moonlight was sparse, obscuring their expressions. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a pungent metallic scent that turned his stomach. What is happening? He shouted, quickening his pace. No one responded. He approached quickly and confronted Haida. What is all this fuss about? It's merely 2 samurai. Isn't it? Haida's expression darkened further at his captain's dismissive tone. Stepping aside, he revealed 3 corpses. 2 were indeed samurai, while 1 was from Konoha. Blood soaking his chest, his face frozen in disbelief as if having witnessed something utterly inconceivable. Upon recognizing Ban's lifeless body, Sarutobi Eagle's own body stiffened, the ease in his demeanor dissipating into a mask of solemnity. In that moment, he was jolted back from the comforts of familiarity to the harsh realities of the ninja world. Taking a closer look, he questioned Haida, what transpired here? Haida, head bowed in shame, replied, Ban and I discovered the bodies of 2 samurai, and I returned to report, while he remained here to guard them. By the time Lord Takumi and I returned, Ban was already dead. Sarutobi Eagle then turned his gaze to Takumi Kato, his eyes filled with inquiry. The essence of Haida's account was largely accurate. Kato pointed to the wound on Ban's chest, stating, the wound raises questions. There are no signs of a struggle, and Haida only bears a single penetrating wound to his chest, indicating he did not resist his assailant. Given the look of shock on Haida's face before his death, it seemed he recognized the killer. Moreover, we found no evidence of a 5th-person's presence at the scene. Sarutobi Eagle, having noted these suspicious details, fixed his gaze on Haida, articulating slowly, the killer is an acquaintance. Ban's strength was comparable to that of a special J-Nin. It would be exceedingly difficult for even an elite J-Nin to dispatch him in a single blow. Chapter 7. It is not you who is unfortunate, but those around you. Sarutobi Eagle's sharp gaze fixed on the ninja blade behind Sarutobi Haida, noting the wounds on Banjian's body bore a striking resemblance to the type of blade you wield. He refrained from directly accusing Sarutobi Banjian of being slain by Sarutobi Haida. However, the suspicion surrounding Sarutobi Haida was evident. Pointing at him with a furrowed brow, he slowly remarked, I recall that you and Banjian have always had conflicts. You suspect he abandoned your brother in his time of need, leading to your brother's demise. Indeed, a motive for murder emerges, Uchiha Obito whispered, his voice barely above a murmur, yet audible to all present. Sarutobi Haida heard this as well. Clenching his fists and bowing his head, he strained to voice a few words through gritted teeth. It was not I who killed him, it was the enemy. His face contorted with rage. His tone was soft, yet unmistakably clear. Sarutobi Eagle scrutinized Sarutobi Haida closely, observing every micro-expression, yet he discerned that Haida's anger and grievance appeared genuine. Unlike that of a murderer. With a subtle nod, he allowed his muscles to relax, recognizing that his earlier probing had not uncovered any abnormalities. Despite the many accusations he had leveled against Haida, he understood that Haida was not so foolish as to leave such blatant evidence of guilt. Thus, the probability of Sarutobi Haida being the culprit seemed low, though suspicion could not be entirely dismissed. Seeking assistance, Sarutobi Eagle glanced toward Kato Takumi. This was his first encounter with such a matter, and he found himself momentarily at a loss. Feeling the weight of the gaze upon him, Kato Takumi's heart raced as he thought, "This is a private affair of your Sarutobi clan. Why involve me? I would rather see all of you perish than endure your daily troubles in Konoha." As a member of the third Hokage's clan, the Sarutobi family was notorious for their dominance in Konoha, and Kato Takumi had often clashed with them. However, considering the peculiar events of the day, he sensed something sinister at play and suggested, "We should not hastily declare a young man a murderer based solely on suspicion. It could ruin his life. Let us set this matter aside for now and allow the intelligence department to handle it once our mission concludes. With their expertise, even the deceased can't speak." Though he spoke thus, Kato Takumi resolved to discreetly probe Sarutobi Hida later. The others readily agreed with Kato Takumi's suggestion. The mind-reading techniques employed by the intelligence department could access the memories of the deceased, easily revealing whether Sarutobi Hida was the true murderer. Currently, there was no evidence directly implicating Hida, and given the weight of their forthcoming mission, Hida's combat prowess was indispensable. In fact, they leaned towards the belief that enemies had fabricated the scene to sow discord among them. With this thought in mind, they surveyed their dark surroundings, instinctively drawing their weapons in anticipation of potential foes. As the party involved, Sarutobi Hida cast a grateful glance at Kato Takumi. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a piercing scream from Miss Reina caught his attention. Turning to look, he saw her covering her mouth, pointing at a warrior, exclaiming, "That is a warrior from my family." Miss Reina quickly regained her composure and addressed the assembly with a slight bow, saying, "I apologize. My family has so many warriors that I did not recognize him at first. I am certain one of them joined our family 3 months ago, while I am less sure about the other, but he should also belong to my clan." Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically as she urgently grasped Sarutobi Eagle's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. "Eagle, something must have happened to my family. They have come to notify me." At that moment, Kakashi withdrew a letter from his pocket, unfolding the paper and presenting it to Miss Reina. "Please take a look. This is a distress letter. We intended to address the matter of Sarutobi Banjian first, but since you have brought it up, please read the letter." Sarutobi Eagle felt immense regret, had it not been for his impulsive actions. Perhaps Banjian's death could have been averted. Eager to make amends, he leaned in to read the letter, actively participating. Miss Reina studied the letter for a considerable time, contemplating before calmly stating, "The handwriting is that of our clan leader. It is not a forgery. The letter indicates that our family has once again suffered a devastating attack from rogue ninjas. According to the timestamp, it has been a day and a half since it was sent. The next assault could occur within days." The group nodded in agreement. "Therefore, I beseech all esteemed ninjas to travel without pause tomorrow, making haste to my family's estate. I am willing to double the compensation." Without hesitation, Miss Reina knelt once more, her sincerity moving everyone present. Yet, no one spoke up. Even Sarutobi Eagle remained silent, all eyes turning expectantly towards Kato Takumi. Doubling the compensation would mean everyone would receive twice the reward. Typically, the total remuneration for an A-rank mission ranges from 150,000 to 1,000,000 Rio, while S-rank missions exceed 1,000,000 Rio. This meant they could reap S-rank rewards while undertaking the risks associated with an A-rank mission. Uchiha Obito's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thought, 1,600,000 Rio. The total I have earned from all my missions combined does not amount to that. Kato Takumi calculated silently. Previously, I could have earned 200,000 Rio. If I agree, that would be 400,000 Rio. That is equivalent to 200,000 RMB. A sum I could not amass even after 5 years of hard work. Indeed, being a ninja had its perks. Moreover, given Miss Reina's generosity, it was likely that additional rewards would follow upon completion of the mission. The temptation was palpable. He glanced at the expectant faces of his companions, realizing that they were all inclined to agree with her request. Observing Miss Reina, who remained prostrated and reluctant to rise, Kato Takumi stated, "I am sorry, but safety comes first. There are numerous opportunities to earn money, but one's life is singular." It was evident that unknown adversaries lurked in the shadows. Perhaps Sarutobi Banjian's death was orchestrated by those same rogue ninjas targeting Miss Reina's family. If they heeded her words and hurried on, they could find themselves exhausted, only for the rogues to strike down Konoha ninjas one by one. Thus, he would never gamble with his life. Even if his decision might offend some and lead his teammates to perceive him as lacking compassion, he remained unfazed. Upon hearing his words, Miss Reina's body slumped, and soft sobs escaped her lips. Sarutobi Eagle shot Kato Takumi a fierce glare, but chose not to speak, instead pulling his beloved close and gently patting her back, offering quiet comfort. Kato Takumi surveyed the others. They averted their gazes, not daring to meet each other's eyes, their discontent unvoiced. The authority of the strong was unmistakably on display at that moment. At this juncture, a notification echoed in Kato Takumi's mind, surpassing a moderate crisis. The reward increased. Mastery of body flicker technique elevated from 105 to 120. I have successfully navigated another crisis, and it was of moderate severity. It seems my approach was indeed correct. Yet, I wonder what schemes this Miss Reina harbors? Is she genuinely worried about her family, or does she have ulterior motives? He found the situation increasingly intriguing. Kato Takumi touched the summoning talisman in his palm, feeling the protective presence of the dragon-suppressing Barret and the compassionate Gatling Bodhisattva, which reassured him greatly. Soon after, the group managed to handle the remains of the warriors and Sarutobi Banjian, returning to their previous resting place. Kato Takumi and Sarutobi Haida lingered at the back of the group. "Speak, what is it you wish to discuss?" Kato Takumi inquired softly. Noticing the others had already moved ahead, Sarutobi Haida stepped closer, yet Kato Takumi casually retreated a step, as if dismissing him. Feeling aggrieved, he lamented, "I am not the unfortunate one. I understand." Takumi Kato has retreated even further. "It is not you who is unfortunate, but rather those around you." On the very first day of joining the new team, a particularly elite teammate met an inexplicable demise. Observing this, Sarutobi Kaida let out a heavy sigh and solemnly remarked, "Senior Takumi, we have attracted unwanted attention. It was indeed another group that had eliminated Sarutobi Banjian. I am aware, and I place my trust in you." Takumi Kato responded with a smile. "By the way, there is something I need your assistance with." "What is it?" Sarutobi Kaida's eyes brightened. "Keep a watchful eye on Miss Reina. I have noticed something amiss about her," Takumi Kato stated. "Understood," Sarutobi Kaida replied, lowering his gaze in contemplation. After their conversation, Sarutobi Kaida appeared considerably more at ease, his steps taking on a lighter rhythm. As he observed the receding figure, Takumi Kato was once again greeted by the system's prompt in his ear, causing his smile to abruptly fade. Chapter 8. Want to kill me? First, register and wait in line. Having narrowly escaped a life-and-death crisis, Takumi Kato found his proficiency in the instantaneous technique elevated from 120 to 240. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart as he mused to himself. Indeed, there lies a significant problem. Just moments ago, he had intended to end my life. His distrust towards Sarutobi Kaida deepened, and with a mindset of testing the waters, he stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. The memory of Sarutobi Banma's demise flooded his mind, evoking a deep sigh. Indeed, it was Kaida who had orchestrated the murder. Such is the ruthlessness of powerful families, where kin turn against kin, merciless and cunning. After the act, they could still feign a pitiable demeanor. The grateful glance he had cast my way earlier was so convincing that even an Oscar-winning actor would pale in comparison. It appears that sparing him may lead to more troubles than benefits. As he pondered, he was interrupted by a concerned voice. It was Sarutobi Kaida. "Lord Takumi, we must leave at once. They have retreated." Upon seeing Kaida's anxious expression, Takumi felt a chill within yet managed to restore his smile. "Very well." He stepped forward, affectionately patting Kaida's shoulder and remarked, "Thanks to your reminder, I have uncovered a clue." The two hastily followed after Kakashi and the others while engaging in conversation. "What clue?" Kaida inquired with curiosity, his body relaxed. Confident in his acting prowess, he believed he had successfully deceived the seemingly formidable Takumi. Takumi glanced around before leaning closer to Kaida, his warm breath brushing against Kaida's skin. Kaida felt a tingling sensation, yet he relished this intimate gesture, interpreting it as a sign of trust from Takumi. He was also eager to learn about the clue, hoping to interject and mislead Takumi. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed before him, compelling him to squint. Just as he sensed something amiss, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen, shattering his thoughts. The blade pierced through his combat attire, penetrating flesh and bone. Emerging from his back, again tearing through the fabric. What a swift blade. What a ruthless strike. He realized he might have exposed a slight vulnerability. Yet such cruelty seemed unnecessary. It was evident that the attack aimed to inflict grave harm. As he prepared to retreat and create distance for a counterattack, he noticed Takumi had already distanced himself, his left hand wielding a steel ninja blade that sliced through Kaida's tendons with ruthless precision. In a matter of moments, the ordeal unfolded like a flash of lightning. Kaida could not suppress a cry of agony as his hamstring was severed, rendering his legs incapable of supporting him, forcing him to kneel. His hands, too, were incapacitated, leaving him unable to wield a weapon. Any slight movement felt as if a myriad of poisonous needles were piercing him. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans erupted from his body, soaking his garments. Hearing the scream, Kakashi and the others turned to see Kaida inexplicably kneeling, while Takumi's hand struck like lightning, snapping Kaida's jaw with a sharp crack. Teeth mingled with blood as they tumbled to the ground. Takumi's assault did not relent. He continued to strike Kaida's limbs, the sounds echoing like popping beans in a pan. At this point, Kaida could neither poison himself nor maintain his kneeling position, collapsing helplessly to the ground, unable to move. Recognizing his dire situation, Kaida bitterly declared, "I shall remember this grudge. There are many who wish to kill me. You must register and wait in line. First come, first served, do you understand?" Takumi flicked the ninja blade, producing a resonant sound. Takumi had no intention of personally interrogating him. With so many ninjas present to command as subordinates, why should he toil alone? Witnessing Kaida's plight, Sarutobi Yoko and Kakashi were the first to react, leaping to stand before him. Looking at the once dashing young man now reduced to a pitiful state, they regarded Takumi warily. The ruthlessness of his actions sent chills down their spines. Although the truth remained shrouded, their instincts compelled them to unite against the looming danger. Explain yourself, Yoko demanded. Casting a glance at Takumi's bloodied blade, one hand reaching for a fine shuriken from his ninja pouch. He sensed that Takumi might have uncovered something significant, but opted to approach cautiously. Before Takumi could respond, Uchiha Obito rushed forward, exclaiming, "You bastard! I knew you were no good. Killing your own comrades is utterly heinous, deserving of the utmost punishment." His incessant tirade seemed to unleash all his pent-up frustrations. Hearing such intolerable words, a strange glimmer flickered in Takumi's eyes. "Little brat, what offense have I committed against you?" Hinata Rin, sensing the situation escalating, swiftly covered Obito's mouth and politely interjected, "Lord Takumi, Obito did not mean any harm. He merely reacted with great agitation upon witnessing Kaida's condition, unaware of the true circumstances. Please forgive him." As she spoke, she glanced at Takumi and then at Kaida. The sight almost made her lose her dinner. Kaida's skin began to melt away, revealing a horrifying spectacle as the flesh on his neck followed suit. Rin fought against her nausea as she beheld the transformation, exposing another layer of skin. Another layer? This person is not Sarutobi Kaida, she concluded. Takumi, too, recognized the Fade dissolving, dismissing any lingering thoughts of Obito's insolence. Although Kaida had been unfortunate, his strength was solid, his title as a J-nin well-deserved, yet he had been silently replaced. Such a terrifying turn of events stirred tumult within Takumi. Yet he maintained an air of aloof confidence, as if all had been foreseen. Kakashi and the others, witnessing the grotesque revelation of the false Kaida, felt a chill of fear. However, with the impostor subdued, their fear dissipated, replaced by admiration for Takumi. None realized that this was an imitation of Kaida, save for Takumi, who possessed the keen insight to see through the deception. Obito, too, felt a sense of respect, ashamed of his recklessness. Hiding at the back, he dared not show his face. Indeed, he harbored a flicker of fear, having discovered a hint of something amiss. Takumi had acted with merciless precision. He was undoubtedly a man of iron resolve. Having just lambasted him so harshly, surely he would not let this slide. I must avoid him. Takumi cast a casual glance at Obito lingering at the back before turning to Yoko, declaring, "I need no explanation." Yoko forced a strained smile, his heart racing with dread. Had the false Kaida infiltrated their ranks, they would all be in peril that night. A mere dose of poison from the impostor could spell doom for them all. Simultaneously, he was consumed by curiosity. Where was the true Sarutobi Kaida, and how had the switch occurred? Until he unraveled this mystery, sleep would elude him. Captain Takumi, allow me to interrogate this individual. I possess certain interrogation techniques that will ensure we extract every last piece of information. Takumi nodded. Remember to inquire about Sarutobi Kaida's whereabouts. He may have been abducted by the enemy. He then turned to Miss Reina, stating, "We must refrain from discussing the urgency of our journey from now on. Everyone must maintain their strength, prepared to confront the adversary at peak condition." Understood, Reina replied, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes as she lowered her head. Her demeanor hauntingly beautiful. Yes, the others echoed. They recognized that this admonition was not only directed at Reina, but also served as a reminder for them all. At that moment, any prior discontent regarding Takumi's remuneration vanished, replaced entirely by profound gratitude. Life is but a singular journey, and Takumi Kato has saved their lives. After this incident, Sarutobi Eagle no longer dared to spar with Takumi Kato over matters concerning Miss Reina. Chapter 9. Unexpected Events. Mission level elevated to S-class upon returning to their resting place. Uchiha Obito hesitantly approached Kato Takumi, gazing at the composed figure of the young man clad in black attire. He mustered the courage to speak. "Takumi-senpai, I owe you an apology. I misjudged you." "It's nothing," Kato Takumi replied coolly. "Have you truly forgiven me?" Uchiha Obito exclaimed in astonishment, surprised by Takumi's unexpectedly accommodating demeanor. "No forgiveness has been granted," Kato Takumi responded casually. He was not a petty individual. Those who angered him would face consequences swiftly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito felt a chill run down his spine, yet bolstered by an unknown courage. He plopped down beside Kato Takumi and inquired, "Takumi-senpai, how did you discern that the real Sarutobi Hiruzen was a fake?" This was his greatest curiosity, for even Kakashi had failed to notice any discrepancies. Although he often clashed with Kakashi, he held immense respect for his abilities, as most jonin paled in comparison to the 12-year-old Kakashi during missions. Yet, Kato Takumi had identified the issue at a glance and acted decisively. Kato Takumi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly could not admit that he had perceived the malevolence emanating from Sarutobi Hiruzen and was prepared to eliminate him first. He cast a sidelong glance at the inquisitive Uchiha Obito and noticed the others also looking at him, intrigued. "Obito, if you observe closely, you will find numerous inconsistencies, such as his expressions and reactions, especially when I was alone with him. Despite his concealed murderous intent, it was evident to me. Thus, I concluded there was something amiss and acted without hesitation." Unsurprisingly, he posed a significant threat. Ah, I see. Uchiha Obito replied, enlightened. The others regarded Kato Takumi with even greater admiration. He was akin to a human-shaped detector of murderous intent. Any assassin seeking to eliminate Kato Takumi would likely find themselves in dire straits. However, they understood that such abilities could only be honed through countless life-and-death battles. No amount of effort or talent could substitute for such experience. Receiving the adoration of his companions, Kato Takumi remained unfazed. His own words felt like mere fabrications. Yet these seasoned ninjas accepted them as truth. Before long, Sarutobi Aoi, who had been interrogating the false Sarutobi Hiruzen in the woods, approached with a grave expression. He was a ninja who had faced countless brushes with death and had long since shed his fear of it, yet he now openly displayed his emotions. What have you discovered? Kakashi asked eagerly as he approached. Kato Takumi too cast a questioning glance. Sarutobi Ishikane, who had previously been rather inconspicuous, rushed to Sarutobi Aoi's side, asking, Captain, have you learned Hiruzen's whereabouts? Sarutobi Aoi shook his head. Sarutobi Ishikane stood still, refraining from further inquiries, his expression blank, seemingly numb. Alas, Sarutobi Aoi patted his shoulder, sharing in the sorrow of the situation. This matter has become troublesome, he spoke slowly. The false Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely a disguise by the Mist Ninja. The real Sarutobi Hiruzen was swapped out while in Konoha. The attack on Lady Reina's family was not carried out by the Rain Ninja, but rather by the Mist Ninja, whose numbers remain unknown. The assault was merely a pretext. Their true intention was to gather intelligence on the land of grass and incite chaos. Unfortunately, while we could have uncovered more information, we triggered a counterattack of Jinjutsu from their minds, resulting in a catastrophic loss. The group paid little heed to the fate of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In light of the sudden involvement of the Mist Ninja, he seemed trivial. Since the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, the Mist Ninja had not participated in conflicts. The fact that they were now engaging meant they were preparing for war. Unlike the others, Kato Takumi, as a time traveler, possessed greater insight. He recalled that the Mist Ninja launched their significant offensive during the later stages of the Third Shinobi World War, when the major ninja villages were embroiled in fierce battles. The leading force, the 7 ninja swordsmen, encountered Might Guy and were decisively defeated. Following several months of conflict, the Mist Ninja's campaign fizzled out. As for Noera Rin becoming the Three-Tails Jinchuriki and being killed by Kakashi, that occurred toward the war's end, Kato Takumi surmised that the Mist Ninja would soon launch an offensive against Konoha, escalating the Third Shinobi World War to its zenith. He rose to his feet and addressed Sarutobi Aoi. This situation has exceeded the parameters of an A-class mission. Have you reported this to the village? Sarutobi Aoi nodded. I have conveyed the intelligence. We will likely receive new directives by tomorrow morning. Under normal circumstances, this mission could be abandoned due to its excessive danger. However, given the involvement of the Mist Ninja and the ongoing war, the village may compel us to carry out the mission. Ugh, my head aches. Uchiha Obito awoke that morning feeling something was amiss, his head throbbing painfully. Upon glancing in the mirror, he was met with a bruised visage, his face altered. His eyes widened in shock as he scrutinized his features, recognizing only the contours above his eyes. Who did this? He bellowed in outrage. Just then, Kato Takumi appeared before him, holding a scroll. Before Obito could unleash his fury, Takumi spoke. Obito, the Hokage has issued orders. With a grimace, he fell silent under Kakashi's mocking gaze. Kato Takumi, brandishing the mission scroll, addressed the group. This mission will proceed, now elevated to S-class. Our objective is to eradicate this contingent of Mist Ninja to prevent further destruction. Moreover, upon completion of this mission, the village will grant us corresponding rewards. In Konoha, achievements could not be exchanged for currency, but they could be traded for advanced jutsu. With Kato Takumi's current accolades, completing this mission would qualify him for the exchange of S-class jutsu, which he desperately needed. After the path of firearms had been blocked, his new ambition was to refine the ninjutsu system, making S-class jutsu indispensable. Once Kato Takumi concluded his announcement, everyone accepted the directive with solemn expressions. They all understood that this mission bore significant risk. Even before reaching the mission site, one ninja had already perished, and another had been captured. The prospect of confronting the Mist Ninja head-on was daunting. The potential for casualties was unimaginable. Kato Takumi observed the expressions of his comrades and mentally noted his sentiments toward Konoha. Their insistence on forcing him to undertake perilous missions had diminished his favorability rating. It now stood at 58. Were it not for his desire for certain treasures within Konoha, he would have long since defected. In the midst of this oppressive atmosphere, noon arrived. Noera Rin, the sole female ninja in the team, was preparing a delectable lunch. Even before it was fully cooked, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, prompting eager anticipation among the group. Bolstered by the appetizing scent, Kato Takumi found his spirits lifted. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations on completing tasks 1, 2, and 3. Reward: Mastery of Body Flicker Technique. Expert level, 720. Finally, the 3 identical tasks he had assigned yesterday had borne fruit. Soon, he witnessed the proficiency of body flicker technique soaring exponentially. 10 body flicker technique, D class, expert 90,100,100,100. Then, without pause, it transcended the expert level to reach master level. Upon attaining master level, the progress accelerated further, with proficiency continuing to surge. While an ordinary person might require a decade to elevate the body flicker technique to elite level, a prodigy could attain master level within the same time frame. Under the augmentation of the system, Takumi Kato instantaneously filled his master level experience points from 0-100 to 100-100. The so-called peerless genius could only prostrate before him. Upon detecting that the D-level instantaneous technique had reached its pinnacle, the experience points remained abundant, allowing for further consumption to delve into higher tiers of instantaneous techniques. The greater the experience points, the more advanced the ninjutsu that could be extrapolated. Chapter 10. The Struggling Ninja. Go to hell, is it feasible to deduce? Indeed. Takumi Kato is quite decisive. The body flicker technique he has mastered is merely the most basic D-rank version. There exist more advanced forms of this technique in the world, such as lightning body flicker and water body flicker. These superior techniques integrate various elemental attributes, enabling swifter movement and bestowing unique effects, but unfortunately, they are typically inaccessible to ordinary ninjas. Generally, only specially designated J-nin are qualified to learn such exceptional body flicker techniques. Notably, the illusionary body flicker technique of Uchiha Shursui is not only rapid but also capable of producing indistinguishable phantoms, making it exceedingly formidable. Choose a direction for deduction. 1. Silent movement. When employing the body flicker technique, you become like a specter, moving without a sound. 2. Full body activation. In the state of body flicker, not only do your legs activate, greatly enhancing your speed, but every part of your body also becomes invigorated, resulting in a comprehensive augmentation of speed, strength, and defense. Both directions are enticing to Takumi Kato. The first direction, silent movement, resonates with the essence of a ninja's fundamental skill, concealment followed by a lethal strike. Ordinary body flicker techniques produce significant noise due to their rapid speed. When surpassing the speed of sound, specifically 343 ms, sonic booms occur, rendering a ninja incapable of remaining hidden. However, with the trait of silent movement, one can achieve both speed and stealth, making such assassinations nearly impossible to counter. The silent killing techniques of the legendary Zabuza Momochi are renowned for their silence, yet they rely on mist for concealment, which pales in comparison to the attribute of silent movement. The second direction, full body activation, is even more remarkable, akin to a replica of the lightning release chakra mode. This technique, made famous by the 3rd and 4th Raikage, activates the entire body, significantly enhancing a ninja's speed, strength, and defense. The description of full body activation closely mirrors that of the lightning release chakra mode. After much deliberation, Takumi Kato ultimately opts for the trait more advantageous to himself, silent movement. Thus, he commences his deduction. This attribute aligns perfectly with his pistol and the formidable Barrett handgun, allowing him to maximize his combat prowess in the shortest time while showcasing his advantages. Who could resist a ghostly sharpshooter? In a short while, a brand new body flicker technique emerges. Silent body flicker technique, C-rank, expert 1-100. Upon observing the level of the silent body flicker technique, Takumi Kato's eyes widen in surprise, pondering, how has it become expert level? Shouldn't it progress from apprentice to ordinary, then to elite, and finally to expert? It seems the high level of the previous body flicker technique has inadvertently elevated the status of the silent body flicker technique. This is fortuitous for him. After upgrading the body flicker technique, Takumi Kato issues 3 new tasks. He skillfully accesses the system panel, navigates to the task section, and swiftly inputs the information. Establish task 1, survive for 1 hour. Task reward, increase in swordsmanship proficiency. Soon, after a system assessment of the task's difficulty, the initial reward for this task is determined, swordsmanship ordinary level proficiency 1. This time, he does not intend to upgrade the body flicker technique further. With the silent body flicker technique at his disposal, he need not worry about speed for the time being. Thus, he prepares to enhance his swordsmanship to avoid being swiftly dispatched if an enemy closes in. After issuing the task, Takumi Kato glances at Kakashi. His father, Konoha's White Fang, was a formidable swordsman, and Kakashi has inherited his sword techniques. Perhaps they could compare skills in the future. Takumi Kato's swordsmanship stands at D rank, ordinary 10-100. His proficiency is significantly inferior to Kakashi's, who has trained for 7 to 8 years, likely reaching the elite level. However, Takumi Kato is confident that his swordsmanship level will soon surpass Kakashi's. As time swiftly passed, dusk arrived, and the mansion of Miss Reina's family came into view. During this period, Takumi Kato issued the task to survive for 1 hour every hour, leading to a significant improvement in his swordsmanship proficiency. Swordsmanship, D rank, ordinary 10-128-100. Eventually, he arrived at the mansion's entrance. Observing the mansion, which bore the scars of attack and appeared dilapidated, he once again issued 3 tasks. Establish Task 1, survive for 1 hour. Task Reward, increase in swordsmanship proficiency. Soon, after the system evaluated the task's difficulty, the initial reward for this task is determined, swordsmanship ordinary level proficiency 5. He notes an anomaly. Previously, the initial reward was only 1. But this time it has increased to 5, an astonishing 5-fold increase. Task rewards typically scale with difficulty. Surveying the traces of blades and swords marked upon the mansion's walls, Takumi Kato murmurs, it seems the situation has become rather complex. The sign at the mansion's main gate bears the name Matsumoto. Miss Reina's family is indeed the Matsumoto clan, a name he finds displeasing. The Matsumoto family reacts swiftly. Upon Takumi Kato's arrival, an elderly man with white hair emerges, flanked by a group of people. This elder is the current head of the Matsumoto clan. Miss Reina, with tears in her eyes, rushes into the elder's embrace, sobbing, "Brother." This unexpected address catches the Konoha ninjas off guard. Uchiha Obito gasps, muttering, "This old man must be at least 80 years old. How can he be her brother?" The people outside seem rather extravagant. Takumi Kato seizes the rare opportunity to jest with Sarutobi Asuma, saying, "It seems you will soon inherit a substantial fortune. Beauty plus inheritance, what a windfall for you." One glance at this grand mansion reveals the Matsumoto family is undoubtedly wealthy. He even speculates that if Sarutobi Asuma were as ruthless as the third Hokage, he might eliminate the Matsumoto clan's heirs and relatives to seize their vast wealth, instantly becoming a top-tier tycoon. Forget about those struggling ninjas. Perhaps Takumi Kato's words sparked a realization in Asuma, as a glimmer of intrigue flickers in his eyes, and a genuine smile graces his face. He rushes to the 80-year-old Matsumoto clan leader and exclaims loudly, "Brother, Reina and I have already agreed to wed on an auspicious day." The Matsumoto leader casts a puzzled glance at the Konoha ninja-dressed Asuma, then looks at his sister. Miss Reina, with a blush on her face, she shyly adds, "Brother, this is Sarutobi Asuma, a Nin from Konoha's foremost clan. I have pledged my life to him. I shall marry no one else." Understanding the situation, the Matsumoto leader offers his sister an approving glance, promptly seizing Asuma's arm and exclaiming enthusiastically, "Good brother-in-law. A wedding on an auspicious day sounds splendid." "Brother," Asuma calls out again, his voice ringing. The Matsumoto leader bursts into hearty laughter, clearly exhilarated. Takumi Kato and his companions exchange glances, bemused by the joyous atmosphere. Uchiha Obito grumbles, "The Uchiha clan is Konoha's foremost family, not this farcical Matsumoto clan." Even Kakashi, typically stoic, appears bewildered by Asuma and the Matsumoto leader's antics, as if he can hear 2 cunning old foxes conspiring in laughter. Takumi Kato muses, Captain Asuma has found his ultimate life goal. His rise to fortune is imminent. He silently reflects. His demise draws closer. The woman, Miss Reina, who has brought him life-threatening tribulations, is far more dangerous than a viper. Who knows what dreadful events may unfold in her company. Even now, he cannot comprehend how this seemingly delicate Reina possesses the power to bring him such peril. Chapter 11. I cannot find his corpse soon. Takumi Kato and his companions were warmly welcomed into the manor. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the head of the Matsumoto family invited everyone to rest, promising a lavish dinner at 7:30 to honor the Leaf Ninjas, who graciously accepted. Takumi Kato and Kakashi wandered together, examining the structure of the estate to facilitate their upcoming mission. Kakashi gestured towards a charred rockery, stating, "This is the backyard, part of the living area, and there are still signs of battle. It appears that the Matsumoto family has suffered greater losses than anticipated." Along the way, they observed numerous houses reduced to ashes, with nearly a quarter of the estate laid to ruin. Takumi nodded, recalling, "I have heard of the Matsumoto family. They have been established for over 2 centuries and are highly regarded." The head of the Matsumoto family is reputed to be a rare and virtuous individual, known for building bridges and aiding disaster victims. However, it seems something is amiss today. Kakashi, remembering the earlier comical interaction between the Matsumoto patriarch and Sarutobi, shook his head slightly. Birds of a feather flock together, they are not to be trusted. Nevertheless, the Matsumoto family controls a coal vein and has significant dealings with us in the Leaf. We cannot afford any mistakes on this mission. Coal Tycoon, Takumi muttered. Just as the sound of a child's weeping reached their ears, a small girl's cries. Exchanging glances with Kakashi, they decided to investigate. Kakashi, intrigued, wondered why a child's wails would echo through such a dilapidated backyard as dusk approached. They followed the sound to a pavilion, where a dim light caught their attention. A small figure was hunched over a stone table, seemingly preoccupied, with no one to attend to her. As they approached, Takumi received a notification in his mind. 3 tasks completed, reward, knife skill proficiency increased by 18. This was 3 points more than the anticipated 15. He issued another task, establish tasks 1, 2, 3, survive for 1 hour, task reward, enhancement of knife proficiency. Initial reward, knife skill proficiency increased by 20. Surprised at the increased reward, He pondered what significant event might transpire within the hour. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the pavilion, and the little girl lifted her head, revealing a tear-stained, rosy face. Takumi noticed the pencil in her hand and the workbook on the table, realizing the situation and breaking into a smile. Seeing him grin, the girl glared at the adults. "Who are you to laugh at me?" she exclaimed, jumping down from her perch, hands on her hips, defiantly gazing up at Takumi. "We are leaf ninjas," Takumi replied, ruffling her hair with a smile. "Oh, helpers." The clever little girl brightened. "I'll pay you to do my homework." Takumi burst into laughter. "Children in the ninja world are just like those in my past life. They all loathe homework. What are you laughing at? Can't you do it? Aren't you old enough to handle simple math problems? Shame on you," she teased, making a silly face. Takumi, charmed by her antics, turned to Kakashi. "Oh, genius. Why not lend her a hand?" Kakashi accepted without hesitation, picking up the pencil and glancing at the girl's handwriting, which indeed resembled a chicken scratch. He held the pencil, casually glancing at the problems. For someone like him, a prodigy who had graduated from the Ninja Academy at age 5, these trivial math questions were mere child's play. However, as he scrutinized the problems, his eyes widened in disbelief, and with a sharp snap, the pencil broke. Seeing the pencil snap, the little girl wiggled her round little behind and raised her chubby hands in triumph. Takumi, curious, approached to inspect the question that had stumped Kakashi. The workbook posed a question. The father and daughter together are 40 years old, and the daughter is 21. How old is the father? Takumi stood there, dumbfounded, for quite some time before finally sighing. What a genius. The college entrance exam preparation is already despairing enough, and yet someone has concocted such a devilishly difficult question. He glanced at the girl, who had already skipped away, humming a tune. No wonder she was so cheerful. Kakashi, you did her a great favor. Kakashi closed the workbook, wishing never to see such nonsensical problems again. Suddenly, he noticed a slip of paper tucked under the workbook, revealing the words patriarch written in a shaky hand. Similar to the girl's. The note read, "Grandpa the patriarch has died, but I cannot find his corpse." Taken aback, Kakashi thought, "Did we not just see the Matsumoto patriarch alive?" He hurriedly passed the note to Takumi. After reading it, Takumi's notification chimed. Survived a minor crisis. Reward, knife skill proficiency increased from 20 to 30. With no time to ponder the notification, he dashed out of the pavilion in pursuit of the little girl. Despite searching exhaustively, she was nowhere to be found. They encountered a maid of around 40, and Takumi inquired, "Have you seen a little girl in white?" He described her appearance, but the maid smiled apologetically. "Sir, there are no children left in the manor. They were sent away to other cities for their safety, to avoid detection by enemies." After questioning several other servants, each provided the same response. Returning to the pavilion, they found the workbook still there, but the little girl had vanished. "Takumi, who do you think that girl was?" Kakashi asked. "Most likely a friend," Takumi mused, recalling her lively demeanor. "Another master of disguise. If she were an enemy, there would be no reason to alert us about the patriarch's demise. However, it is also possible that this is a ruse to sow doubt regarding the patriarch and confuse our thoughts." Kakashi nodded. "Let us observe the Matsumoto patriarch during the gathering and then devise our strategy." Suddenly, Takumi had a realization. The attackers of the Matsumoto family were not the weak rogue ninjas but the elite mist ninjas. Given the strength of the Matsumoto family, how could they possibly withstand repeated assaults from the mist ninjas? Kakashi recognized the gravity of the situation. "Takumi, are you suggesting that the Matsumoto family may have already been compromised?" Chapter 12. A bountiful field of greenery. Perhaps it was not merely a matter of being controlled. Indeed, the mission from the very beginning may have been a trap set by the mist ninjas. Takumi Kato surveyed the pitch-black surroundings and whispered into Kakashi's ear. Only such an explanation could account for Miss Reina's repeated attempts to bring him into peril, including the immediate threat to his life. "Inform everyone, but do not make it public," Takumi commanded. "And one more thing. During the banquet, be cautious and refrain from eating." "Understood," Kakashi replied swiftly, departing. As Takumi watched Kakashi's retreating figure, he gazed upward at the moon, only to find it obscured by a shroud of dark clouds, rendering the earth increasingly shadowed. What is it with ninjas and their underhanded schemes? Why not simply engage in a fair display of ninjutsu or throw shurikens? He thought, despicable, vile, and shameless. He recalled his teammate and brother, Hinata Inen, a man whose mannerisms were often erratic, yet whose Byakugan could pierce through the vast majority of deceptions, enabling him to see enemies within kilometers, even through obstacles. If only he were present, the tragic fate of Sarutobi Banjin would have surely been averted, and he would have easily discerned the disguise of the false Sarutobi Kaida. Moreover, he would have been able to ascertain the authenticity of the Matsumoto clan leader he had encountered today. "Inen, I miss you on this first day. It is only through loss that one learns to cherish." Now, Takumi Kato fully comprehended this truth. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the entrance of a serene garden adorned with cherry blossoms. Silent body technique. His weighty form floated effortlessly into the courtyard, arriving silently at a corner. From this vantage point, he could both see and hear the events unfolding within the room. However, it seemed that upon his arrival, he had stumbled upon a significant secret. Through the paper window, he beheld the elderly Matsumoto clan leader, over 80 years of age, kneeling with a woman in his embrace. She was undoubtedly a beautiful woman, for her fragrance was unmistakable, the scent of Miss Reina. In the antiquated room, Miss Reina had her arms wrapped around the clan leader's neck, nestled comfortably in his embrace. Brother. A servant just reported that Takumi Kato and Kakashi encountered a little girl. The clan leader, stroking the soft figure in his arms, replied in a weary voice. Whose child is this? Were they not all sent away for protection? Miss Reina remarked. The servants seem to believe they are quite anxious, eager to uncover the child's identity. However, it appears that the girl is not from our clan. At this, her tone grew grave. That girl could be an enemy disguised to gather intelligence. The clan leader's expression darkened. His mood soured as he released Miss Reina, stating, I shall address this matter with the Leaf Ninjas. Those damned mist ninjas are truly insidious, willing to employ any vile tactic. First, they masqueraded as rogue ninjas to mount a surprise attack, killing so many of our clansmen. And now they audaciously send a little girl to spy on us. I cannot tolerate this. We must swiftly eliminate them all. Miss Reina interjected, her demeanor charming. Do not rush. We have ample time. The Leaf Ninjas are here to protect us. Those rogue ninjas would be courting death. As she spoke, her voice turned sultry. It has been several days since we last enjoyed each other's company. Come now. Are you not afraid of being discovered by that Sarutobi? The clan leader's face broke into a lewd grin. Miss Reina laughed. Wouldn't tea that make you happier? Besides, we are not truly siblings. What is there to fear? Indeed. The clan leader's grin grew increasingly lascivious. In the corner of the courtyard, Takumi Kato rubbed his temples, muttering to himself, Sarutobi, you've hit the jackpot. A bountiful field of greenery awaits you. Given Miss Reina's nature, your friends are indeed fortunate. Your offspring shall undoubtedly be plentiful. Although their dialogue suggested they were not plotting against the Leaf Ninjas, he chose not to depart immediately. Suspecting that Miss Reina and the clan leader were merely acting in concert, he remained for a full 20 minutes, feeling increasingly tense, before finally leaving. After such a prolonged stay, it seemed unlikely that it was simply a performance. When I arrived, I did so without a sound. They could not have foreseen my presence and coordinated a ruse before me. He departed quietly, and after another 10 minutes, voices erupted from within the room. Brother. A servant just reported that Takumi Kato and Kakashi encountered a little girl. Takumi Kato was in the estate, mentally mapping the terrain while contemplating strategies against the Mist Ninjas when the system notification chimed in his ear. Having navigated a grave crisis. Rewards have been enhanced. Swordsmanship proficiency upgraded from ordinary level 30 to 230. Following this were a series of notifications indicating the completion of tasks and the acquisition of rewards. Swordsmanship ordinary level 28 100 to elite level 100 100 to expert level 100. Observing the rewards, Takumi mused, this reward is quite timely. I just witnessed the Matsumoto clan leader and Appo's situation, and I was indeed deceived by them. They are all such skilled actors, not revealing a single flaw. He recalled what the original owner had learned at the Leaf Academy and spat in disdain. This worthless ninja school didn't even teach me the art of performance. How disappointing. They fear I might be a spy or defect, yet they conceal everything from me. Inwardly, he marked another note against the Leaf. They were wary of me even before my arrival, decreasing my favorability by 1, current favorability at 57. After venting his frustrations and negative emotions, Takumi restored his stoic demeanor, resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword. He issued 3 tasks identical to those before and returned to the courtyard. As he did, the voices of the clan leader and Miss Reina reached his ears. It has been several days since we last enjoyed each other's company. Come now. Hearing those familiar lines, he felt no stirrings within. It seemed these two actors held significant issues, potentially conspiring with the Mist Ninjas against them. This implied that the note given by the little girl might indeed be genuine. Otherwise, the clan leader and Miss Reina would have no need to orchestrate such an elaborate performance for him. As the clouds dissipated, silvery moonlight cascaded from the heavens, and the hour approached 7:30. The Matsumoto clan leader and Miss Reina emerged from the house, their attire neat and their demeanor graceful. Sarutobi, you happened to arrive. And upon seeing Miss Reina clad in a pink kimono, his heart melted. He approached warmly, exchanging pleasantries with the clan leader, yet his gaze remained fixed on Miss Reina. Silently, he vowed, Sarutobi, you must seize the opportunity to win the favor of such a beauty as Miss Reina. Brother-in-law, the banquet is ready. Shall we proceed? The clan leader inquired politely. Certainly. Sarutobi responded with a smile. After 2 days of travel, he was not particularly fatigued. Rather, it was Miss Reina's allure that had drained him, and this evening, he intended to indulge in a feast to replenish his vigor. Chapter 13 today. My stomach is unwell, and I cannot indulge in soft rice. The Matsumoto family is a wealthy clan, possessing an entire coal mine. The banquet they prepared differed greatly from those I had witnessed in my previous life. Everyone was seated in a spacious living room, adorned with an abundance of fragrant flowers. Each individual had a table over a meter long before them, laden with a sumptuous array of food and drinks. enough to rival several months' wages of an ordinary worker. The patriarch of the Matsumoto family sat at the head of the table and proclaimed, "Please, enjoy yourselves." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Eagle and Sarutobi Stone exchanged pleasantries before diving into the feast. Observing this scene, Kato Takumi furrowed his brow and quietly inquired of Kakashi, "Did you not advise those two imbeciles against such reckless indulgence?" Kakashi, with a sense of resignation, replied, "I did, but they are simply headstrong. There is no other explanation." Truly, a leader's character reflects upon their subordinates. Noera Rin, quite astute, took out various testing tools to assess the food for poison. After her examination, she declared, "No poison detected." Kakashi and Uchiha Obito also borrowed the tools, engaging in a semblance of testing. The Matsumoto patriarch, observing the Leaf ninjas inspecting the food, felt his smile fade into a scowl. "The ninjas of Leaf truly lack manners, wasting my goodwill." His voice was not loud, yet everyone heard. The Leaf ninjas understood the implication, casting glances at Kato Takumi and Kakashi. Had it not been for their actions, such blatant disrespect would not have transpired. Now, they had directly offended the Matsumoto patriarch. Kato Takumi remained composed in his seat, meditating quietly. He refrained from dictating what the other ninjas should or should not do. They were all mature ninjas, responsible for their own decisions. Having discerned the Matsumoto patriarch and the little green tea's ill intentions, he naturally abstained from eating. The figure seated there was merely a shadow clone. His true self had long since slipped away from the manor, awaiting the unfolding drama. In truth, had it not been to ascertain the true motives of the Matsumoto patriarch and the little green tea, he would have already unleashed a massacre. Witnessing Kato Takumi's nonconformity, the other ninjas commenced their meal, with the exception of Kakashi. The Matsumoto patriarch, addressing Kato Takumi from his elevated position, inquired, "Takumi, esteemed jonin, are you satisfied with the food and drink?" "Satisfied, yet regrettably, my stomach is unwell today, and I cannot partake." "I appreciate your kindness," Kato Takumi replied coolly. He cast a glance at the feasting individuals. Two from the Sarutobi clan deserved their fate. As for Obito and Noera Rin, he paid them no mind. Under Uchiha Madara's watchful eye, they were in no immediate danger. The Matsumoto patriarch felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, clearly sensing Kato Takumi's wariness. However, pondering something, he chose not to pursue the matter further. The meal concluded in an atmosphere thick with tension. Meanwhile, Kato Takumi's true self sat in meditation beneath a grand tree outside the manor when he suddenly opened his eyes. As the banquet drew to a close, a notification echoed in his mind. Having navigated a life-and-death crisis, his reward had increased. Swordsmanship expert proficiency escalated from 1 to 100. I was indeed correct. This was a feast of treachery. Now, I await the appearance of my adversaries. After the banquet, Kakashi and the others sought out Kato Takumi. Kakashi, frowning, remarked, "Senior, there seemed to be nothing amiss at the banquet." Furthermore, upon careful observation, the Matsumoto patriarch did not appear to be an impostor. Kato Takumi chuckled lightly. "Did you perceive the disguise of Sarutobi Haida? Do not rush to conclusions. Soon, events will unfold." He then instructed Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito, "Be cautious. The food you just consumed may be poisoned." He did not forcefully take them away, for he was not their guardian, and they were not bound to heed his words. Noera Rin nodded, though she dismissed his concerns internally. As a medical ninja, she could discern the presence of poison without difficulty. Yet, out of consideration for Kato Takumi's reputation, she refrained from voicing her disagreement. Obito felt a dull ache in his head, recalling the wealth that had appeared upon rising that morning, and merely remarked, "Takumi, I packed some food for you from the kitchen." He produced a small parcel. Kato Takumi gazed at the transformed Uchiha Obito in surprise and smiled. "Thank you. Tomorrow morning, you shall find no more welts upon your head." Welts. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened as he identified the culprit. However, seeing Kato Takumi's hand firmly resting on the hilt of his sword, he wisely chose to remain silent. He vividly recalled the tragic fate of the disguised Sarutobi Haida and wished not for a similar outcome. Reflecting on Sarutobi Haida's plight, Obito's mind began to race. Kato Takumi was the only one who fully perceived the truth behind Sarutobi Haida's demise. Hence, could it be true that the food was indeed poisoned? Yet, I felt no ill effects after eating. Could it be a slow-acting toxin that manifests over time? No. Rin has assured me there is no issue. Ultimately, he decided to wait and remain close to Noera Rin, anticipating what might transpire. As the hours passed, they found themselves waiting until midnight. In the stillness of the room, Noera Rin cast a glance at Uchiha Obito, who was staring at her with drool at the corners of his mouth, suspecting he had developed an inappropriate interest in her. "Obito, perhaps you should return to sleep. It is getting late, and if there were truly poison, it would have manifested by now." Upon hearing Rin's words, Obito felt a twinge of embarrassment, wiping his mouth, and replied, "Let us wait a bit longer. As a medical ninja, I cannot possibly misjudge the presence of poison in food." Noera Rin's frustration grew. While she could question her combat abilities, her medical expertise was beyond reproach. Misusing medicine could lead to death. Thus, she was intimately familiar with the characteristics of various substances. "No, Rin, you are mistaken," Uchiha Obito countered firmly, though his gaze wandered. I am not wrong, Noera Rin insisted, unwavering in her stance. Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of dizziness washed over her, her heart skipped a beat, and she realized, so I was indeed wrong. In a moment of despair, the sound of a heavy object falling echoed in her ears. Turning to look, she saw Uchiha Obito, drooling and unconscious on the floor. Her heart sank further. She yearned to assist him, but her consciousness faded once more, and all she could manage was a shout. Takumi, help, thud. Her words trailed off as she succumbed to unconsciousness, her final thought being, I was wrong. Kakashi and Kato Takumi, whose rooms were adjacent to Noera Rin's, burst through the door, shattering it into fragments. They beheld Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito sprawled unconscious on the ground. Kakashi hurriedly checked the two, relieved to find their vital signs stable. Thank goodness. It is merely a sleeping potion. He hoisted Noera Rin onto his back, while Kato Takumi carried Uchiha Obito. Just as they prepared to exit the room, they heard a commotion from the adjacent room belonging to Sarutobi Stone. Sarutobi Stone was another member of Sarutobi Eagle's team, who had also consumed the sleep-inducing meal and should have been unconscious. So who had intruded into Sarutobi Stone's room? It could not be Sarutobi Eagle, for he had also eaten and should have succumbed as well. Kato Takumi and Kakashi's minds raced, realizing the gravity of the situation. An enemy had infiltrated Sarutobi Stone's room. Chapter 14. The Dragon Tamer and the Tiger Subduer. Barrett the Arhit rushing out of the wild field. Lin found herself in the room of Sarutobi Ishikane, where the door stood ajar. Inside, a heavily armed man awaited, none other than Sarutobi Eagle. Takumi Kato fixed his gaze intently on Sarutobi Eagle, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Ishikane lay unconscious on his back. You weren't affected by the sedative? He thought, knowing that any sign of weakness could provoke a swift and fierce counterattack. After several hours of training, his swordsmanship had advanced significantly, expert level 100 to master level 7100. Despite acquiring a substantial amount of expert proficiency, the conversion to master proficiency had resulted in a drastic reduction, preventing him from reaching full mastery immediately. Sarutobi Eagle, sensing the vigilant scrutiny, felt a tinge of helplessness. I am not an impostor. Thanks to Kakashi's reminder, he explained that his shadow clone was capable of consuming food. The sedative had not affected him. He had merely come over after hearing the commotion next door, only to find Ishikane unconscious. Takumi Kato nodded in understanding, surprised that this seemingly earnest man harbored such intentions. Kakashi, perplexed, inquired, can shadow clones truly eat? Kato elaborated, for novices, food entering a shadow clone's stomach disrupts its structure, causing it to dissipate. A higher mastery of the technique allows for such feats. For instance, in the future, Naruto Uzumaki, once he became Hokage, would have his clones dine with his family due to his busy schedule. Now I see, Kakashi nodded, stating, we can no longer remain with the Matsumoto family. We must leave. Takumi Kato made the decision. Sarutobi Eagle did not oppose. His mind was in turmoil, doubting whether his newly acknowledged brother, the Matsumoto clan leader, was truly trustworthy. He wished to stay close to Kato, yet was taken aback when the latter distanced himself. I assure you, I am genuine, Eagle exclaimed. I wish for you to be genuine as well, Kato replied, running ahead. He lamented the enemy's formidable disguise techniques that blurred the lines between truth and deception. If a sensory ninja had been present for their mission, they would not have to remain on guard against each other. Just as they exited the Sarutobi family estate, they were confronted by 6 individuals. 2 were familiar faces, the Matsumoto clan leader and Miss Reina, while the other 4 were clad as mist ninjas. Captain Sarutobi, your old acquaintance awaits you across the way, Kato jested. It appeared that they were in league with the mist ninjas. Looking at Reina, who had recently sworn undying loyalty to him, Sarutobi Eagle clenched his teeth at the mockery in his ear. Very well, you are all commendable foes. Reina, you have deceived me terribly. Reina smiled faintly, pride evident in her voice. Eagle, I have not only deceived you, but also plotted against you. Have you not noticed how your strength has gradually waned? With each encounter, the poison within you deepens. Noticing Sarutobi Eagle's weakening legs, Takumi Kato asked. It seems you have been quite intimate. Do you still possess the strength to fight? I can hold off one, Sarutobi Eagle declared resolutely. That vile woman is mine. I will shred her to pieces. Eagle nodded and turned to Kakashi, asking, what about you? Kakashi, securing Lin tightly with ropes behind him, drew his short blade and declared, 2. However, I want to last long. Having Lin behind me severely hampers my abilities. He mused silently, hoping the tales of 8 elite shinobi were true. Otherwise, he might meet his father today. It appeared he must face 3 opponents, which was preferable to 7. Takumi Kato raised an eyebrow. The Matsumoto clan leader stretched, straightening his hunchback. I have long heard of the renowned Thunderblade, and today I finally encounter its wielder. I too possess an alias, Lightning Blade. For my blade strikes as swiftly as lightning. Upon hearing this moniker, Sarutobi Eagle's body jolted. This man had once slain an elite shinobi from the Sarutobi clan. If this truly was the Lightning Blade, their demise was inevitable. His mind churned, plotting an escape. Lightning Blade? Takumi Kato replied nonchalantly. I have heard of you. He gazed into the distance, confident that his true self was poised for a strike. You are a veteran shinobi from the Mist Village, with a commendable record. Having fought in the Second Shinobi World War. 15 years ago, you were the captain of the Umbu. And now you've sunk to the depths of creating a troublesome enemy operative squad? He relaxed his grip on the blade's hilt. Such demeanor ignited a sense of disdain in the seasoned lightning blade, who felt a flicker of anger. In my youth, I was foolish, competing with the 7 ninja swordsmen. My blade was shattered, and I was grievously wounded, which diminished my strength. Since then, I have learned a vital lesson. What lesson? Takumi Kato inquired. As he noticed a glimmer in the forest, a reflection from Barrett the Arhit scope. In a grave tone, the lightning blade replied, youngsters must respect their elders, otherwise they will be beaten to the point of not recognizing their own mothers. Welp, draw your blade. Ha ha ha, Takumi Kato replied, forming a gun gesture with his left hand. This is my blade. A hand blade? The lightning blade laughed derisively, then abruptly fell silent. Then prepare to die. In that instant, he unsheathed his weapon, not a blade, but a bolt of blue lightning. Crackling and snapping, the blue current erupted through the still air, reverberating ominously. The tangible current coiled around half of his ninja blade, manifesting as another half, resembling a roaring thunder dragon. As a master of lightning chakra and the creator of the A-rank technique, Chidori, Kakashi possessed an unparalleled familiarity with the power of lightning. He cautioned, this technique is at least A-rank. It enhances speed and strength tremendously. Moreover, it requires no hand signs, a technique he has long coveted. Combined with my own White Fang swordsmanship, it will undoubtedly amplify my prowess. Before this strike could be unleashed, Sarutobi Eagle deduced that it would be nothing less than a cataclysmic blow. He scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking an escape route. In contrast, Takumi Kato appeared more relaxed. His hands still resting away from the blade's hilt, his entire being rife with vulnerabilities. Such a posture raised suspicions in the seasoned lightning blade, who thought a strong opponent would not relinquish resistance, but rather possesses a hidden card. Just as doubt clouded his mind, he noticed Takumi Kato mouthing something, and a voice reached his ears. With a sudden crack, the lightning blade frowned, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over him, his hairs standing on end. Instantly, a sharp pain pierced his head, rendering him unconscious. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, stood agape as the lightning blade's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattering everywhere. The half-blade crackling with electricity emitted a sizzling sound, vanishing into thin air. With a thud, it fell to the ground, while the soft earth trembled slightly, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Chapter 15. The pinnacle of assassination techniques. Before Kakashi could fully comprehend the situation, the heads of the ninjas surrounding the lightning blade exploded one by one. Even the enchanting Miss Reina was not spared. In less than a second, all 6 opponents lay lifeless before him. He turned to Kato Takumi beside him, a sense of doubt stirring within him, just as he was about to speak. A thunderous roar erupted in his ears, reminiscent of a rolling thunderclap echoing through the sky. This sound was familiar to him. After that incident, Kato Takumi's record had included an elite ninja. This time, he heard it again, and Kato Takumi's record would undoubtedly include another elite ninja. The thunderclaps were not singular but 6 in total, resonating so closely together that they sounded like one. This thunderous noise was also recognized by Sarutobi Eagle, who trembled involuntarily. Unbeknownst to him, the body of Sarutobi Ishikane behind him stiffened momentarily before quickly relaxing again. As Sarutobi Eagle listened to the thunder, he suddenly understood everything. The thunder blade was not a technique that enveloped lightning. It was a concealed weapon capable of producing thunderous sounds. Such a hidden weapon, moving at speeds surpassing the speed of sound, would inevitably emit this terrifying noise. With this realization, his gaze ignited with fervor. Concealed weapons, unlike ninjutsu that required extensive training, could be mastered in a short time with minimal practice for practical combat. The anger he had just felt from being deceived by Miss Reina morphed into a different kind of flame, hidden within his eyes. This fire was well concealed. He took a deep breath before daring to look at Kato Takumi. Captain Takumi, thank you, he expressed. Hearing the gratitude, Kato Takumi glanced at him, relieved that he bore no resentment. Miss Reina was still warm, he indicated, pointing to her body, where only her head was missing. The rest remained intact. Sarutobi Eagle hastily waved his hands, unable to commit such an act. To avoid awkwardness, he moved to search the corpses of the 6. Kakashi bent down to examine the 6 bodies and solemnly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Takumi. At that moment, he felt a sense of security akin to that provided by Minato Namikaze, as if no enemy could inflict harm upon him. It's fine. Just keep the existence of the concealed weapon a secret, Kato Takumi replied, laced with a hint of warning. Knowing the tendencies of the higher-ups in Konoha, if they discovered the existence of the devastating weapon, they would undoubtedly demand it. He had no intention of allowing such a lethal instrument to circulate. If it were ever turned against him, it would be no laughing matter. I will keep my mouth shut, Kakashi assured earnestly. Sarutobi Eagle quickly added, though I've become a bit rough around the edges, I still understand the importance of repaying a life-saving grace. I will not speak of it, even if the 3rd Hokage himself inquires. Before long, Saratobi Eagle collected all the spoils, a few explosive tags, shuriken, and soldier pills, valued at approximately 800,000 Rio. He also unearthed 6 bullet casings and handed them to Kato Takumi. Takumi accepted everything, feeling a newfound appreciation for Saratobi Eagle. Had Saratobi Eagle not retrieved the bullet casings, he would have harbored doubts, but his honesty in presenting them indicated sincerity. Looking at the spoils, Saratobi Eagle clenched his teeth and proposed, "Captain Takumi, these items are rather chaotic. How about I assist you in organizing them for 1 million Rio?" His choice of words was intriguing. Calling them items and offering to assist conveyed a respectful attitude. Moreover, the value of these items, while stated to be 800,000 Rio, referred to the purchase price, and the resale value would be halved. A smile crept onto Kato Takumi's face as he replied, "Thank you, Saratobi Eagle, for your assistance. We are brothers, comrades. I look forward to your support in our future tasks." "No need for formality," Saratobi Eagle said, handing over 1 million Rio to Kato Takumi. Seeing him accept it without hesitation brought a sense of relief to his heart. Shortly thereafter, the three of them disposed of the bodies. Gathering together to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Kato Takumi delved into his mind, and the notification tone chimed. Tasks 1, 2, 3. Survive for 1 hour. Tasks completed. Mastery of swordsmanship increased by 300. In the blink of an eye, his proficiency in swordsmanship soared. Swordsmanship, master level, 70,100,100,100. Upon detecting that the D-level swordsmanship had reached its maximum, and with ample experience points remaining, he could continue to expend them to derive higher-level instant body techniques. "Shall I proceed with the derivation?" he inquired. Yes, Kato Takumi commanded without hesitation. As a Genin, Chunin, and even Jonin, they relied heavily on various ninja tools, traps, or close combat due to their limited chakra reserves. Techniques that consumed considerable chakra were reserved for decisive moments. With only 0 for chakra at his disposal, Kato Takumi lacked the luxury to squander it. Thus, honing his swordsmanship emerged as the most viable path to strength. If necessary, he would also learn gentle fist, sealing techniques, sensory ninjutsu, and illusions to broaden his capabilities. Choose a derivation direction. Direction 1. Speed. Your blade is swifter than lightning. Direction 2. Power. Each strike bears the weight of 1,000. Many ninjas renowned for their overwhelming strength, such as Tsunade and the 4th Raikage, could turn most opponents into mere clay with a single blow. However, in the realm of ninjutsu, speed reigns supreme, exemplified by the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. In the forthcoming battle at Kannabi Bridge, Minato would achieve another miraculous feat, the instantaneous elimination of 50 elite rock ninjas. Without a moment's pause, Kato Takumi chose speed. Another reason for this choice was to complement the instant body technique, enhancing his already formidable speed. Swordsmanship, D-level, speed/B-level common 100. Seeing the B-level designation following speed/, a broad smile spread across Kato Takumi's face. He had initially anticipated acquiring only a C-level technique, but to his surprise, he had attained a B-level one. B-level techniques were already quite powerful. Most jonin commonly employed techniques of this caliber, while A-level techniques were the ultimate trump cards. Nonetheless, in terms of destructive power, speed/ rivaled A-level techniques, yet its learning difficulty was only at B-level. Information regarding speed/ naturally flooded his mind, elucidating the reason for its elevation to B-level. During the derivation of C-level speed/, it had automatically absorbed the experience of C-level silent instant body technique from Kato Takumi and Oppo's mind, thus facilitating its upgrade. B-level speed/ possesses 3 defining characteristics. Characteristic 1. Speed. Your blade is swifter than lightning. Characteristic 2. Silence. Your blade moves without a sound. Characteristic 3. Activation. Activate your body, enhancing speed and strength. These 3 characteristics culminate in an astounding level of power, making speed/ the epitome of assassination techniques. A coveted super sword technique for all ninjas. With speed/ at his disposal, Kato Takumi could now proudly declare to Hinata Hanabi, "Grandfather, I am also a traditional ninja, and I need not resort to unorthodox methods to achieve greatness." Without firearms, his combat prowess escalated from Chunin to Jonin. After organizing his rewards, Kato Takumi issued 3 new tasks. Task 1. Survive until tomorrow at noon. Task reward. Increase proficiency in speed/ at the common level. Upon assessing the task difficulty, the system emitted a notification. Initial reward for this task. B-level technique speed/ proficiency 10. The difficulty of acquiring proficiency in B-level techniques far surpassed that of D-level techniques, and initial rewards for tasks were generally modest. Before the start of the task, Kato Takumi's task to survive until noon the following day had an initial reward of merely 3 points of D-level instant body technique proficiency. Thus, upon suddenly realizing that merely surviving until tomorrow noon, less than a day and a half, would yield 10 points of B-level technique proficiency, Kato Takumi felt a profound astonishment. Is it possible that the fog ninjas have yet to be eliminated? Does this mission have further developments? Chapter 16. The broken blade or the divine artifact under the cold, serene moonlight, a campfire crackled, illuminating the darkness and providing a moment of warmth and tranquility for Kato Takumi and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, a petite girl with a rosy hue was observing them from a kilometer away through her binoculars. It was already 2 a.m, yet the girl remained spirited, her eyes gleaming with vigor, completely devoid of the slumber typical of her age. Beside her stood a J-nin clad in green, who favored the color as much as his name suggested. Glancing at the girl, whose face was as pale as his attire, he lamented, "Captain Terumi May, please maintain your composure. You're on the verge of drooling." Terumi May pouted dismissively. "The conventions of the mundane world do not confine me. I am Terumi May of the Mist Village, a singular entity. I relish the sight of handsome men, just as you men delight in the company of beautiful women." With a sigh, the J-nin replied, "However, a normal man would not gaze at a beauty for an hour without respite. You are still a woman. No, a 13-year-old girl. You ought to exhibit some modesty." "I'm not yet 14. 14 is too old." Terumi May corrected him with a defiant glance. "Do you not appreciate women?" she queried, her gaze predominantly fixated on Kato Takumi, a striking figure unlike any she had encountered among the brutish male ninjas of the Land of Water. The famed ninjas, such as the 7 ninja swordsmen, were notorious for their sharp teeth. Particularly, the infamous Kisame, whose visage resembled that of a shark, was utterly repugnant. The J-nin, exasperated by Terumi May's fixation, felt his expression darken further. "I am a celibate. Women are but fleeting clouds to me." After exchanging a few idle remarks, he inquired, "We have successfully lured the leaf ninjas into eliminating those from the mist. What shall we do next?" Despite being a J-nin level warrior, Terumi May, considerably younger than him, held the position of team leader. Suddenly, with a puff of smoke, Terumi May transformed back into her original appearance, revealing a countenance that was both charming and mischievous. Though still youthful, her figure rivaled that of seasoned female ninjas. She clasped her hands behind her back, her playful demeanor shifting to one of icy authority. "The Lightning Blades group intended to eliminate us during the mission, but we preemptively dealt with them, albeit not without leaving some loose ends." "Who?" he queried, puzzled. "All 6 of them are dead." Her emerald green eyes glinted with a chilling intensity as she replied, "Your observations are rather superficial. The village deployed 2 spies, one Yamaki masquerading as Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the other has yet to reveal themselves. Furthermore, the Lightning Blade has never acted alone. It comprises 2 individuals, one in the light, the other in the shadows, complementing one another." Upon hearing this, the J-nin's eyes widened in shock. How can that be? The intel from Elder Jin did not mention this. Moreover, if the Lightning Blade consists of 2 individuals, how could no one have discovered this over the years? Many ninjas have executed missions alongside them. If it were indeed 2, someone would have noticed. Terumi May replied coolly, "Perhaps it is not that no one noticed, but rather that those who did have perished. Or it could be that someone is concealing this information from us, facilitating a covert ambush." Regaining his composure, he inquired, "If one is in the light and the other in the shadows, and the visible Lightning Blade is deceased, then where is the one in the shadows?" His respect for Terumi May deepened. This seemingly innocuous girl, with her pure appearance, was among the most formidable young ninjas of the Mist Village, possessing the rare gift of dual bloodline limits, inherently standing at a height that countless ninjas could only aspire to. "I do not know," Terumi May stated, unfazed by the potential peril posed by the lurking Lightning Blade. "Do not fret, he will inevitably reveal himself." "Why?" he began to ask, only to realize the answer. He would undoubtedly seek vengeance for the other Lightning Blade. At that moment, he would emerge on his own. The Leaf Ninjas would also instinctively eliminate the Lightning Blade for us, allowing us to take advantage of the situation to dispose of the Leaf Ninjas. It is possible that the Lightning Blade is too cunning. With the Leaf Ninjas eliminated, we can then strike him down. She clapped her hands in delight. However, Kato Takumi is not so easily slain. That unknown hidden weapon possesses immense lethality and can unleash a barrage of attacks, capable of taking down 6 ninjas, including AJ Nin. Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Yet, his prowess seems to be confined solely to that hidden weapon. His inherent strength is negligible, otherwise he would not be referred to as the Lightning Blade, a mere alias." "That is a valid point." The J-nin nodded sagely, casting his gaze toward the distant campfire. In the early morning, Sarutobi was inspecting the half-broken ninja blade left behind by the deceased Lightning Blade. The blade was of exquisite quality, albeit incomplete. It was the unique weapon of the Lightning Blade, reportedly severed after a confrontation with the 7 ninja swordsmen. The Lightning Blade, a sentimental individual, was reluctant to part with his weapon, thus he continued to wield it. Sarutobi, you held a different perspective. For a ninja like the Lightning Blade, who perpetually danced on the precipice of life and death, a broken blade undoubtedly diminished combat effectiveness. Therefore, he believed this blade concealed some form of secret. Perhaps that secret lay within the mechanisms of the broken blade, yet he had been unable to uncover them. After examining it meticulously multiple times, he ultimately had to concede. "I can no longer deny it. This is nothing but an ordinary broken blade, fit only to be sold as scrap metal. It is worth a mere 500 ryo. At that moment, he noticed Sarutobi Shuriken approaching curiously, seemingly intrigued by the broken blade. After a brief conversation, Sarutobi, you sold the broken blade at an inflated price of 50,000 ryo to Sarutobi Shuriken. Watching Sarutobi Shikan's retreating figure, Sarutobi, you whistled, fool. Does he truly believe that worthless item is a treasure? Nonetheless, selling the blade was a small boon, which greatly elevated my spirits. Once the initial exhilaration faded, he began contemplating how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Kato Takumi to acquire that mysterious hidden weapon. He had no idea what that weapon was, nor had he ever heard of anything like it. However, he was certain that if he obtained that weapon and presented it to the Hokage, his rise to prominence would be imminent. He might even ascend to become the 6th elder of the Sarutobi clan, wielding the power of life and death. Believing he had struck a tremendous bargain, Sarutobi, you felt a sense of secret elation. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Shuriken inwardly scoffed at his own team leader. What a fool Sarutobi you is, genuinely believing the broken blade is scrap metal. Little did he realize that the broken blade was not merely scrap. It was a legendary weapon capable of unleashing lightning. As he distanced himself from the other leaf ninjas to avoid detection, Sarutobi Shuriken reverently cradled the broken blade, retreating into the underbrush to conceal himself entirely. Still, he glanced around cautiously, straining to listen for any sounds, ensuring that he was not being followed. Only then did he speak in a hushed tone, audible only to two. Lord Lightning Blade. With a puff, smoke enveloped him. The broken blade vanished. A figure materialized among the foliage. Chapter 17, The One Cloaked in Human Skin. A series of sharp slaps echoed as Uchiha Obito jolted awake, clutching his face. It had been a pleasant dream. He envisioned himself marrying Noera Rin. Their married life was blissful, filled with simple meals. Though lacking in wealth, it was rich in flavor. Then, one day, their happiness peaked when Noera Rin unexpectedly gave birth to 8 adorable babies. Magpies perched in a row along the eaves, and once the delivery was over, he rushed in to tenderly caress each child. Every feature, their brows, eyes, and noses, felt familiar. Yet, why did each one resemble him? Not at all. Instead, each baby bore an uncanny likeness to Kato Takumi, complete with a ninja knife at birth. Suddenly, Obito's eyes flew open, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Drenched in sweat, the shock of his nightmare faded, only to be replaced by the sight of a cold, impassive face before him. He screamed once more, his tongue lolling out and his eyes wide. Kato Takumi had reappeared, haunting him still. Is your nightmare not over yet? A loud slap landed squarely on Obito's left cheek. The imprint of fingers starkly visible, mirroring the mark on his right. The fiery pain on his face brought him back to reality as he surveyed the lush green forest around him. It dawned on him that he was indeed awake. And yet, he had just been struck by Takumi. Last time it was his head, this time it was his face. Obito glared at Takumi, indignation bubbling within him. You scoundrel, what are you doing? Takumi shot him a glance, offering no explanation. Noera Rin stepped forward to recount the events. It was then that Obito realized he had narrowly escaped death the previous night and was the last to awaken among the 3 of them. No one had called for him to wake up. However, urgent intelligence had just arrived from Konoha that he needed to know. Thus, he had been forcibly roused. Obito's gaze fixed on Takumi, simmering with frustration. He was eager to learn what intelligence was so crucial that it warranted such an awakening. This beating could not be in vain. The information pertained to the matter of Sarutobi Kaida being substituted. Thankfully, he was found alive. Upon hearing this, Obito scoffed. What concern is that of mine? Suddenly, he noticed something. Captain Takumi, where is Sarutobi Ishikane? Shuden and Appos. Till we wait for him to arrive before discussing this? He felt that the slaps he received were entirely unwarranted and suspected that Takumi was simply taking out his displeasure on him. He resolved to complain to Minato Namikaze. With a sigh, Takumi replied, he is already dead. Impossible. Obito leaped to his feet, his goggles tumbling from his head. And he has been dead for several days. Takumi continued slowly. This is the second piece of intelligence that has reached the village. Then who has been with us these past few days, posing as Sarutobi Ishikane? Obito felt an inexplicable chill sweep over him. Could it be a ghost? Seeing Obito's pitiful demeanor, Kakashi's forehead twitched with anger. Minato-sensei's reputation is being tarnished. You fool. That Sarutobi Ishikane is an impostor. This information must never reach him. Silence. Sarutobi Eagle bellowed, fixing a steely gaze on Takumi. Please elaborate. Takumi regarded Sarutobi Eagle with pity. Before the mission commenced, not only was Sarutobi Kaidao replaced by a mist ninja, but Sarutobi Ishikane was also substituted. We have now located the body and confirmed his death. This news struck Sarutobi Eagle like a bolt from the blue, nearly causing him to stagger. So my ninja team consists of just me now? No, there's still the unfortunate Sarutobi Kaida. Takumi's eyes shimmered with sympathy. Obito whispered to Kakashi and Noera Rin. It would have been better if that Sarutobi Kaida had perished instead. Captain Sarutobi's team is his 9th. The previous 8 have all met their demise. In less than 3 days, only Sarutobi Kaida remained. Kakashi and Noera Rin nodded in agreement, expressing their shared sentiment. Such a person could no longer be labeled merely unfortunate. He was a harbinger of disaster. Once Saratobi Eagle's emotions had settled somewhat, Takumi continued. Captain Saratobi, our new mission is to capture the spy masquerading as Saratobi Ishikane alive. Very well, Saratobi Eagle replied darkly. Once captured, I will interrogate him thoroughly. Takumi raised a hand to dismiss him. Last time, due to your lack of skill, you failed to extract complete intelligence from the mist ninja impersonating Saratobi Kaida. This time, you need not concern yourself. Professional intelligence operatives will arrive shortly to conduct the interrogation. Understood, Saratobi Eagle conceded, lowering his head in acknowledgement. Had he gathered all the intelligence last time, he would have discovered Saratobi Ishikane's true identity. Reflecting on the events of this mission, cold sweat broke out on his brow. 2 of his 3 team members had been replaced, and 1 had died along the way. Even the employer, Miss Reina, was a mist ninja. While he had unwittingly engaged with her multiple times, it was as if he were dancing on the brink of death, oblivious to the danger. Before long, Saratobi Ishikane returned to the resting area, his expression unchanged, a broken blade at his waist, casually glancing at everyone. He failed to notice anything amiss. Thus, he approached Takumi with a smile. Captain Takumi, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Takumi asked with feigned interest. Well aware that the other had ulterior motives, Saratobi Ishikane rubbed his thumb against his index and middle fingers, expressing everyone's favorite gesture. Takumi smiled knowingly, and Saratobi Ishikane returned the grin. He had just conspired with the lightning blade to lure Takumi away, intending to ambush him and eliminate him, after which the lightning blade would use his formidable strength to eradicate the remaining leaf ninjas. Saratobi Eagle also smiled, executing a body flicker technique. He appeared behind Saratobi Ishikane in a flash, catching him off guard with a flurry of strikes that incapacitated him. He then delivered several powerful punches, severely injuring him. In a swift motion, he retrieved the hidden poison from Saratobi Ishikane's person. With that, Saratobi Eagle exhaled deeply, revealing a smile. Takumi, too, wore a smile, as his rewards had increased once more. Surviving a deadly crisis, his proficiency in B-rank ninjutsu rapid slash rose from 10 to 50. After his moment of joy, he found it curious that this was deemed a deadly crisis. Saratobi Ishikane was merely a slightly stronger chunin, hardly a threat. How could he have posed a lethal danger? Before he could ponder further, he noticed Saratobi Eagle displaying signs of distress. He observed Saratobi Eagle touching Saratobi Ishikane's skin, pulling at it. His smile fading as sadness flickered in his eyes. What did you discover? Takumi inquired. This is Ishikane's skin, Saratobi Eagle lamented. The words sent shockwaves through the group, leaving them aghast. To peel a person's skin off entirely was an act of unimaginable cruelty, even for those accustomed to the cycle of life and death. This was a revelation they could scarcely bear. The false Saratobi Ishikane glared maliciously at them. To the victor belongs the spoils, I concede. He then turned with venomous intent, cursing, but your fate will be far worse than mine. He silently chuckled, anticipating the lightning blade's emergence to ambush and eliminate them all. The false Saratobi Ishikane displayed a haughty demeanor, entirely lacking any sense of a captive's humility. Seeing this, Saratobi Eagle's expression darkened, his voice low and menacing. I will not strike you, for you bear the skin of my teammate, and I do not wish to damage it. However, once our leaf intelligence operatives arrive, I will extract every piece of information from your mind. I will then tear your skin off while you remain conscious, ensuring that you experience a torment worse than death. Huh. The faux ape remained confident amidst the flying stones, for his greatest assurance lay within him. Lord Lightning Blade, take action, he silently implored. The brutes of the leaf are far too ferocious. Chapter 18. I have no face to live in this world. The Lightning Blade, disguised as a broken sword, could not hear his inner turmoil, nor did it intend to act at this moment. Damn it, if you fear death, so do I. The situation has changed. I am lying here as if dead. How could I possibly expose myself? Furthermore, I shall not act until I uncover the truth behind that concealed weapon. He even speculated that the Takumi Kato before him was merely a shadow clone, with the real body lurking in the dark. If he were Takumi Kato, knowing that Saratobi Ishikane was an enemy in disguise, he would never risk exposing his true self. The correct strategy would be to let the shadow clone take the fall. Although the inner thoughts of the lightning blade were inaudible to the false Saratobi Ishikane, as a spy, he excelled at discerning the intentions of his adversaries. With a shift in perspective, he understood the lightning blade's plan. Instantly, despair engulfed him, yet he steadfastly adhered to the principles of a mist ninja, refusing to reveal the lightning blade's identity while continuously pondering how to secure his own survival. Saratobi Eagle bound the false Saratobi Ishikane and inquired, what is the plan for your mission? Are there any other comrades? Yes, the false Saratobi Ishikane replied. Intrigued, Saratobi Eagle, who had merely asked casually, was taken aback by the unexpected response. The leaf ninjas gathered around. With a sigh, the false Saratobi Ishikane continued, the mission you are undertaking is a trap we set. The real Reina and the Matsumoto clan leader have long since perished. I am Kurabana, a spy from the Mist Village. Upon hearing the name Kurabana, Takumi Kato could not help but scoff. Black Zetsu was the most devoted son in the shinobi world, unwavering for millennia, solely to save his mother. Had Black Zetsu been a righteous figure, this tale would indeed echo through the ages, immortalized in time. Alas, Black Zetsu was dark, both in appearance and heart. Even terrorists would revere him as a patriarch. Perhaps, in the battle at the Bridge of the Gods, one might encounter the true Black Zetsu. Takumi Kato mused silently. He continued to listen to Kurobana's narrative. Kurobana turned to Takumi Kato and said, "Initially, we merely intended to set a trap to capture several leaf ninjas for intelligence. However, your involvement forced us to alter our strategy and prepare to eliminate you midway. Thus, the Kurohito disguised as Reina attempted to lure you, but to our surprise, your resolve remained unyielding, and you were not deceived. Truly, it affirms the adage, a heart devoid of women draws the sword as a god. You have thwarted our second plan and exposed a flaw in our scheme. Our second plan was to have the Kurohito disguised as Sarutobi Kaido eliminate Sarutobi Banjian, subsequently luring you towards us. At that moment, he looked at Takumi Kato and said, I anticipated you would allow me to remain until the end, to call for Sarutobi Eagle, who was grappling with Kurohito. And indeed, you permitted me to linger until the end. This would have allowed me to collaborate with Kurohito to eliminate Sarutobi Eagle, but, at this point, he shot a venomous glare at Sarutobi Eagle. You, wretched creature. Though you appear formidable, are nothing but a hollow shell. You collapsed in mere moments alongside Kurohito. I was about to summon you, yet you emerged on your own. With the others still nearby, any action on my part would undoubtedly lead to my demise, thus, I abandoned the plan. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Sarutobi Eagle, who lowered his head in shame, his toes digging into the ground. The sensation of public humiliation was far from pleasant. He also recalled that once the mission concluded and he submitted the report, this incident would undoubtedly be documented, eventually archived in the Leaf Village records. The mere thought of this matter potentially reaching the third Hokage, the intelligence personnel, and countless others filled him with a sense of loathing for himself. I have no face to live in this world. Sarutobi Eagle's despair failed to silence Kurobana. With keen interest, Kurobana gazed at Sarutobi Eagle and remarked, Do you know how old Kurohito, disguised as Reina, really is? How unattractive. At the mention of Reina, Sarutobi Eagle retorted, Impossible. That is Reina's true appearance. I know her inside and out. How could it be a disguise? He was utterly confident in this assertion. Ha! Kurobana laughed maniacally, as though he had heard the most absurd joke. Kurohito is already 70 years old, covered in age spots and deep wrinkles. That entire fade is but a sham. You even touched and tasted it. How utterly absurd. No way, absolutely impossible. Sarutobi Eagle fumed. Having tested it himself, how could he not discern the truth? If it were false, he would have known instantly, just as he recognized the texture of Kurobana's skin as not his own. Kurobana understood his disbelief, yet insisted that all was indeed factual. This was the world of ninjas. What one sees, touches, and hears could very well be a fabrication. Kurobana, reveling in the self-deception of Sarutobi Eagle, wore a triumphant smile before turning his gaze back to Takumi Kato. I have already stated that had I eliminated Sarutobi Eagle, I could have joined forces with the others to eliminate you four. With our numerical advantage in ambush, we would have succeeded with minimal cost. However, since Sarutobi Eagle was not dispatched, and the Kurohito disguised as Sarutobi Kaido remained concealed, our plan was put on hold. Then, who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the Kurohito would be unveiled by Takumi Kato and ultimately perish, with one of our own lost. Our strength diminished, and we were even less inclined to engage. Uchiha Obito suddenly interjected, Wasn't the Kurohito your comrade? You simply watch him die? His expression was one of anger, unable to comprehend why the mist ninjas would act thus. Humph. Kurobana sneered. Ninjas are mere weapons. What use is there for sentiment? A few years ago, one of our mist ninjas, Momochi Zabuza, slaughtered every graduate of his class. Such a ruthless and bloodthirsty man is the epitome of a true ninja. As for the ideals you leaf ninjas uphold, such as the will of fire, they are nothing but a farce. The objective of a mission is to achieve the greatest results with the least cost. If we were to risk everything just to save a useless being like Kurohito, we would surely suffer catastrophic losses. Uchiha Obito fell silent, squatting on the ground, lost in thought. Seeing that Obito had been struck by his words, Kurobana's expression turned victorious, and he continued, After 2 consecutive planned failures, we decided to exploit the Matsumoto clan. Thus, another comrade replaced the Matsumoto clan leader to host a banquet and administer a sedative. However, during this banquet, a traitor emerged within our ranks, Kagami Mei and Ao Mei, disguised as a little girl, alerted Kakashi and Takumi Kato, leading to yet another flaw in our plan. Despite the setback, the incompetence of your leaf ninjas prevailed. Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin failed to heed Takumi Kato's advice and fell victim to poisoning. Upon hearing this, Noara Rin, concerned about the most critical part, inquired, I have already tested the food. It was not poisoned. Kurobana regarded her as if she were a fool. Little girl, you are too naive. Do you not know that there exists a toxin known as mixed poison? The banquet hall was filled with flowers, the fragrance was harmless, the food was safe. Yet consuming the food, and then inhaling the flower scent induces a chronic narcotic effect. Upon hearing this, Noara Rin felt profound shame. Her face flushed as she cast a furtive glance at Takumi Kato. Noticing his lack of reaction, she finally exhaled in relief. She silently vowed, Rin, from now on, I must be obedient and sensible. Chapter 19. The Mist Shinobi was defiled by a man. As for what followed, you are all aware. Lord Lightning Blade and several companions were slain by you, and I too was discovered by you. Yet, you shall all perish, and in a most tragic manner. Hikage exuded confidence. Are you implying that Mei Terumi and Ao will come to eliminate us? Kakashi inquired, danger never occupying his thoughts. He was solely focused on the mission assigned by the village, to eradicate this group of Mist Shinobi, and he would do so at any cost. Moreover, he had beside him the enigmatic Kato Takumi, though he had not observed Takumi training in recent days. The occasional aura emanating from him indicated that he was a formidable ninja, coupled with the strength of the Jonin Sarutobi Hiruzen. It would be exceedingly difficult for anyone less than 4 or 5 Jonin to vanquish their group. Furthermore, the names Mei Terumi and Ao were unfamiliar to him, suggesting they were not particularly powerful ninjas. However, the next moment, Hikaru's words made him tense up. Young one, you must comprehend the gravity of the situation. Ao is a Jonin, his strength deeply concealed, possessing at least the prowess of an elite Jonin. Mei Terumi is even more remarkable. She is our village in Appo's hidden genius. Said to possess 2 bloodline limits, her youth belies her strength which rivals that of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This revelation astonished not only Kakashi but left the others equally shaken. 2 bloodline limits? Does such a terrifying existence truly inhabit this world? Uchiha Obito exclaimed. The Sharingan is a unique bloodline limit, and he was acutely aware of its might. The notion that a woman named Mei Terumi could wield 2 bloodline limits seemed almost unfathomable. Mist Village truly lived up to its fearsome reputation, Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted. He often indulged in biographies of historical figures in the ninja world, and those who possessed 2 bloodline limits were exceedingly rare, appearing once in a century. Undoubtedly, Mei Terumi could easily ascend to the pinnacle of strength in the ninja world. Kato Takumi's reaction diverged from the others as he recalled the rosy-cheeked little girl and thought, I believe I even patted her head. She must be eliminated, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared resolutely to Kato Takumi. Indeed, she must be slain, Takumi echoed. Though he bore no ill will towards Mei Terumi, only a pervert would entertain the idea of killing such a delicate little girl. Sarutobi Hiruzen's insistence on eliminating the little girl diminished his fondness for Konoha by 1 point. His current favorability stood at 56, inching him closer to defection. Your true objective is to kill Mei Terumi and Ao, isn't it? Kato Takumi addressed Hikage. Indeed, Hikage admitted candidly, specifically Mei Terumi. Once you become aware of her existence, you cannot possibly let her go. She is likely already aware of my capture and will surely deduce that I have informed you of her existence. Thus, she will undoubtedly seek to eliminate us. Kato Takumi articulated the latter part. Precisely. Hence, I said that you shall die in a manner more gruesome than I. Hikaru's eyes glimmered with malice. From the moment he was captured, he had been prepared to divulge everything. Of course, there was one detail he refrained from mentioning, the existence of the lightning blade. That was his trump card. He fervently hoped Mei Terumi and her allies would arrive soon, praying that Lord Lightning Blade would come to his rescue. Unconsciously, he glanced down at the broken blade at his waist. That was his lightning blade. Suddenly, a large hand intruded into his view, viciously seizing the broken blade and yanking it from his waist. Hikaru's eyes widened as he followed the hand to see Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowing. What are you staring at, idiot? This is my trophy. As Sarutobi Hiruzen took possession of the broken blade, Hikaru stifled his tears and opened his mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged. Internally, he lamented, my lightning blade. Curse 3-second man, return it to me. Witnessing Hikaru's despair, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of satisfaction, carefully examining the broken blade, pondering, given his expression. This blade must be a treasure. However, judging by the material, it appears quite ordinary. There must be some mechanism within that I have yet to uncover, concealing something valuable. Thankfully, my keen eyes caught it in time. He examined it from various angles, growing increasingly convinced of its significance. The lightning blade. Feeling thoroughly insulted by being handled by a mere man, seethed with fury, thinking, if not for decades of weathering, I would have reverted to my true form and cleaved Sarutobi Hiruzen in twain. I shall endure. When the opportunity arises, I will eliminate this cur. The lightning blade began to curse Sarutobi Hiruzen incessantly in its mind. The standoff between man and blade persisted until the following morning, when the arrival of an intelligence ninja brought it to a close. He was to assist the intelligence ninja in the interrogation. Only one intelligence ninja arrived. The seasoned Dulaju from the Intelligence Department's Analysis Division. Although Dulaju was experienced, his own strength was unremarkable. Kato Takumi paid little attention to Dulaju. Instead, he focused on the blonde youth escorting him, Minato Namikaze, with dark circles under his eyes. The size and color of those dark circles indicated that Minato Namikaze was indeed the most industrious ninja in the realm, often executing tasks for an entire month without rest. Minato Namikaze was equally intrigued by Kato Takumi. At 23 years of age, he was just 3 years older than Takumi, and both were among the most outstanding ninjas of Konoha's younger generation. However, their busy schedules had left little room for personal interaction. Takumi, it's been a while. Your achievements have once again multiplied. 9 jonin now, Minato Namikaze praised, giving a thumbs up. His tone was sincere, and his smile radiant. Yet Kato Takumi did not feel elated. No matter my prowess, it pales in comparison to your legendary feats. You must have eliminated over 100 jonin by now. As the only ninja in Konoha capable of employing the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze was Konoha's firefighter, rushing to address any crisis. His achievements were self-evident, and any accomplishments he displayed were on par with the likes of the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Mere jonin were hardly worthy of mention before him. Their numbers were but numerical values. Furthermore, Minato Namikaze was a significant reason why Kato Takumi had yet to contemplate defection. As long as this man lived, no rogue ninja could thrive in the ninja world. At least, the Konoha defectors Kato Takumi had heard of either met their demise or vanished without a trace, forever hiding their true identities. Kato Takumi's thoughts of defection were deeply concealed, unbeknownst to Minato Namikaze, who held a favorable view of him. Additionally, since Takumi had saved Kakashi and his companions several times during this mission, Minato Namikaze extended an invitation for Takumi to dine at his home upon their return to Konoha. Kato Takumi repeatedly declined. The culinary skills of the red-hot chili pepper were renowned as a peculiar anomaly in the ninja world, having undergone years of arduous training to cultivate an indomitable physique impervious to toxins. After exchanging pleasantries, Minato Namikaze shifted the conversation to serious matters. Takumi, we will proceed to the front lines of the land of grass together. You will infiltrate enemy territory to destroy the Kamizukatachi Bridge while I provide support to the Konoha ninjas on the front lines. What? Kato Takumi was taken aback, thinking, if I am to destroy the Kamizukatachi Bridge, what will happen to Obito? Chapter 20. Kakashi, I only attended 1st grade Uchiha Obito, Takumi Kato, and Minato Namikaze sat upon a massive stone, encircled by the remnants of a nation in turmoil. At the center lay a map of the land of grass, marked with various routes. Minato, his expression grave, spoke solemnly. The current state of the land of grass is perilous. Rock shinobi have dispatched thousands of ninjas through the Kamizukabashi, and we are retreating steadily. My mission is to collaborate with the frontline ninjas to annihilate 1,000 rock shinobi and utterly dismantle the active forces of a Wagakure in the land of grass. Takumi, Kakashi. Obito, Rin, your task is to obliterate Kamizukabashi to halt the transportation of ninjas, supplies, and other resources by the rock shinobi. Destroying the bridge will also prevent their retreat. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen assists in interrogating the captured, he will join you in the demolition of Kamizukabashi. Understood, the 4 responded in unison. Takumi Kato had long prepared himself mentally for this mission. Yet he was unprepared for the reality of participating in a conflict that would reshape the fate of the ninja world. After this battle, Uchiha Obito would feign death. 6 months later, Obito would witness Rin's death before his very eyes, leading him to succumb to darkness, ultimately becoming the orchestrator of countless tragedies within the ninja realm. He pondered whether his involvement would alter the future of Obito's feigned demise. At that moment, Uchiha Obito raised his hand, pointing at the Kamizukabashi on the map, and questioned, will destroying Kamizukabashi have such a significant impact? The rock shinobi surely possess formidable earth-release ninjas. With a mere clap of their hands, they could construct a temporary bridge. Even without a bridge, any Nin could traverse the water directly. He believed the architect of this mission was foolish, as it seemed ineffectual. Minato clenched his fists slightly upon hearing this, maintaining an elegant smile while silently reflecting, this is my own student. I cannot strike out in anger. He massaged the taut muscles of his face and glanced at Rin. Her round face and innocent, naive expression mirrored Obito's, further igniting his frustration. He then looked at his proud disciple, Kakashi, and felt his fists tighten once more. Damn it, I've been away for just a few days, and they've all become so dull. Finally, he turned to Takumi Kato, who, after contemplating his words, remarked, Minato, you assigned the task without elaborating on the specifics of Kamizukabashi. He observed the dark circles under Minato's eyes, indicative of someone suffering from fatigue who often commits trivial errors, such as believing he had conveyed everything when, in reality, he had omitted crucial information. Minato rubbed his cheeks to invigorate himself and frowned as he inquired, did we not cover Kamizukabashi in the 2nd grade textbooks? How can you forget so easily after just a few years? 2nd grade, Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes widening. Teacher, I graduated at 5. I only attended 1st grade, not 2nd. Uchiha Obito, blushing, muttered, Teacher, I was at the bottom of my class. Rin, remaining silent with her head bowed, was forgiven by Minato, who looked at Takumi Kato with anticipation. Takumi, you are the finest ninja of Konoha. Please enlighten us. Takumi rolled his eyes. After over a decade since graduation, I am now to impart knowledge on a minor country's architecture from a 2nd grade textbook? He glanced at Kakashi and the others, shaking his head slightly. The foundation of today's youth is alarmingly weak. In my day, if one failed to retain knowledge, the teacher would resort to bamboo sticks for correction. You youngsters are far too delicate. It has only been a few years since graduation, and look at you. Your teacher must be utterly incompetent. Minato felt that Takumi's comments were veiled insults, but he lacked evidence. Obito, a volatile individual, could not tolerate even the slightest critique or grievance. Enough of this. After all this talk, can you provide some substantive information? Minato pressed. Minato, as a senior, this knowledge should be a breeze for you. Takumi replied dismissively. It is unethical to share knowledge acquired without permission from the academy. I will speak today, but I hope you will not return this knowledge to me. I do not desire uselessness. Obito perceived Takumi's arrogance as bluster, but he soon found himself captivated by Takumi's clear exposition. When discussing Kamizukabashi, one must also mention the Kamizukabashi rift that traverses the land of grass. This rift, even at its shallowest, reaches depths of over 100 meters. With a tumultuous river flowing beneath, often impassable for the majority of ninjas, the Kamizukabashi stands as the sole bridge spanning this great chasm, measuring hundreds of meters in length. Thus, if destroyed, the rock shinobi would struggle to conjure a bridge of such magnitude through ninjutsu. Consequently, most rock shinobi would find it exceedingly difficult to cross the Kamizukabashi, especially while burdened with supplies. Even if a select few elite ninjas managed to cross, their impact on the overall situation would be negligible. Upon grasping the significance of Kamizukabashi, the group recognized that its destruction would prevent the rock shinobi from traversing the Kamizukabashi rift and further invading the land of fire. As Takumi, Kato, and the others deliberated on their next course of action, Terumi, Mei, and Ao were also strategizing their subsequent plans. Ao sat upon a large azure stone, gazing at the enchanting beauty of Mei. Minato's arrival has disrupted our prior plans. We can no longer eliminate Takumi, Kato, and his companions. The current ninja world has come to a consensus regarding Minato's presence. When encountering him during a mission, it is permissible to abandon the task. This underscores his formidable reputation. Terumi Mei toyed with a strand of her silky auburn hair, her demeanor relaxed. Let him come. I noticed he brought along the intelligence division's doku. And Black Fern's information can no longer be concealed. The lightning blade is doomed. This, at least, is a fortunate turn of events. As for us, our objectives are straightforward. How so? Ao inquired impatiently, hoping Mei would exercise caution and avoid a direct confrontation with Minato. A glimmer of malice flashed in Mei's eyes as she replied with a light laugh. First, we wait for the lightning blade to be discovered and subsequently slain by Konoha's ninjas. Second, once Minato departs, we eliminate the intelligence division ninjas to prevent any leaks. She paused, continuing. However, the first 2 points are not of utmost importance. The key lies in our need to gather intelligence from the Konoha front lines. The war between Konoha and the rock shinobi will determine whether our village will mobilize significantly against the land of fire. Indeed, Ao's eyes burned with fervor. The land of fire commands the most fertile terrain in the ninja world, establishing it as the most powerful ninja force. Throughout the first, second, and now the ongoing third great ninja wars, various nations have sought to besiege the land of fire, eager to seize a piece of its bounty. The land of water, situated across the sea and distanced from the ninja continent, is far from prosperous and yearns to claim the fertile lands of the land of fire. After discussing their plans, the two continued to observe Konoha ninja movements through their binoculars, soon realizing something was amiss. Chapter 21. Failure is the mother of success during the interrogation of Haiku. The intelligence agents from Konoha, Ninja, and Sarutobi Eagle surprisingly paused their actions. Shin questioned, are the intelligence agents of Konoha truly this formidable? They completed their search of Haiku's information in less than 10 minutes. However, upon noticing Haiku bleeding from all 7 orifices, the eyes of Terumi Mei widened. Haiku had rapidly transformed into a pool of blood. Terumi Mei concluded that the interrogation had failed, no intelligence had been leaked, and Lightning Blade had narrowly escaped disaster. The situation grew increasingly intriguing. She refrained from informing the Konoha ninjas about the intelligence concerning Lightning Blade, as it could serve her ulterior motives. The severed blade that had morphed from Lightning Blade remained with Sarutobi Eagle, indicating that this jonin was doomed, and perhaps even more Konoha ninjas could fall victim as well. Why not relish in this? The interrogation failure of Sarutobi Eagle and Dulajyong was first noticed by Kato Takumi as a system notification echoed in his mind. Having survived a grave crisis, his proficiency in the B-rank ninjutsu rapid slash surged from ordinary level 40 to 90. Puzzled by the notification regarding a significant crisis, Kato Takumi soon observed the dejected face of Dulajyong and swiftly approached him. Dulajyong, what happened? Kato Takumi inquired. Dulajyong, his complexion grim, replied. The enemy had concealed poison in his stomach. When we began the interrogation, the seal on the poison inside him was triggered, and he instantly transformed. This mission was in vain. Sarutobi Eagle muttered nearby. We didn't obtain a single piece of intelligence. It would have been better if I had done it myself. Dulajyong's face paled further, his body trembling with rage. Kato Takumi, with a serious expression, consoled him. It's all right. Failure is the mother of success, with one mother. There will be countless more. This light-hearted banter eased the young Dula Jiong considerably. Wave Wind Minato patted Dula Jiong's shoulder and then turned to Kato Takumi. Takumi, have you investigated the Matsumoto family afterward? We have searched, but found nothing. They were even unaware that Reina and the Matsumoto clan leader had been replaced by the Mist Ninjas, Kato Takumi replied. He understood that the matter concerning the eradication of the Mist Ninjas was essentially concluded. Even if Konoha were to pursue the investigation further, it would not fall to Kato Takumi and his team, as they were soon to be dispatched to the front lines and had no time to spare. The only regret Kato Takumi held was the absence of Terumi Mei. He had developed a fondness for her. Her guise as a seemingly innocent girl was quite amusing, and she had provided him with crucial information about the false Matsumoto clan leader. However, he knew it would be difficult to encounter her again. For as long as Wave Wind Minato was present, Terumi Mei would undoubtedly avoid appearing. Moreover, she needed to leave quickly, as she would face Konoha's relentless pursuit. Against an enemy possessing 2 bloodline limits, Konoha would show no mercy. If fate were unkind to her, and she crossed paths with Wave Wind Minato, escape would be impossible. Shortly thereafter, Kato Takumi, Wave Wind Minato, and others proceeded to the front lines for support. Unbeknownst to them, Terumi Mei and Qing trailed far behind. Due to the failed interrogation, they decided not to eliminate Dula Jiang but instead head directly to the front lines where Konoha was engaged in battle with the Rock Ninjas. At 11:30, after more than 3 hours of hurried travel, the Konoha team finally halted for a respite. They sat on the soft grass, a gentle breeze blowing under the warm sun. Wave Wind Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead and cast an approving glance at Kakashi. Sensing the gaze, Kakashi looked back curiously at his teacher, who produced 2 scrolls and joyfully announced, "Congratulations, Kakashi. On behalf of the 3rd Hokage, I officially declare you a Jonin. Congratulations." Kato Takumi and the others immediately offered their congratulations, particularly Sir Toby Eagle, whose enthusiasm was palpable. "Captain Kakashi, if I remember correctly, you are only 12 years old. To have attained the rank of Jonin is truly remarkable. I look forward to your guidance in this mission." In response to Saratobi Eagle's words, Kakashi merely acknowledged with a nonchalant HM. He held a low opinion of Saratobi Eagle, given both the breach of ninja codes and the poor performance of Lightning Blade's team. Kakashi's indifference ignited a flush of anger within Saratobi Eagle, albeit he concealed it. "Congratulations, Kakashi, on becoming the youngest Jonin in Konoha," Kato Takumi said softly. Reflecting on Kakashi's troubled early life, marked by the loss of his parents and friends, evoked sympathy. "Thank you, Takumi-senpai," Kakashi replied with a smile. This contrasting demeanor only darkened Saratobi Eagle's expression further. At your age, still only a special Jonin, he thought bitterly. Wave Wind Minato stepped in timely, stating, "Saratobi Jonin. You are mistaken. The 3rd Hokage has another appointment." He turned to Kato Takumi. "Takumi, congratulations to you as well. You are now a Jonin." "Congratulations, Takumi-senpai." Kakashi beamed sincerely. "Likewise, congratulations," Kato Takumi responded, taken aback by the rapid turn of events. In the past, he might have declined the appointment due to his perceived weakness, relying solely on weaponry and fearing for his life in perilous missions. But now, that was no longer the case. With Saratobi Eagle's furious gaze upon him, Kato Takumi accepted the scroll appointing him as a Jonin from Wave Wind Minato, his expression shifting to one of joy before returning to neutrality. He had long been deserving of this title, and this was merely a formality. As a Jonin, he had transcended the realm of ordinary ninjas, unlocking numerous benefits. Not only would he participate in Konoha's significant decisions, such as Hokage elections and major village strategies, but he would also have the privilege of purchasing a lavish residence in the heart of Konoha, if he wished to establish a ninja clan. He could even gain access to certain jutsu that could be passed down within his family through his merits. Most importantly, only Jonin were qualified to learn the most powerful S-rank ninjutsu in Konoha. Coincidentally, through the Matsumoto family mission, Kato Takumi had amassed enough merits to learn an S-rank ninjutsu. Upon returning to Konoha, he would immediately acquire an S-rank ninjutsu, further enhancing his strength. As everyone celebrated Kato Takumi and Kakashi's promotion to Jonin, time swiftly approached noon. With 3 missions completed, the rewards were as follows. B-rank ninjutsu rapid/proficiency increased by 90, 90, 90, totaling 270. The B-rank ninjutsu rapid/progressed from ordinary level 1 100 to level 100 100, then to elite level 85 100. Simultaneously, due to the substantial overlap in the application of rapid slash and silent body flicker technique, the expert level silent body flicker technique also experienced a slight enhancement, advancing from expert level 1 100 to 10 100. An abundance of knowledge regarding the application of rapid slash and silent body flicker technique flooded Kato Takumi's mind. And even without physical training, his body instinctively ingrained the usage of these 2 techniques, as if he had practiced them countless times. A faint joy blossomed within Kato Takumi's heart. Being able to enhance his abilities once more before the impending life and death battle was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Mission 1 2. 3. Survive for 1 hour. Mission reward. Elevation of B-rank ninjutsu rapid slash to elite proficiency. Soon, after the system assessed the task's difficulty, the initial reward for this mission was determined. Elite proficiency in rapid slash increased by 6. 3 increments were precisely what he needed to elevate rapid slash to an even higher level of expertise. However, to attain such a multitude of rewards merely by surviving for an hour, it appears that the Battle of the Divine Bridge will be exceedingly arduous. Takumi Kato is aware that they are not far from the front lines, and he can occasionally glimpse the scattered remnants of skirmishes. Chapter 22. The Powerless Ninja's Reluctance Boom. The distant sound of a colossal explosion reverberated, and the ground trembled beneath their feet, prompting the group from Konoha to halt their advance. The expression on Minato Namake's face grew grave. They were engaged in battle with the Rock Ninja, and he needed to rush to their aid. Now, you are 10 kilometers away from the Kamizukabashi Bridge. This is where we part ways. After speaking, he handed a flying thunder god kunai to Kakashi, instructing, once the bridge is destroyed, retreat immediately without delay. He then produced 300 explosive tags and handed them to Takumi Cat, his tone somber. These are supplies from the village. As Takumi examined the intricate patterns on the explosive tags, he remarked, it seems the village has invested a significant amount this time. The explosive tags essentially functioned as sealing tools for fire-release ninjutsu, categorized into 3 grades based on their potency. The third grade, being the lowest quality and most common, sealed a C-rank fire-release technique, capable of causing significant injury but not fatal. Conan's 6 trillion explosive tags belonged to this category. The second grade, akin to those sent by Hinata Hanabi, contained a B-rank fire-release technique, easily capable of obliterating a person into fragments and quite valuable. The first grade, which Minato provided, sealed an A-rank technique, exceedingly rare, with each tag worth at least 30,000 ryo and often unavailable in the market. In all of Konoha, only Kushina Uzumaki and Hanabi Hyuga, both masters of sealing techniques, could craft such explosive tags. Minato pointed at the tags and emphasized, these were painstakingly made by Kushina. You must ensure that Kamizukabashi Bridge is destroyed. With a radiant smile, he added, I will come find you all after I complete my mission. Take care. Before his words had fully faded, he had already drifted away into the distance, his voice lingering in the air. Watching Minato's swiftly vanishing figure and hearing the increasingly piercing sounds of explosions, Takumi understood that the Konoha ninjas at the front lines were in grave peril. He also recognized that the 5 of them shared a similar fate. In the original timeline, Minato and Kakashi had encountered 4 waves of enemies. The first wave consisted of the elite J-Nin, Jiraiya, on a reconnaissance mission. Kakashi nearly met his demise from a single strike had it not been for Minato's timely intervention. The second wave occurred when Minato arrived at the front lines, facing 2 elite J-Nin, Oishi and Uchiha Obito. The third wave saw Kakashi, after acquiring the Sharingan, alongside Noara Rin, confronting elite J-Nin, Samoji, leading dozens of rock ninjas, with Minato once again appearing to eliminate numerous foes. The fourth wave took place at Kamizukabashi, where they faced the rock ninjas guarding the bridge, resulting in a fierce battle culminating in its destruction. Throughout this perilous sequence, the majority of threats were neutralized by Minato, while Kakashi and his companions played a secondary role. Now that Minato had gone to assist at the front, they had yet to even glimpse the shadow of the first enemy, Jiraiya. It was evident that Takumi's actions had initiated a storm, altering the course of history. Once Minato had completely vanished, Kakashi turned to Takumi and inquired, Senpai, what should we do? His respectful demeanor towards Takumi remained unchanged despite his promotion to J-Nin. The others looked to Takumi, the most formidable among them, for guidance. The task at hand was indeed formidable. Takumi felt a wave of concern. Kamizukabashi was a vital transportation route, destined to be heavily guarded by elite rock ninjas. Furthermore, as Konoha had already been at war with the rock for some time, it was inevitable that a Wagakure would soon bolster their forces in the land of grass. Thus, they needed to detonate the Kamizukabashi Bridge with utmost urgency. Let us quickly infiltrate the vicinity of the Kamizukabashi Bridge to assess the enemy's defensive capabilities, and then devise a plan. Understood, the group responded in unison. While 8 kilometers might take a few hours for an ordinary person on foot, for these exceptional ninjas, it required merely half an hour, without breaking a sweat. Approaching within 2 kilometers of the Kamizukabashi Bridge, the roaring river was now audible, drawing them closer to their objective. Stop, Takumi signaled, raising his fist. Kakashi, summon your Nindog to assist us in reconnaissance. The heightened senses of Nindogs often surpass those of their human counterparts, capable of detecting subtle details that might escape notice. At this critical juncture, having a Nindog's assistance would greatly facilitate their mission. Right, Kakashi responded, performing the summoning technique to call forth his Nindog, Pakken. Woof, Kakashi, a small brown Nindog appeared, surveying the surroundings with alertness before gazing at Kakashi. Apologies for the disturbance. Pakken, Kakashi introduced, this is my Nindog, my closest companion. His tracking and sensory abilities are exceptional. The group smiled in greeting at Pakken. Hello everyone, I'm Pakken. Although I am not a combat-type Nindog, I will ensure my own safety and not cause you any trouble, Pakken replied. Kakashi glanced around at the densely wooded area, which could easily conceal enemies. Pakken, we aim to destroy the Kamizukabashi Bridge. Please scout the surroundings and ensure that the enemy does not discover our presence. Of course. This is my specialty, Pakken nodded seriously. He leaped to the front of the group, moving silently, sniffing the air as he led the way. The Konoha team slowed their pace, advancing cautiously. At such close proximity, they had entered the patrol range of the rock ninjas. Each member remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any signs of movement, their movements deliberate and quiet to minimize noise. None could predict how many of them would survive this mission. Would two endure? Or just one? Or would they face total annihilation? The sound of rushing water grew increasingly distinct, as if it were right beside them. After another half hour, they had traversed only 1,000 meters. Their pace was agonizingly slow, yet the exertion was far greater than in the previous 8 kilometers. Suddenly, Takumi halted, his ears picking up a sweet notification sound. 3 tasks completed, total reward, Rapid/Elite Proficiency 18. Rapid/Elite Level 85 100 Expert Level 1 100. Takumi's tense demeanor noticeably relaxed. Strength was the source of a ninja's confidence. A powerless ninja could only cower, while a powerful ninja stood tall. He quickly issued a task to survive for 1 hour, only to find the initial reward astonishingly high. This signified that the dangers ahead were unimaginable. Noticing Takumi's change in expression, Kakashi whispered, "Is something amiss?" Just as Takumi was about to respond with "Nothing's wrong," he sensed movement and adjusted his words to, "There are enemies nearby." Pakken chimed in, "There are 3 enemies hiding in the vicinity." He was surprised at how astutely Takumi, a mere human, had sensed the presence of foes, realizing it only moments before himself. Once this revelation was made, the tension in the air thickened. The 5 of them, along with the dog, formed a protective circle, their 10 eyes scanning the surroundings meticulously. Chapter 23, a blade honed for 2 decades behind a towering tree. The shinobi of Iwagakure, known as Moji, glanced with keen interest at Kato Takumi, only to find that Takumi was equally observing him. Such sharp perception ignited a spark of battle intent within Moji. He was exceptionally skilled in the art of the blade, one of the foremost masters of swordsmanship in Iwagakure. Upon witnessing the formidable Kato Takumi, renowned as the Thunderblade, a voice echoed in his mind. Defeating him will lead to a breakthrough in my swordsmanship. He dismissed the notion that this was merely a figment of his imagination. Many sword masters achieve their advancements in technique after engaging in fierce combat with terrifying opponents. And as long as they survive, their skills invariably grow stronger. With this thought, he addressed the air beside him. "Dashi, leave Kato Takumi to me." The air was not just air, it was Dashi, who had concealed himself using a camouflage technique. This extraordinary stealth ninjutsu was akin to the transparency technique of the Moonlight Clan from Konoha, differing in that it could obscure not only one's form but also one's scent. Employed for assassination, this technique allowed one to kill unseen, often leading the unaware to believe the victim perished at the hands of supernatural forces. "Understood," a steady voice resonated from the air. "I will handle the other Jonin." "Sarutobi Eagle, what about me?" protested Hikari, the 3rd Jonin, feeling slighted. "You expect me, the distinguished Hikari, to contend with mere children?" Moji chuckled lightly. "Do not forget the ninja hound that has been overlooked. A perfect accompaniment for a drink." He sighed. "I have grown weary of this land. My palate has grown bland. A dish of dog meat would suffice." At the mention of dog meat, Hikari fell silent and said, "You will owe me a drink. Once I dispatch these 3 children, I shall assist you." That Thunderblade is not to be trifled with. It is said he has already slain 8 Jonin, his achievements rivaling those of elite Jonin. Moji remarked, undeterred. Hikari interjected, "There is another Jonin proficient in stealth techniques. Exercise caution." Without needing his warning, the others remained vigilant, drawing their weapons in preparation. Kato Takumi regarded the Iwagakure shinobi across from him. Astonished, Uchiha Obito has intervened. It is absurd for 3 Jonin to engage in reconnaissance together. He suspected they had fallen under Obito's control. He recalled the previous battle at the Kamikaze Bridge, where he initially encountered only Moji, and after defeating him, the other 2 appeared. Now, however, all 3 had emerged simultaneously. Despite the numerical advantage of 3 Jonin, Kato Takumi felt no fear. His own side was equally formidable. He quickly strategized. "Kakashi, confront Hikari. Sarutobi Eagle and Obito, ensure Rin's safety from the hidden Iwagakure shinobi." "And Moji?" Kakashi inquired gravely, recognizing the formidable Iwagakure warrior. "That will be my task," Takumi replied confidently. "That is unwise," Kakashi countered. "Your weapon produces too much noise, attracting the attention of the Kamikaze Bridge's guards." Though he did not specify the weapon, Obito and Rin were left perplexed. While Sarutobi Eagle understood, Kakashi referred to the powerful weapon that had felled 6 mist ninjas the previous night. Kakashi's words implied he believed Takumi was adept at ambush rather than direct confrontation, and battling Moji could lead to injury or worse. "No matter, I am the Thunderblade," Takumi declared with a confident smile. He had yet to encounter a ninja capable of withstanding a bullet from his formidable sniper rifle. All had met their demise without exception. However, He did not intend to utilize the gun in this battle. It was his ultimate trump card. To remain concealed from prying eyes and ambitions like those of Sarutobi Eagle, the third Hokage. Thus, he resolved to engage Moji with his swordsmanship, intending to vanquish him honorably. Today, the lightning slash shall be unveiled. Very well, Moji applauded, shedding his right sleeve to reveal muscles akin to granite. He drew a gleaming long blade. Its cold light sending shivers down the spines of onlookers, including Abido, who instinctively shielded Rin behind him. He recalled the first time he had seen that blade unsheathed, inflicting severe injury upon a special J-Nin level spy. Yet this adversary was different, stronger, and equally skilled in swordsmanship. As Takumi moved to a wide area of the expansive forest suitable for combat, Moji followed closely, observing each of Takumi's movements. Though he appeared casual, there was not a hint of vulnerability, instilling within him a sense of helplessness. Rather than deter him, it ignited a more profound battle fervor. Takumi, I have a strong feeling that by killing you, I shall transcend. In response, Takumi nodded earnestly, I feel the same. Recently, the system had awarded him an initial bonus, expert proficiency in lightning/33. With 3 tasks combined, it amounted to 99. Thus, should he defeat Moji, his lightning slash would ascend to the highest mastery level. Moji laughed heartily. Previously, he had feared Takumi might be significantly stronger and pose a great threat to him. However, hearing a similar sentiment reassured him that they were likely on equal footing, reducing the likelihood of his demise. His spirit soared, deepening his understanding of swordsmanship. Even before the battle commenced, such realizations hinted at an imminent upgrade to his technique, leading to the eventual defeat of Kato Takumi. Bolstered by newfound courage, Moji raised his sword and charged without hesitation. Thunderblade, grant me your might. With each step, he propelled himself off the ground, exponentially increasing his speed. As he approached the midpoint between them, he perceived the deafening roar of thunder, a sound birthed from his own supersonic velocity. The noise soon dissipated, for he was faster than sound itself. Though he felt the air's resistance intensifying, his speed continued to surge, seemingly boundless. With only 10 meters remaining to Takumi, Moji transitioned from a one-handed grip to a two-handed grasp on his sword, amplifying both his power and blade speed. Thunderblade. Behold the culmination of my 2 decades of mastery. Can you handle it? Chapter 24. The Inedible rations he yearned for a bowl of sustenance. The speed of the demon leech was astonishing, surpassing the speed of sound. His blade, augmented by this superlative swiftness, became almost inconceivably rapid. Akin to a flash of lightning or a clap of thunder, ephemeral yet brilliant. However, to Kato Takumi's discerning eye, it was not fast at all. The technique known as rapid slash possessed 3 characteristics, 2 of which pertained to speed. The activation feature enhanced Kato Takumi's J-Nin level physique, propelling his velocity to unprecedented heights, while the rapidity feature elevated the speed of his blade to an even loftier echelon. Empowered by both attributes, Kato Takumi exuded an air of confidence. The demon leech's blade transformed into a new moon, radiant and flawless, icy to the core, aimed directly at his neck. Kato Takumi gripped the hilt, and with a roar, his ninja blade emerged from its sheath, akin to a mighty dragon surging forth from the sea. Clang! The blade was drawn, and the new moon shattered. Faced with Kato Takumi's lightning-fast strike, the demon leech could only sense a slight obstruction before the motion became fluid once more. This sensation mirrored that of a swift blade cleaving through matter. It appeared that victory was his. As he passed Kato Takumi, turning his back, the corners of his mouth curled upward momentarily before falling back down. The blade in his grasp was incorrect. Only half remained. The other half traced a parabolic arc, landing before him, embedded deep into the fertile, soft earth. The demon leech's body came to a halt, utterly motionless. A tingling sensation enveloped his neck. Initially, there was no feeling, but soon an excruciating pain surged through his mind. He longed to scratch his neck, but dared not, for he knew it would fall away. His neck had been severed. However, due to the blinding speed and sharpness of his opponent's blade, his head remained intact. In that moment, he comprehended the terror that was Kato Takumi. They existed on entirely different planes of existence. Though he had previously beheaded 7 J-Nin, he would forever be incapable of claiming the 8th. Yet, rather than fear of death, the demon leech felt perplexity. Wasn't Kato Takumi renowned as the Thunder Blade? Why did his strike emit no sound? At such a level of swordsmanship, it was no longer sufficient to rely solely on sight to perceive the trajectory of an opponent's blade. One must also employ acute hearing. The tactile sensation of disturbed air against the skin, and occasionally, that enigmatic intuition. Kato Takumi's blade was not only too swift to be seen, but also devoid of any sound, leading to the demon leech's swift and decisive defeat. His demise was equally abrupt. The confrontation between the demon leech and Kato Takumi left both the Iwagakure and Konoha ninjas bewildered. Until their bodies intersected, Kato Takumi appeared unmoved. His position unchanged, his waistbound blade still. No one present could discern Kato Takumi's strike, yet all could clearly see the demon leech's blade had been severed. Lord Takumi has triumphed. Uchiha Abido exclaimed in astonishment. This marked the first instance he respectfully referred to Kato Takumi as Lord, and in that moment, he was thoroughly impressed. Yet, confusion arose as to why the combat had ceased. Just as he pondered this, the demon leech's head rolled away like a ball, blood gushing from the neck like a hot spring. Uchiha Obito stood frozen in shock, horror coursing through him. One blow had slain a Nin of a Wagakure. How formidable was Lord Takumi? Noera Rin covered her mouth in disbelief. The demon leech had fallen as easily as a chick before Kato Takumi's might. This was the second time she had witnessed such terrifying prowess. The first had been her teacher, Namikaze Minato. However, Minato relied on the seemingly unfair flying thunder god technique. Without it, even he would struggle to dispatch a Nin with such swiftness and decisiveness. Obito's and Rin's exclamations drew the attention of others. Sarutobi Asuma, wary of an ambush from a Wagakure's Nin, glanced at the demon leech and saw blood still spurting from the neck, causing him to shudder. How could one so swiftly slay a Nin? It had scarcely been a second. In that moment, Sarutobi Asuma was engulfed in panic, unable to feel joy at his ally's victory. Instead, fear overwhelmed him. Having witnessed the thunderous sound of the hidden weapon, he had coveted its power, believing Kato Takumi's combat prowess to be lacking, thinking him easy to handle. Yet, upon witnessing Kato Takumi's achievements, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, envisioning himself decapitated by Kato Takumi's blade. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows and observing Sarutobi Asuma, Ishii seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, he appeared behind Asuma, thrusting a kunai deep into his body. As he withdrew it, a spray of blood followed. Ishii pressed his attack, but Asuma, reacting just in time, fought back despite the pain. Not wishing to engage further, Ishii discarded the bloodied kunai and concealed himself once more, seeking another opportunity to strike. He was an honest man. Yet as a ninja, he resembled a crafty serpent, striking only when his prey revealed a vulnerability, executing a lethal blow without reckless aggression. However, the honest Ishii found himself in a fierce internal struggle. Should he take the risk to eliminate Sarutobi Asuma, who was already gravely wounded? No. He could not be sure of Asuma's hidden trump cards. Yet, Kato Takumi's strength had surpassed all expectations, swiftly dispatching the demon leech. He had freed his hands, and both he and Hikaru were at a disadvantage. He had to make a hasty decision, fight or flee. Should he hold out a little longer? Waiting for the guards stationed at Shinmuhibi Bridge to arrive and eradicate the Konoha ninjas? Without excessive deliberation, he resolved to stall until the guards arrived. At that moment, not only was the honest Ishii deep in thought, but the lightning blade at Sarutobi Asuma's waist was also wrestling with its own dilemma. Should he reveal himself to eliminate Sarutobi Asuma and then flee? It seemed that if the Konoha ninjas could not promptly deal with the two Nin, they would be ambushed and slaughtered by the approaching Iwagakure ninjas, throwing him into an unknown peril. Yet, Kato Takumi, that old silver coin, was well hidden. Who knew whether he possessed any secret weapons capable of dealing with a multitude of Iwagakure ninjas? Furthermore, the fact that he had not immediately unleashed his powerful hidden weapons to dispatch 3 Iwagakure ninjas suggested he was confident in his abilities. Perhaps it would be prudent to exercise caution. Kato Takumi, grant me a moment of strength. As he reflected on being a proud Nin of Kirigakure, having slain countless Konohagakure ninjas, he found it profoundly disheartening to be praying for the strength of an enemy half his age. It felt akin to consuming a repugnant meal. Suddenly reminded of sustenance, the lightning blade felt a pang of hunger. He had last eaten many hours ago, the exact number lost to time. He only recalled that his last meal was a meager portion shared with Kurabana. It had consisted of the Inedible rations. Now, he felt he could consume a bowl of those rations without complaint. He hoped the battle would conclude swiftly, allowing him to return to his human form and bring back crucial intelligence to his village, where he could indulge in a hearty meal. Yet for now, the Lightning Blade's sole task was to wait for the opportunity to eliminate Sarutobi Asuma and Kato Takumi and depart safely. Chapter 25, The Powerful Ninja Strikes on the Other Side. Kakashi and Hwagwang were engrossed in their fierce battle, oblivious to the exclamations of Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito. Kakashi unleashed his self-created A-rank lightning release technique, Chidori, striking continuously. Chidori, a technique of lightning release, manifested as a crackling sound akin to 1,000 birds singing, piercing the air with electricity. This technique not only activated Kakashi's body, enhancing his speed, but also boasted formidable attacking power. However, Hwagwang, an exceptionally seasoned jonin, adept in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, quickly discerned the flaws in Chidori, or rather, Kakashi's shortcomings. While Chidori bestowed upon Kakashi tremendous offensive capability and terrifying speed, this very speed was beyond Kakashi's neural response to control, rendering his attacks linear and lacking flexibility. Thus, Hwagwang deftly employed the body flicker technique, akin to a matador enticing a bull with a red cloth. Kakashi was the enraged bull, immersed in a relentless skirmish that gradually distanced them from the others. Soon, Kakashi recognized his own limitations and swiftly adapted his strategy, drawing a short blade left by his father, White Fang, for close combat. Yet, He soon realized that Chidori had depleted a significant portion of his chakra, reducing it by half. The weakened Kakashi and the still vigorous Huoguang exchanged blows, appearing intense, yet Kakashi's body was accumulating various wounds, while Huoguang remained unscathed. Panting heavily, Kakashi's arms trembled uncontrollably, barely able to grip the short blade. Huoguang, armed with a sharp dagger in each hand, launched a relentless assault. The pristine blades now stained crimson. The dire situation nearly plunged Kakashi into despair. Am I to perish? Though the battle had scarcely begun, it felt as though 20 days had elapsed. He profoundly understood a harsh truth. Not every leading jonin is like Minato Namikaze. If it were his teacher facing Huoguang, the latter would have already been vanquished. I am truly useless. Clang. The white fang short blade shattered under Huoguang's ceaseless onslaught. Reduced to scrap metal scattered on the ground. Kakashi, clutching the now weightless hilt, beheld Huoguang's cruel smile, his gaze chilling. Reminiscent of a seasoned hunter poised to strike down his prey, Huoguang raised his arms high, the daggers glinting ominously in the sunlight, exuding a metallic scent that reflected Kakashi's panic-stricken expression. As he widened his eyes, he watched the daggers descend swiftly, nearly severing the very fabric of space, faster than lightning. In his final moments, Kakashi's mind flashed with the faces of those dear to him, Noira Rin, Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito, his closest companions, and a blade. A sharp, long sword intervened, forcefully entering Kakashi's vision, reflecting in his mind. This blade was visible not only to Kakashi, but also to Huoguang. The daggers were a mere 5 centimeters from Kakashi's head, yet they were halted by the intervening sword. Huoguang exerted all his might. Every muscle in his body tensed, brimming with murderous intent, but that blade steadfastly elevated the daggers. He stared in disbelief, teeth clenched. How could this be possible? Just a hair's breadth away. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind, and to his astonishment, the seemingly doomed Kakashi thrust the broken sword towards Huoguang's abdomen. Harnessing the immense force from that blade, Huoguang propelled himself backward like a swift swallow. Dodging Kakashi's surprise attack, Huoguang became acutely vigilant. For he finally spotted the sword's wielder, Kato Takumi. Has he finally arrived? The maggot truly is worthless. If it weren't for the duel of swordsmanship, he could have endured much longer. Before Huoguang could voice further complaints, he was astonished to find Kato Takumi, who had been within sight moments ago, had vanished. While the injured Kakashi retreated to safety, landing on the ground, Huoguang assumed a defensive stance, slowly rotating his body to survey the surroundings, ears attuned to every sound. Every movement leaves its trace. Every whisper of the wind announces its passage. Nothing in this world can perfectly conceal a ninja's presence. Each strike disrupts the air, producing faint sounds, and each step reverberates through the earth, yielding subtle footfalls. Yet Kato Takumi appeared to be an exception. Huoguang sensed a pair of eyes fixated on his back. Every time he turned, those eyes followed suit, heightening his anxiety. It seemed he had become the prey. However, Huoguang remained unperturbed, a smirk of derision curling his lips. Thunderblade, your time is running out. We are merely 1,600 meters from the Guardian of the Divine Bridge, and they will arrive in no more than a minute and a half. Meanwhile, 30 seconds have already elapsed since our confrontation began, and you will need an additional 30 seconds to flee. At this point, his tone turned audacious. Thus, you have merely 30 seconds to battle me. So, cherish this moment. Oh, by the way, as I speak, another 20 seconds have passed, 21 seconds. Just as Huoguang was about to utter the third number, he suddenly detected the faint sound of footsteps behind him. He whirled around, a smile gracing his face, crossing his arms defensively. Yet, to his astonishment, he found nothing but emptiness. At that moment, Huoguang perceived a shadow silently enveloping him from behind, sending a chill down his spine. He thrust backward, but the motion was sharply interrupted by excruciating pain. It felt as if a block of ice had been thrust into his searing heart, breaking through his chest. A bloodied blade now in view. Huoguang gritted his teeth against the agony, grasping the ninja blade with bare hands, forcefully retreating while simultaneously slashing behind him. If I perish, you shall not survive either. In that instant, the ruthlessness of a ninja was vividly embodied within him. As Huoguang recklessly retreated, allowing the blade to penetrate deeper, Kato Takumi's expression remained cold and indifferent. The swift-cutting nature of Huoguang's technique surged his power beyond that of the gravely wounded Huoguang. He redirected the blade, shattering the heart. A horizontal cut. Huoguang's robust form was cleaved in two. Without pausing, Kato Takumi swung the blade, severing the head to prevent any information from leaking. The intelligence division of Konoha could extract information from the brains of the deceased through mind-reading techniques, and Iwagakure possessed similar capabilities. Not only was Huoguang subjected to this treatment, but so too was the maggot. In fact, every ninja slain by Kato Takumi, barring exceptional circumstances, had their heads rendered unrecognizable. Having concluded the battle at Huoguang's end, Kato Takumi hastened to another location. Kakashi had long since broken free, defending against the boulder assault. Since the boulder first appeared, injuring Sarutobi Hiruzen, it had not returned. Yet, none dared underestimate this Iwagakure Jonin, lacking Sharingan or Byakugan. Discerning the boulder's attack was exceedingly difficult. Even with Pakin, the ninja hound capable of scent detection, assistance was limited, for the boulder's camouflage technique concealed its scent. A formidable jonin capable of both invisibility and odorlessness moved like a phantom. Unless he chose to reveal himself, no one could detect his presence. Chapter 26, Little Mouse. I found you. We promptly retreated, as a multitude of enemies approached. Kato Takumi stood before the group, who were on guard against a potential ambush from Oishi. From a distance, he sensed the imminent presence of numerous ninjas. Yet, there was still that elusive ninja, capable of vanishing from sight, lurking nearby. Sarutobi, eagle warned with vigilance. Even now, his wounds remained unbandaged, still bleeding, as he had no time to tend to them while being wary of Oishi. Kato Takumi surveyed the surroundings and thought, with me here, he wouldn't dare show himself. His formidable confidence instilled a sense of security in the terrified crowd. Kato swiftly felled 2 elite ninjas, granting them the reassurance they needed to retreat. He chose to remain until the end, sneering contemptuously as he remarked, the rock ninjas are nothing but cowards. Not far off, Oishi stood poised, ready to leap behind Kato Takumi to deliver a fatal blow with just a single step. However, fear paralyzed him. He held his breath and slowed his heartbeat, terrified of being detected. He could not even dare to glance at Kato Takumi. Damn it, the intelligence department is utterly incompetent. Not a single piece of information about Kato Takumi was accurate. They claimed his perception was weak and that he relied on his teammate Hinata Yen for support. Yet he detected us before even the ninja hounds could. They described his swordsmanship as formidable, stating that the sound of his blade was akin to thunder, yet the cursed leech met his demise. The gravest error was underestimating Kato Takumi's strength. He is not merely an elite ninja, but an unparalleled force. Oishi's eyelids drooped, and it was only when he caught a glimpse of Kato Takumi's disappearance from his peripheral vision that he finally exhaled in relief. Phew, I'm finally safe. This ninja business is no job for humans. Fortunately, I am sufficiently honest and patient. Just as he relaxed, a mocking voice echoed in his ear, Little Mouse. I found you. Startled, Oishi's heart raced as he instinctively activated the body flicker technique, leaping towards a towering tree. The moment his feet left the ground, a ninja blade materialized before him, sunlight gleaming off its surface, blindingly bright. Instinctively, he wanted to shut his eyes, but he widened them instead. Clang. Oishi thrust a shuriken to intercept the ninja blade, sending sparks flying. Kato Takumi, employing death skill, redirected the blade, and with lightning speed, drove it into Oishi's heart. In a swift motion, he then decapitated him. Thud. Oishi's lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground. 3 down, Kato Takumi noted, sheathing his blade and storing Oishi's head in a sealing scroll, placing it against his chest. He was intrigued by Oishi's camouflage technique. It was a perfect complement to the silent body flicker technique. Raising his gaze towards the direction of the kamikaze bridge, he clearly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. They arrived remarkably swiftly. Kato Takumi vanished from his position, leaving only echoes resonating through the forest. Shortly thereafter, 30 rock ninjas rushed to the scene. Captain Susumizashi. It's the body of Nin Oishi, one rock ninja said solemnly, pointing to the headless corpse. Susumizashi examined the body, fists clenched tightly, glaring at Oishi's remains, struggling to suppress his fury and regain composure. The enemy's strength was formidable. They had struck Oishi's heart with a single blow and then severed his neck. The minimal signs of struggle indicated that Oishi had been utterly overwhelmed, with no chance to retaliate. He noticed the fallen shuriken on the ground, picked it up, and traced the scratches on it thoughtfully. Let us mourn. Prepare to collect Nin Oishi's remains. Yes, replied a rock ninja, efficiently placing Oishi's body into a body bag. Soon, they followed the scent of blood and discovered yet another corpse. Susumizashi gazed down at the severed blade and solemnly stated, this belongs to Nin Majiru. How could this be? The crowd erupted in murmurs. Majiru's prowess in swordsmanship was among the elite. His blade not only sharp, but remarkably sturdy. How could it be broken? A keen-eyed middle-aged rock ninja pointed to Majiru's neck, analyzing. Look, the wound is smooth and diagonal, matching the marks of the severed ninja blade. This indicates that the enemy first broke his blade before swiftly decapitating him. The enemy's swordsmanship is astonishingly lethal, reminiscent of Konoha's White Fang. The middle-aged rock ninja, seasoned and well-traveled, found the level of swordsmanship displayed today to be exceedingly rare. Before long, the rock ninjas discovered another corpse, this time belonging to H-Ka. His demise elicited gasps of shock. H-Ka was one of the strongest among the elite ninjas. How could he have fallen so swiftly? It appeared that his death, like the previous two, was at the hands of the same assailant. All the rock ninjas were now gripped by a profound sense of dread. From the moment they sensed the battle to their arrival, less than a minute and 30 seconds had passed. In such a brief interval, merely enough time to sip tea and exchange a few words, 3 elite ninjas had perished. Could it be the Yellow Flash? Someone whispered. It is said he moves with incredible speed, appearing in various battlefields like a ghost. H-Ka and the others likely encountered him. Only someone capable of using the Flying Thunder God technique could eliminate 3 elite ninjas in such a short span. Susumizashi shook his head, analyzing. Based on the evidence at the scene, the enemy consists of 5 individuals, one of whom wields a blade and is the strongest. It was this sword-wielding ninja who killed Ka and the others. Namake's Minato is not renowned for his swordsmanship, hence it cannot be him. Another suggested. Could it be Konoha's White Fang? Rumors had circulated that he had died by suicide. Yet how could such a pinnacle figure in the ninja world have taken his own life? It was more likely he had faked his death and was secretly orchestrating events from the shadows. That makes sense, some rock ninjas agreed. What if it were Thunderblade? He is reputed to be the most skilled sword-wielding ninja of the younger generation in Konoha. Impossible. His swordsmanship is distinctive. The sound of his blade is thunderous and creates a significant racket. Captain Susumizashi refuted, stating it did not align with the current circumstances. He took a deep breath. Addressing the group, this enemy is exceptionally powerful. They are likely from Konoha, sent to disrupt the Kamikaze Bridge. We must fortify our defenses and ensure that Konoha's scoundrels do not exploit any weaknesses. Thus, we shall return and safeguard the Kamikaze Bridge. I trust that with Konoha's current forces, they cannot dispatch too many powerful ninjas for an assault. Our defensive ninjas number in the hundreds. Even if the enemy has one strong individual, what can they accomplish? If they dare approach, we shall ensure they return from whence they came. Indeed, the rock ninjas regain their confidence. Even if the enemy is strong, they are but one. A mere Konoha ninja cannot possibly face 100 of us. The rock ninjas turned and advanced towards the Kamikaze Bridge. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble erupted from the direction of the bridge. This is bad. We've fallen for a diversion. Susumizashi exclaimed, realizing that Konoha's scoundrels were attacking the Kamikaze Bridge. As he spoke, the rock ninjas quickened their pace. A few hundred meters away, atop a large tree, Kato Takumi observed the retreating figures of the rock ninjas, stroking his chin in contemplation. Konoha? No one informed me of another wave assaulting the Kamikaze Bridge. Or is it that diligent Namake's Minato at work? Perhaps it is other ninja villages ninjas seeking to sabotage the rock ninjas? At that moment, he noticed a white humanoid figure emerging from the spot where the rock ninjas had just departed, peering around cautiously before vanishing. White Zetsu, even witnessing it firsthand. It's hard to believe someone possesses such remarkable stealth abilities. The appearance of White Zetsu signifies that Uchiha Madara is closely monitoring the situation here, truly a troublesome old man. After gathering intelligence, White Zetsu directly infiltrated a nearby underground base. He approached an elderly man, frail and with thinning hair, to report the circumstances. Lord Madara. The plan has failed. Due to Kato Takumi's interference, 3 IWA shinobi have been slain. Seated on a stone chair, Madara shifted uncomfortably, the tubes connecting to the outer path golem causing him distress. After a moment of readjustment, he finally spoke, a trivial matter. Amir Kato Takumi is no match for Hashirama. What shall we do next? White Zetsu inquired, tilting his head in confusion. He heard only a single word in response. Wait. Shouldn't they eliminate Kato Takumi directly? White Zetsu wondered. A few more White Zetsu should suffice. Madara fell silent for a moment, gazing at the multitude of elderly Zetsu and the withered bodies reduced to mere skin. A life sustained by mere existence. The underground base was enveloped in silence. After a lengthy pause, Madara reiterated the word, wait. Were it his youth, he would never resort to such trivial tactics, nor would he fear exposure. But times have changed. Concerned that White Zetsu's empty mind might not grasp his intent, he elaborated. No individual or plan is flawless. Once they reveal their separation, we shall act again. Chapter 27. I led a band of underlings to dance on the graves. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, blocking the panicked escape of Sarutobi Eagle. Sarutobi Eagle drew his kunai, adopting a defensive stance. Upon discerning the figure, he exhaled in relief. Captain Takumi, do not frighten me. Just practice more if you lack skill. Kato Takumi did not return Sarutobi Eagle's amiable tone, harboring doubts about the legitimacy of Sarutobi Eagle's promotion to Jonin. Suspecting it was purchased with money from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. His performance in this mission paled in comparison to the newly promoted Jonin, Kakashi, who had suffered an ambush from a boulder at the outset. Although he did not hinder the mission, he could only be regarded as a superfluous participant. Suppressing his rage, Sarutobi Eagle refrained from retaliating, secretly vowing, once I acquire your hidden weapons, I shall show you the consequences. A mere civilian ninja dares to disrespect me. A Jonin of the Sarutobi clan, utterly disregarding the third Hokage. Regaining his composure, he inquired, what of the IWA Nin behind us? Are they pursuing? Despite his belief that Kato Takumi lacked social acumen, he could not deny his formidable abilities. The IWA Nin have retreated to defend, Kato Takumi replied, his tone indifferent. For now, we shall rest and attend to our wounds. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they relaxed their tense bodies. Lin, quickly bandage me. Sarutobi Eagle commanded Noira Rin. She cast him a glance, tossed a roll of bandages to Uchiha Obito, and instructed, Obito, you take care of it. Subsequently, she began to undress Kakashi, cleanse his wounds, and apply the bandages. Observing his companions, Kato Takumi felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, longing for the support of his true brother, Hinata Hayashi. As he tended to his wounds, the system notification chimed in his mind. Having survived a significant crisis. Reward granted. B-rank ninjutsu, rapid slash. Proficiency increased from 33 to 50. A mere 13 points of proficiency gained. How disappointing. No, it is not that the others are inept. It is merely that I am exceptionally strong, rendering typical jonin threats inconsequential. Kato Takumi recalled his departure from Konoha, when even a mere chunin like Miss Reina posed a life-threatening challenge. Yet now, 3 jonin posed little danger. This stark contrast illustrated the extent of his growth. Rapid slash. Though merely a B-rank ninjutsu, wielded power that transcended its classification, akin to the might of lightning release chakra mode. Kato Takumi eagerly anticipated witnessing the prowess of his master-level rapid slash. However, the presence of Uchiha Obito left him feeling profoundly insecure. He ruminated on the battle with the trio from Hikari, pondering the peculiar circumstances. Typically, even reconnaissance missions would not necessitate the deployment of 3 jonin, as it would severely diminish the defense of Kannabi. Yet, such absurdity had occurred. I refuse to believe that Uchiha Madara is not behind this. According to the original timeline, Obito had already faked his death, and Kakashi had awakened his Sharingan. However, my presence has altered the course of events. What will the future hold? Will Obito still succumb to darkness? Leaning against a great tree, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I were Uchiha Madara, I would never relinquish control over a puppet as exceptional as Obito. Even in the face of minor setbacks, I would seek to regain control. As Kato Takumi pondered, he furrowed his brow. It seemed that Uchiha Madara's underground base lay nearby. The location where Obito was trapped beneath the boulder marked the entrance to Madara's lair. Damn it, I cannot shake the feeling that I am leading a band of underlings to dance on a grave. Noticing Takumi's furrowed brow, Kakashi inquired, Captain Takumi, are you troubled by the upcoming mission? I can still fight, he asserted. So can I, Sarutobi Eagle chimed in. Kato Takumi cast a surprised glance at Sarutobi Eagle. I thought you were preparing to play dead. Sarutobi Eagle lowered his head, concealing the murderous intent in his eyes, thinking, you won't be able to prance around much longer. Ignoring Sarutobi Eagle's complex emotions, Kato Takumi outlined a subsequent plan. Given the situation, the defenders at Kannabi are numerous, and our battle will only fortify their defenses. Consequently, the underpowered Rin and Obito, along with the severely injured Kakashi, are unfit for such a perilous task. He regarded the trio without hesitation, stating, you have become a liability. Thus, you shall retreat while Sarutobi Eagle and I infiltrate. A smaller target increases the likelihood of success. I oppose this, Sarutobi Eagle immediately countered, pointing at Kakashi and the others. Even if they are burdens, they can serve to distract the Iwanin forces. You bastard, Obito, who had just bandaged Sarutobi Eagle, angrily jabbed a finger at him, exclaiming, you would treat your teammates this way? You wish for us to be cannon fodder. I refuse. Although he acknowledged that ninjas are tools for missions, he would never accept being expendable, sacrificing himself in vain. Kakashi bore 8 knife wounds, his garments soaked in blood, and was on the brink of losing consciousness. Without urgent treatment, his condition would only worsen. Rin, a frail medical ninja, lacked combat capability. Forcing them to attract Iwanin attention in such circumstances would mean certain death. Obito, as a shinobi of Konoha, remember that the mission takes precedence. Sarutobi Eagle admonished from a superior position. Obito was rendered speechless by the anger, fully aware that Sarutobi Eagle's words were irrefutable. Sarutobi Eagle pressed on, young one. The moment you became a ninja, your life ceased to belong to you. It now belongs to Konoha. Moreover, we are in a critical period of conflict. Kannabi must be destroyed. If there is even the slightest chance, I would willingly sacrifice myself. He then turned to the pallid Kakashi, stating, Kakashi, your father, Hatake Sakumo, failed a mission to save his comrades, resulting in catastrophic losses for Konoha. I trust you wouldn't repeat such folly. If your actions lead to the failure of this mission, the repercussions would far surpass the consequences of your father's failure. Do not presume that Minato or even the 3rd Hokage could save you. The best outcome would be to become a disgrace to ninjas, imprisoned for life, or transformed into mere experimental fodder. Gazing at Sarutobi Eagle, Kakashi remained silent, his heart in turmoil. For 6 long years, he had grappled with the question of whether the mission or his comrades held greater significance. Today, he truly comprehended the choice his father had faced. Should they fail the mission, the Iwanin would continue their assault, invading the land of fire, wreaking havoc and destruction without end. Conversely, should they succeed, his companions, Uchiha Obito and Noero Rin, whom he had shared countless days and life-threatening experiences with, would likely perish. Chapter 28. The most universal law of the ninja world. Kakashi and Obito, no matter what decisions you make, I will support you. Lin's sweet smile radiated as she gazed at Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Lin, the two exclaimed in unison, turning to the blushing girl. Despite the impending darkness of the future, she unwaveringly supported them, regardless of right or wrong. An emotion named gratitude blossomed within their hearts. Sarutobi Yahiko looked at the trio with a smug grin, thinking, You little brats, you're too naive to play this verbal game. He then turned to Kato Takumi, preparing to speak, only to receive a resounding slap across the face. A blood-red handprint cruelly marked the face of the J-nin. What are you doing? Sarutobi Yahiko shouted in exasperation, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. They were all J-nin, and this blatant disrespect was unexpected. Kato Takumi, with a cold demeanor, retorted, "Are you done with your nonsense? Now we must proceed with the mission." Kakashi and his companions swiftly followed the plan to retreat. Sarutobi Yahiko's eyes widened in disbelief. Had his words been nothing but empty chatter, entirely disregarded? Do you have an objection? Kato Takumi revealed a blade-like glimmer in his eyes. Indeed, I do. Sarutobi Yahiko shot back angrily. I suspect you fear they might perish and provoke the wrath of Namake's Minato. That's why you insist on their departure. No one had dared to slap him before, not even his parents. Kato Takumi chuckled softly, stating, I am the leader of this mission. Moreover, I could end your life with a single strike. His voice was gentle, yet it pierced Sarutobi Yahiko's ears like a blade. He lowered his head and responded solemnly, yes. In his moment of arrogance, he had forgotten the most universal law of the ninja world. Might makes right. Witnessing Sarutobi Yahiko, who had just strutted about like a proud rooster, now cowering under Kato Takumi's imposing presence, Kakashi and his companions exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Kato Takumi addressed Kakashi. You once inquired whether the mission or comrades were more important. I had promised to reveal my answer upon the mission's conclusion. Now seems a more fitting moment. What is your answer? Kakashi, with eyes like stars, eagerly asked, what is your answer? He had awaited this moment for quite some time. Lin and Obito leaned in, fully attentive. Comrades, Kato Takumi declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Kakashi trembled, a storm brewing in his mind. By the time he regained his composure, Kato Takumi had vanished, along with Sarutobi Yahiko. Thank you immensely, Takumi-sama. Kakashi shouted with all his might, but the already distant Kato Takumi did not hear him. At that moment, Kakashi failed to notice the hint of joy that flickered across the countenance of the white Zetsu hidden beneath the ground, who then stealthily slipped away. The sound of rushing water, akin to a stampede of horses, reached Kato Takumi's ears, yet it did not disturb his keen observation. On the opposite bank of the Kamigawa Bridge, an intense battle was unfolding, with dozens of rock ninjas surrounding a robust figure clad in lightning armor. Neither powerful ninjutsu nor weapons could inflict harm upon him. The lightning armor was remarkably sturdy, and few in the ninja world could shatter it. This lightning armor was renowned, instantly recognizable to all who laid eyes upon it. Lightning release chakra mode. Kato Takumi's gaze ignited with fervor as he beheld the figure across the river. A coveted ninjutsu that every ninja aspired to possess. A fragile ninja donning the lightning release chakra mode transformed into an impervious armored warrior. While the swift slash technique also enhanced one's defense, it paled in comparison to the specialized lightning release chakra mode. I must acquire it, Kato Takumi vowed silently within himself. Why is the Raikage candidate here? Sarutobi Yahiko inquired, curiosity piqued. Logically, the Raikage candidate should be engaged in battle with the rock ninjas in the land of lightning, not traversing thousands of miles to appear here. The Raikage candidate was none other than the future fourth Raikage, who had already been recognized as the heir to the Raikage position. Kato Takumi pondered. Perhaps he came to gather intelligence and could not resist engaging the rock ninjas upon encountering them. The Raikage candidate was known for a fiery temperament, especially after the rock ninjas had invaded his homeland, naturally fostering deep-seated animosity. Previously, Suma had not pursued them but had hastened back to Kamigawa Bridge, likely due to his influence. That makes sense, Sarutobi Yahiko agreed. Kato Takumi observed the rock ninjas converging on the Raikage's candidate atop the Kamigawa Bridge, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Now is the perfect opportunity. While they battle fiercely above, we shall affix explosive tags beneath the bridge. We shall reap a great reward without effort. Saying this, Kato Takumi retrieved the 300 explosive tags left by Namake's Minato before his departure. Each tag possessed power equivalent to an A-rank fire release technique. I'll give you 50, 40 will suffice. Kato Takumi counted out the tags and handed them to Sarutobi Yahiko. Sarutobi Yahiko accepted the thin stack of explosive tags, his gaze lingering on the thicker stack remaining. Is this all you're giving me? You still have 260 left. Will you even use them all? Are you teaching me how to do my job? Kato Takumi's threatening words quelled Sarutobi Yahiko's thoughts. After counting out 40 more explosive tags, Kato Takumi concealed the remaining 220. 80 tags, each equivalent to an A-rank fire release technique, were more than sufficient to obliterate Kamigawa Bridge. The rest would serve as compensation. Each tag was worth at least 30,000 Ryo, equating to approximately 15,000 RMB. Let me calculate. 220 multiplied by 15,000 equals. Kato Takumi felt a surge of happiness. If only there were paper and a pen here, he would jot down 2 phrases. I have become wealthy. The constraints of Konoha make me unhappy. Konoha's favorability -1. Current favorability 55. Only 55 points away from defection. Boom. The battle atop the bridge raged on. Below, 2 cunning figures quietly emerged. You'll detonate on the opposite bank. I'll handle this side. Kato Takumi naturally assigned Sarutobi Yahiko to the more perilous position closer to the combat. Understood. Sarutobi Yahiko noted this in his mind. Soon, the two affixed the explosive tags and ignited them simultaneously. Two fiery blasts erupted from beneath the Kamigawa bridge, engulfing both ends. With a resounding crash, the bridge collapsed. The Raikage candidate and the rock ninjas engaged in battle were inevitably affected, plummeting into the river below. Observing the two conflagrations, Kato Takumi remarked, "You haven't used all your explosive tags. Hand the excess to me." "Yes," Sarutobi Yahiko begrudgingly replied, extracting 10 explosive tags with great reluctance. "Good." Kato Takumi nodded with satisfaction, feeling as if he had received 2 years' worth of salary in one go. Sarutobi Yahiko exhaled deeply, concealing his murderous intent within. He strongly suspected that if he revealed even a hint of malice, Kato Takumi would eliminate him on the spot. In the early days after leaving Konoha, Kato Takumi had appeared cold yet warm-hearted, offering considerate warnings in the face of danger. However, as time passed, Sarutobi Yahiko discovered that Kato Takumi was not merely cold on the outside. His heart was even colder, indifferent to the lives of others once he had issued his warnings. Now, he realized once more that Kato Takumi possessed an audacious nature. Perhaps his earlier displays of kindness were merely a fade for his frigid heart. Chapter 29. Your life is mine. To take the thunderous roar of an explosion echoed across the sky, shaking the very earth for miles around. Several kilometers upstream from the Kaminaraman Bridge, Kira, Mei, and Ao, who had been tailing the Konoha ninjas, gazed at the rising flames with a shared sigh of disbelief. This group had truly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, encountering a battle between the Raikage's successor and the IWA ninjas, and seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. The entire sequence unfolded clearly through Ao's telescope. Initially, the Raikage's candidate clashed with the IWA ninjas for reasons unknown, leading to an eruption of conflict, during which Kato Takumi and Sarutobi seized their chance. What should have been an arduous endeavor concluded dramatically, attributed solely to luck. Konoha's fortune was indeed remarkable. Kira Mei contemplated attributing this event to metaphysical forces. However, it seemed that Kato Takumi and Sarutobi had exhausted their luck. Through the lens of the telescope, she observed a streak of lightning shooting skyward, darting into the forest along the path taken by Takumi and Yu. Indeed, Ao also spotted the lightning figure. Sarutobi was merely an ordinary J-nin, while Kato Takumi, slightly superior, was still only at the level of an elite J-nin. Far from the caliber of the Raikage's successor, the two were unlikely to escape the clutches of danger. What should they do next? Ao had grown accustomed to posing this question to the enchanting maiden. Kira Mei replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, we must return to the hidden mist village. With the Kaminaraman Bridge destroyed, the war between IWA and Konoha has temporarily ceased, allowing Konoha a moment to breathe. The elders in the village must be itching to mobilize. They will not grant Konoha any respite and must strike decisively to crush it. At that point, the land of whirlpools will serve as our base for advancing into the land of fire, pressing forward without hesitation." Ao nodded in agreement, then inquired, "What about the lightning blade? He is still alive." In the grand scheme, the lightning blade was insignificant, not affecting the overall situation. Kira Mei waved her hand dismissively, asserting that even if issues arose, Elder Jin would assist them in resolving them, as he excelled in such matters. After hearing this, Ao resumed peering through the telescope. Although he could no longer see Takumi and Yu, he envisioned a scenario where the lightning blade suddenly appeared, eliminating Sarutobi before turning on Kato Takumi. Following the destruction of the Kaminaraman Bridge, Kato Takumi and Sarutobi swiftly vacated the scene, heading towards the rendezvous point agreed upon with Kakashi and the others. They had not forgotten about the Raikage's candidate, though he was not as formidable as his father. The third Raikage, he was undeniably a monstrous ninja in his own right, with speed and strength that ranked among the best in the ninja world. Simply falling from a height into a river would not suffice to eliminate him. They might not even manage to wound him. After advancing 3 kilometers, they suddenly heard a piercing sound of thunder behind them. The Raikage's candidate was in pursuit. Kato Takumi made a quick judgment. Shadow clone technique. He immediately created a shadow clone, stating, "The mission has concluded. Until we meet again." With that, the two Takumi figures vanished like lightning, leaving no trace. "Bastard. Abandoning me in a time of danger." Sarutobi exclaimed in exasperation, also producing a shadow clone to flee in different directions. "I refuse to believe I can be this unlucky. A 1 in 4 chance cannot possibly land on me." However, it wasn't long before you noticed the thunderous sound behind him growing increasingly distinct and jarring. "Little mouse, where do you think you're running?" A colossal figure, wreathed in lightning, descended from the heavens, crashing down before Sarutobi. The Raikage's candidate cracked his neck, a cruel grin spreading across his face as he beheld the panicked Konoha J-nin. Seeing his opponent's refusal to flee only intensified his malicious smile. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sarutobi unleashed his family's secret technique. This move was incredibly powerful. The more chakra infused into it, the greater the intensity of the flames. Unlike ordinary fire techniques that could not incinerate a person, even a genin caught in this attack would be reduced to ashes in an instant. In the future, this technique would be employed by the Sarutobi clan's ninjas against the Tin-Tails, its power ranking among the most formidable of fire techniques. As the roaring flames surged towards him, the Raikage candidate did not flinch. With a mere punch, he obliterated the fire. The force of his blow continued unabated, shattering a skull in a horrific spectacle. Genin, merely ants. Before the mode of lightning release chakra, all were but insignificant. The Raikage candidate spat on the corpse. Scum, you dare scheme against me? With a resounding boom, a crater formed where he stood, and the Raikage candidate plunged into the forest. And another scum, what was his name? Lightning Blade? I shall see if he dares to wield his blade before the progenitor of lightning. After the Raikage candidate departed, a short blade nestled in Sarutobi's corpse twitched slightly, transforming into a shadowy figure clad in black. It was the Lightning Blade. He flexed his limbs and laughed heartily. At last, I am free. Heh. It is time for my performance to begin. In the midst of his speech, he morphed into Sarutobi-use likeness. Kato Takumi, do not die too easily. I shall come for your head. After a period of searching, the Raikage candidate discovered his second target in a grassy clearing. However, the calm demeanor of the opponent suggested he was waiting specifically for him. The Raikage candidate leaped from the forest, crashing down like a meteor. Lightning Blade. You are quite impressive. Just this level of audacity surpasses that of most ninjas. As he surveyed the Raikage candidate, crackling with lightning, Kato Takumi scrutinized him unapologetically. Feeling the strange gaze upon him, the Raikage candidate felt uncomfortable, as if he were merely a commodity being inspected. Then, a remark ignited his fury. Indeed, you make for a fine hanger. A hanger? You dare call me a hanger? The Raikage candidate roared, his eyes wide, as the lightning armor formed by his lightning release chakra flickered with intensified brilliance. Kato Takumi nodded earnestly. You are the perfect hanger for the lightning release armor. I have my sights set on your power. Your life is mine to take. The Raikage candidate had never encountered such arrogance, such ignorance of the world, in a ninja. As he spoke, his fist, the size of a cauldron, swung towards his opponent's head. The previously formidable fire technique shattered under the weight of this punch, which appeared simple but was something even most elite genin could hardly evade. In response to this attack, Kato Takumi unleashed his utmost speed, executing dozens of slashes in the blink of an eye, each capable of effortlessly slaying genin like the leeches. Yet against the Raikage candidate's fist, he found himself utterly impotent. Kato Takumi watched in astonishment as his rapid slashes merely broke a portion of the lightning armor, failing to even graze the electrified fist. He recoiled a few steps, marveling. The lightning release chakra mode is indeed extraordinary. Not only is its learning difficulty rated at B, but its power rivals that of S-rank defensive techniques. My lightning release chakra mode? The Raikage candidate was incensed with laughter. He swung his fist again, but this time his opponent transformed into smoke, leaving behind the words, until we meet again. Until we meet again, my foot. I intend to see you dead today. The Raikage candidate, unaware that he had been outmaneuvered by a shadow clone, frantically searched the surroundings, but alas, no trace remained. Given Kato Takumi's capabilities, unless he chose to reveal himself, the Raikage candidate would have no hope of locating him amidst the vast forest. It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 30. Encountering the unsuitable. Having survived a life and death crisis, Kato Takumi received an enhancement, B-rank ninjutsu, swift slash. Proficiency upgraded from expert level 50 to 100. Upon hearing the clear announcement of having navigated through such peril, a smile crept upon Kato Takumi's lips, filling him with elation. Indeed, the iron golem of the hidden cloud village possessed a simplistic mind, easily shaken off by his deft maneuvers. However, the lightning shadows candidate proved formidable. His full-powered strike had inflicted not a shred of damage. Yet, this was fortuitous. The greater his strength, the more formidable the lightning release chakra mode, yielding greater rewards for Takumi. Soon, another notification echoed in his mind. Mission accomplished. The cumulative rewards for 3 tasks included Swift Slash, with proficiency rising by 300. B-rank, Ninjutsu, Swift Slash, Expert Level 1, 100 Expert Level 100, 100 Master Level 66, 100. A torrent of experiences regarding Swift Slash flooded Takumi's consciousness, elevating his prowess significantly. He estimated that should he encounter the Lightning Shadow candidate again, though victory might still elude him, he would be capable of breaching the defenses of the Lightning Release armor. Simultaneously, insights from Swift Slash regarding the silent and activation characteristics surged his proficiency in the Silent Body Flicker technique. Silent Body Flicker technique, Expert Level 10, 100 Master Level 1, 100. Richly rewarded. Kato Takumi leisurely proceeded through the expansive forest after dispatching 3 tasks requiring 7 days of survival, contemplating his forthcoming plans. The mission in the Land of Grass was essentially complete, with only minor follow-ups remaining, posing little danger. However, considering that the mist-hidden village might soon launch an assault on the Land of Fire, and that the wars among other great nations against the Land of Fire had yet to conclude, the peril of the Third Great Ninja War continued to escalate. Thus, His foremost priority remained the enhancement of his strength. Since the silent body flicker technique and swift slash overlapped somewhat, he decided to temporarily set aside the former to prioritize upgrading the latter. Upon returning to Konoha, he would acquire an S-rank ninjutsu, ensuring his strength would perpetually grow without the need for constant missions. If opportunity arose, he would also seek to obtain the lightning release chakra mode. Lost in thought, Kato Takumi soon arrived at the designated meeting point with Kakashi and Appo's S-team. On the verdant lawn, he beheld Kakashi waving enthusiastically in the distance, accompanied by Minato, Namikaze, and the others, and he smiled warmly. Approaching, he inquired of the sunlit Minato, "How did the mission fare?" "Successfully completed," Minato replied, relieved that there were no significant losses prior to the mission's conclusion. With the war over, it was time for celebration. There was no need for sorrow to mar the atmosphere. "You've worked hard, Takumi," Minato expressed with gratitude. He had heard from Kakashi about the unexpectedly formidable defensive strength of the Rock Ninja, noting that merely patrolling around the Kamizumi Bridge were 3 elite Jounin teams. The Rock Ninja reinforcements, numbering in the dozens, were equally intimidating. Given such formidable defenses, Minato could scarcely fathom how Kato Takumi and his companion had accomplished their mission. Noting that Saratobi Eagle had not returned, he surmised that the situation was dire. No matter, this mission went smoothly, all thanks to the Lightning Shadow candidate. Kato Takumi recounted the events clearly. Minato and the others suddenly understood. So it was that iron golem, Minato chuckled, recalling how the fellow was rugged and resilient, impervious even to his Rasengan. During his mission, he had encountered the Lightning Shadow candidate and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Konoha had been abuzz with rumors of his miraculous victory over 2 opponents, but in truth, it had merely been a brief skirmish. Both the Lightning Shadow's impenetrable lightning release chakra mode and Killer Bee's tailed beast power were not easily vanquished, even by Minato. The group engaged in light-hearted conversation, and Kato Takumi realized that his brief absence had brought about complications. Uchiha Obito, displaying his double Tomo Sharingan, remarked, "Takumi-senpai, your departure brought us peril once more. We encountered 2 Jounin-level Rock Ninja, and after a fierce battle, under my astute leadership, we successfully exterminated them." He flaunted his double Tomo Sharingan proudly. "I have yet to hear of any Uchiha awakening double Tomo upon their first awakening," Minato replied, equally impressed. In reality, while a significant number of Uchiha existed, only a select few ever awakened the Sharingan in their lifetime. Even fewer could evolve from single Tomo to double Tomo through perseverance and hardship. Currently, there were only around 50 to 60 double Tomo Uchiha. As for the legendary triple Tomo, merely a handful existed. This illustrated the immense potential possessed by Obito, a potential that could be described as terrifying. "Congratulations, Obito," Kato Takumi said, feeling a tinge of envy. While he had been fortunate, Obito was similarly blessed. Had it not been for the interference of Uchiha Madara, Obito would have easily reached the level of a Kage through his own growth, perhaps even surpassing it. Then, he noticed that Kakashi had lost an eye, replaced with that of an enemy. Some destinies had shifted, while others remained unchanged. The futures of Obito, Kakashi, and Rin were still shrouded in uncertainty, filled with unknowns. Presumably, Uchiha Madara was reveling in his triumph, having initially sought a simpleton, only to discover a transcendent genius. Kato Takumi mused for a moment, instinctively reviewing the mission's progression in his mind. After his departure, Obito and the others had fortuitously encountered 2 rock-hidden Jounin. It seemed as though Jounin were as ubiquitous as cabbages, appearing at every turn. The 2 Jounin, instead of guarding the Kamizumi Bridge against the Lightning Shadow candidate, had ventured several kilometers away to trouble 3 mere children, which seemed amiss. As expected, Uchiha Madara was once again scheming. However, judging by his cautious demeanor, it appeared his circumstances were not favorable. Perhaps he could test him, to see if he could ensnare him. It was uncharacteristic of Kato Takumi to allow himself to be manipulated without retaliation. After a brief contemplation, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Saratobi Eagle. This fellow had demonstrated considerable luck, managing to evade the Lightning Shadow candidate's pursuit. He noticed the Lightning Blade, who in turn recognized him. The Lightning Blade also discerned Minato's presence. Wasn't he supposed to be supporting the front lines? How could he be here? Could it be that all the Rock Ninja were inept, slaughtered by the weakling Minato? This speculation sent a shockwave through him. He had heard tales of Minato's prowess, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Though he felt a pang of anxiety, his face remained plastered with a smile, feigning injury. "I'm back," he declared, patting his chest and exhaling a sigh of relief, adopting the tone of one who had narrowly escaped danger. At that moment, the Lightning Blade was internally distressed, feeling as though 1,000 wild horses were stampeding through his mind. "I came to kill, to achieve glory, not to walk into a trap. Stay calm, he reassured himself. "I have disguised myself as a blade for years, with ample experience in stealth. My transformation technique is flawless." Minato approached with a smile. Yet his gaze habitually scrutinized the Lightning Blade from head to toe. His keen eyes could see through the majority of disguises, and upon the first glance, He sensed that Saratobi Eagle was not an impostor. He quickly noticed the blood seeping from the wound on the lightning blade's back, inflicted by a surprise attack from a shuriken. Turning to Nara Rin, he commanded, "Rin, come assist Captain Saratobi with his wound." Chapter 31. I have infiltrated the enemy Lin. You must be more meticulous. Do not be as careless as the young Uchiha. The lightning blade, with an air of nonchalance, removed his clothing. "Oh, that hurts a bit. Please bear with it," Yawara Lin said gently. The haphazardly wrapped bandages revealed the handiwork of Obito. Obito cast a glance at the shape of the wound and subtly nodded at Minato Namikaze. A genuine smile flickered across Minato's face. The lightning blade spoke without reservation. "Do not attempt such trivial tests on me again. Had it not been for my fortunate circumstances, I might have perished." With that, he cast a fierce glare at Takumi Kato. Inwardly, the lightning blade felt a wave of relief. No one else is as cautious as I am. Thankfully, I anticipated the slight possibility of Minato's appearance and disguised the wound accordingly. Such meticulous execution is something only I could achieve. As soon as Minato departs, I shall take action. Takumi Kato smiled faintly, the sound of a notification echoing in his mind. Having just navigated a grave crisis, his rewards had increased. Mastery of Swift/ elevated from level 3 to level 10. Emerging from a dire situation, it seemed that Saratobi Eagle was not to be underestimated. The grave crisis indicated his intent to kill me, but he refrained due to Minato's presence. However, previously, Saratobi Eagle had not dared to assault me. Why now? Moreover, taking down 3 Jonin from a Wagakure had only presented me with one significant threat. Saratobi Eagle's strength alone was insufficient to pose such a dire danger. Therefore, this Saratobi Eagle must be an impostor, possessing strength comparable to an elite Jonin. With this realization, Takumi Kato began to ponder. Should he expose him immediately and eliminate him? No, his value had not yet been maximized. My own power is growing, and those capable of threatening me are dwindling. Consequently, my rewards will diminish as well. It would be prudent to keep this false Saratobi Eagle around for the time being, serving as a source of experience while I hone my skills. Finding a tool of elite Jonin caliber is no easy feat, especially considering the potential of Swift/. His resolve strengthened. Now, he awaited the conclusion of events. For the mastery of Swift/ would soon approach its zenith, yet further advancement requires additional proficiency. The previous leap from D rank to C rank, and then directly to B rank in swordsmanship, was due in part to the silent body technique, but primarily because of sufficient proficiency to elevate my swordsmanship to B rank. His current objective was to continue leveling up and to survive the Third Shinobi World War. The victory at the Battle of the Kamina Bridge thwarted Iwagakure's continued assault, and Minato's arrival also led to the demise of numerous Iwagakure shinobi. Together, these events completely dismantled Iwagakure's scheme to invade the Land of Fire via the Land of Grass. As key contributors, Takumi Kato and Kakashi's achievements had been submitted for evaluation at the Hokage's office. In the aftermath of the battle, a few surviving Konoha shinobi set up a temporary camp, awaiting the arrival of medical personnel from Konoha. The frontline commander from the Land of Grass, Yoshikawa Yekwan, who had participated in the brutal conflict, bore the burden of countless Konoha shinobi lost in battle. This weighed heavily on him, not from guilt over the deaths of his comrades, but from concern for his own future. In a disheveled state, he sat on a large boulder outside the camp, contemplating his future. As a civilian ninja, he had reached the elite Jonin level, having hit his peak with no further room for advancement. In terms of his career, he had ascended to the role of a commanding officer, yet following this battle, everything seemed lost. Although he had achieved military merit, the losses were too severe. You will bear the brunt of a hefty blame for the command failure that led to the sacrifice of hundreds of Konoha shinobi. A voice interrupted Yekwan's thoughts. He looked up to see Saratobi Eagle, a Jonin from the Saratobi clan. The mention of the Saratobi clan evoked thoughts of the third Hokage, and a glimmer of hope appeared on Yekwan's face. "Captain Saratobi, thank you for your support this time. But what did you mean by your earlier statement?" He understood that Saratobi Eagle approached him with a specific purpose, perhaps to provide a glimmer of hope for his career. The lightning blade regarded Yekwan, a keen observer of psychology, and recognized the man's obsession with power. "What I mean is that you will be blamed for the command errors that resulted in the deaths of numerous Konoha shinobi. This is the consistent nature of the higher-ups, always focusing on others' faults rather than their merits. Just look at the legendary White Fang, who had countless achievements yet met with an inexplicable demise, or Orochimaru, who was sidelined despite his significant contributions." He raised an eyebrow, taking delight in observing Yekwan's face, which shifted colors like a traffic light. Yekwan composed himself and replied coldly, "If you have come to mock me regarding this matter, then your purpose has been fulfilled. If you have something else to discuss, please be brief, as I have pressing matters to attend to." No one enjoys being ridiculed during their lowest moments in life, and he was no exception. The lightning blade sat beside Yekwan, amiably draping an arm around his shoulders and leaning in. "Commander Yekwan, your value has significantly diminished in the eyes of the higher-ups, with only your martial prowess remaining of interest. However, I possess a means to restore your immense value. Yekwan was not swayed by the lightning blade's words and retorted directly, but your method is undoubtedly dark and fraught with peril. He had no faith that Sarutobi Eagle had any altruistic intentions, choosing to approach him, an outsider, instead of seeking help from the Sarutobi clan. Haha. The lightning blade laughed heartily. Commander Yekwan, history shows that self-interest drives people. When we gain benefits, it naturally comes at the expense of others. His laughter abruptly ceased as he leaned in closer, whispering, I have uncovered the secret of Thunderblade. His 8 Jonin victories were all achieved through the use of hidden weapons. Hidden weapons? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yekwan's eyes as he grasped the implication. Hidden weapons could be mass-produced. The potential profit from weapons capable of slaying multiple Jonin was staggering, even capable of altering the course of war. You wish to seize Takumi Kato's hidden weapons, but lack the strength to do so, hence seeking my assistance, correct? Yekwan's tone was laced with anger. Do you think I am the kind of person who would harm my comrades? The lightning blade remained unfazed, recognizing that Yekwan was merely posturing in an effort to negotiate for greater benefits. Our Sarutobi clan is a family of integrity. Our clan leader is the 3rd Hokage. He will provide you with what you desire, and you will be thoroughly satisfied. My only demand is that Takumi Kato must die. Upon hearing this, Yekwan did not dwell on the animosity between the two, but instead contemplated the feasibility of the proposition. Chapter 32. The enemy commander is my pawn. After a prolonged contemplation, he spoke slowly. Regarding the matter of the concealed weapon, I must verify it. Not a problem. I await your good news. The lightning blade was confident that Michimura Yawara would acquiesce to him. For one on the brink of drowning, the flicker of hope for survival is not easily relinquished. You must act swiftly. By tomorrow noon at the latest, the support team dispatched by the village to collect the deceased and tend to the severely wounded will arrive. At that time, with so many eyes around, it will be difficult to execute any plans. Moreover, Kato Takumi will soon return to the village. Once he is back, our opportunity will vanish. Michimura Yawara left without a word, her expression inscrutable, leaving the depths of her thoughts concealed. Haha. The lightning blade chuckled softly, murmuring, Kato Takumi. This time you won't escape my grasp. He departed from the large stone and returned to the camp. Much of his preparation was already complete, yet one task remained. Food. A hearty meal. After he had thoroughly left, 2 young ninjas emerged from behind a large tree. One was golden-haired and radiant. The other, clad in black, exuded calmness and composure. The handsome ninja in black heard a notification echo in his mind. Survived a moderate crisis, reward enhanced, master level swift, /proficiency 1013. Listening to the notification, Kato Takumi felt that the experience package provided by the lightning blade was quite substantial. In less than 2 hours, it had begun to yield experience points. It was foreseeable that a wealth of experience would continue to accumulate. Watergate, you heard what was just said. This Sarutobi A is either a thorough villain or a disguise for the other villages. Kato Takumi had been monitoring the movements of the lightning blade and had indeed uncovered some subtle actions, prompting him to invite Namikaze Minato to bear witness. Sigh. Namikaze Minato displayed a look of regret. Captain Sarutobi has veered off course. I wonder how Michimura Yawara will choose. If she cooperates, she becomes an accomplice and will face imprisonment or execution. If she remains silent, acting as if nothing occurred, her future is utterly doomed. If she exposes the truth, alas, the great 3rd Hokage will bear a grudge, ensuring she suffers in subtle ways. Were he in Michimura Yawara's position, he too would feel the weight of the dilemma. Regardless of the choice, none are favorable. I will report this to the Hokage. Namikaze Minato made his decision. Kato Takumi nodded slightly, and then said, regarding my concealed weapon, please refrain from spreading the word. In truth, he could have avoided involving Namikaze Minato altogether, but since the matter pertained to Michimura Yawara, it took on a different nature. After all, Michimura Yawara was still a frontline commander. Despite her promising future, she held a prominent position in Konoha. Any mysterious death or disappearance would undoubtedly prompt a thorough investigation. Most importantly, with Namikaze Minato present, any unusual occurrences would be easily detected. Thus, Kato Takumi chose to include Namikaze Minato in the affair. Namikaze Minato, being a reliable teammate, readily agreed. I will absolutely not disclose the matter of the concealed weapon, and I will also remind Kakashi and the others to keep it under wraps. However, it will not escape the attention of the Hokage and a few others. You must be mentally prepared for that. It's nothing, Kato Takumi dismissed. He had already calculated the situation before it unfolded. If even Kakashi, who merely played a supporting role in the battle at the Kamikaze Bridge, could earn a title of hero, he, as a primary participant, would surely attain the same. Moreover, his record of victories as a J-nin had already reached 12. As long as the Konoha higher-ups were not foolish, they would not pressure him excessively over the concealed weapon. Most crucially, they were entirely unaware of the weapon's true potency. They would not act without understanding its capabilities. Shortly after the lightning blade returned to the camp, he attended a small meeting with the remaining J-nin. Everyone, said Namikaze Minato, I have received a new mission from the village and will be departing shortly. Apologies. No need for that. Michimura Yawara smiled. We owe thanks to Minato for saving us in our time of need. Feigning concern, the lightning blade inquired, Minato, you just endured a fierce battle. And now you must undertake another task. Is this mission urgent? Please take care of your health. Namikaze Minato, aware of the lightning blade's probing for information, responded, I am headed elsewhere to carry out reconnaissance. Captain Saratobi, you are still injured. Do take care to rest. After exchanging pleasantries, Namikaze Minato departed the camp. Though he did not venture far, his exit was merely a ruse to create an opportunity for the two to act. Once the meeting concluded, Michimura Yawara and the lightning blade reconvened. Opportunity knocks, but once. We must act tonight. I will arrange for Kato Takumi to patrol outside, and we shall strike at the opportune moment. Is the verification complete? The lightning blade asked once more. Namikaze Minato's swift departure felt too coincidental, stirring a hint of worry in him that Michimura Yawara might betray him. Not yet, but if you deceive me, you shall learn the true cost of lies. Michimura Yawara's cold words suggested that should she ascertain any deceit on the lightning blade's part, she would not hesitate to bring them both down. This fierce resolve dispelled any lingering doubts within the lightning blade. I am not a fool who would risk everything out of hatred. Only astonishing benefits can compel me to undertake actions that transcend worldly rules. They deliberated further on their respective roles before parting ways. Time swiftly passed into the night. As the sweltering summer receded, the moon rose high in the sky. The coolness and warmth alternated, transforming the world. In the midst of a campfire, a whole roasted pig with a golden, crispy skin slowly rotated, emanating an enticing aroma. Under the envious gaze of Obito, Noara Rin smeared a generous piece of succulent leg meat with honey and offered it to Kato Takumi. Rin, I want some too. Obito exclaimed, mouth agape. With a slight smile, Noara Rin sliced another portion from the opposite side of the leg. Obito, watching Rin approach with a hefty bowl of fragrant meat, felt deeply moved and boasted to Kakashi beside him. Rin treats me the best. He extended his hand, eagerly awaiting the bowl. With a smile, Rin bypassed his outstretched hands and approached Kakashi instead. Her gentle voice floated into Obito's ears. Kakashi, this is for you. Obito felt a surge of irritation, his lips curling in discontent. Here you go. Kakashi, having declined the meat, passed it to Obito, quietly saying, thank you for saving me today. What? Obito thought he must have misheard. The aloof Kakashi actually expressed gratitude. Say that again, I didn't catch that. A radiant smile spread across Obito's face as he looked at Kakashi's flushed cheeks illuminated by the flames, finding him inexplicably endearing. He readily accepted the offered roasted meat. Kakashi rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him. Kakashi, this is where you went wrong. Obito teased. Today, I awakened my Sharingan and saved your life. Yet you remain so indifferent. Not even a Lord Obito will you utter. Before he could finish, he noticed Noara Rin handing roasted meat to Kakashi. At that moment, Obito found Kakashi utterly detestable, and the meat lost its appeal. A singular thought consumed him, to pin Kakashi down using his double Tomo Sharingan and give him a thorough thrashing. Rawr. He lunged forward. Chaos soon ensued. Watching the playful antics of the three, Kato Takumi observed the lively scene with amusement. Time flowed like water, reaching midnight. It was Kato Takumi's turn to patrol. Two figures would undertake the surveillance. He and Michimura Yawara. Chapter 33. The commander embraces darkness. The camp was enveloped by a vast expanse of lush forest. Kato Takumi and Miyamura Yoko walked side by side, meticulously navigating through the thicket, attuned to every subtle sound. Miyamura-senpai, the path you chose is quite arduous, Kato remarked, stepping carefully on the soft carpet of fallen leaves. Sensing the underlying tension in his tone, Miyamura Yoko maintained his composure, replying, the trails in the forest are notoriously difficult. Yet they can always be traversed, can't they? At 33 years of age, I reflect upon my tumultuous past. As a commoner, I lacked wealth, ninjutsu, and esteemed mentors. I was bereft of nearly everything. Upon graduation, I was thrust into the brutal Second Great Ninja War, living in constant dread. After enduring numerous life and death trials and achieving some merit, I finally acquired a modicum of ninjutsu and achieved a semblance of success. I believed my fortunes would soar, and my prowess would steadily ascend, yet reality proved me mistaken. Lacking an illustrious lineage, my potential was firmly capped at the level of an elite J-nin. I was engulfed in despair. Kato Takumi listened intently to Miyamura Yoko's words, resonating deeply with them. In the ninja world, one's fate is often dictated by familial ties, heritage, and background, with bloodlines determining the upper limits of strength. Just as Kagaya Otsutsuki, born with dual chakra, was destined to reign at the pinnacle of the ninja realm. Miyamura Yoko, renowned for his diligence in youth, stood shoulder to shoulder with the relentless Might Guy and Might Die. Regrettably, effort does not always yield reward. Miyamura's voice wavered as he stumbled through the woods, gradually distancing himself from the camp with Kato Takumi. After my despair, I discovered a new direction. I yearn for power. I aspire to establish my own clan. Yet, at this moment, I remain unmarried, and the dream of a family feels distant. My career has already crumbled. Takumi. You are the most exceptional ninja of the younger generation in our village. Can you guide me on what I should do? Kato Takumi smiled and gestured towards an approaching ninja. I believe he is well aware. Am I correct, Captain Saratobi? The lightning blade displayed an expression of surprise. It seems you knew I was coming. Miyamura Yoko was no fool. He had led Kato Takumi to this secluded location with intention. Unfazed, Kato Takumi distanced himself from Miyamura Yoko, and upon seeing the lightning blade, he understood their purpose. What purpose? The lightning blade drew a dark, abyss-like ninja sword from his back, the moonlight glinting off its blade as it absorbed the light. Miyamura Yoko also unsheathed his weapon, standing resolutely alongside the lightning blade to confront Kato Takumi. You intend to kill me. You guessed correctly, but unfortunately, there is no reward, the lightning blade replied with excitement. Eager for the harvest season, he glanced at his reliable accomplice, contemplating. The Leaf Village has indeed fallen. They can so readily turn on their own. With this thought, his spirits lifted further. Miyamura Commander, let us conclude this swiftly. Very well. Miyamura Yoko met the lightning blade's gaze and decisively struck. One thrust pierced the lightning blade's abdomen, followed by a flurry of strikes that drove deeper into his body. The lightning blade collapsed, disbelief etched on his face as he shouted. Why? Because of Kato Takumi. Miyamura Yoko replied, resigned. His record is not 8 elite J-nin, but 12. How can I contend with that? Besides, your plan was already uncovered by Takumi. At some point, Minato Namikaze had appeared. I see now. It was all part of your scheme. The lightning blade paled, spewing forth deep black blood. Kato Takumi harbored no surprise at Miyamura Yoko's actions. Minato, being a gentle soul, had approached upon learning of Miyamura's predicament. Soon, the lightning blade was subdued, revealing his true identity. Upon recognizing the unfamiliar face, Miyamura Yoko shuddered internally, realizing how close he had come to being ensnared by a spy. Had he made the wrong choice, he might have been escorted to Konoha for interrogation, potentially branded as a traitor. He cast a grateful glance at Minato and Kato Takumi. Though Takumi had not explicitly warned him, his gratitude toward Takumi was no less than that for Minato. Minato studied the lightning blade's features, recalling various intelligence reports before stating, "This must be the lightning blade. Takumi, your powers of observation are remarkable. He is indeed a mist ninja in disguise." Kato Takumi was equally intrigued, inquiring, "So the lightning blade I previously killed was a fake?" The lightning blade, now more subdued, sneered, "If it weren't for your good fortune, you would have never uncovered my operation. To speak frankly, there are 2 lightning blades. The one you killed was my apprentice. We have always masked for one another, obliterating every enemy in our path. However, perhaps our past sins have finally caught up with us." Still defiant, Kato Takumi mused, finding humor in the lightning blade's attempt to attribute everything to fate. If true causality existed, your village would surely come to your aid. After several inquiries yielded little information, they sealed the lightning blade's chakra and detained him. Once the ordeal concluded, Kato Takumi was once again greeted by the chime of an ascending reward. Surviving a great crisis warranted a boost. Mastery of rapid slash increased from level 13 to 30. A mere 90 points of proficiency remained, and he resolved to press on. Upon returning to Konoha, he wondered how much more proficiency the third Hokage could offer him. Though the matter of the lightning blade had reached its conclusion, the proficiency gained was less than anticipated. However, Kato Takumi was aware of a monumental experience package awaiting him. Uchiha Ibito. A confrontation with Ibito would yield immense rewards, potentially fulfilling the proficiency requirements for elevating rapid slash to an A-rank ninjutsu. With this thought in mind, he called out to Minato, who was preparing to depart. They sprinted several kilometers away, where Kato Takumi stated, "I have uncovered a significant issue." What issue? Following the battles at the Kimizumi Bridge and with the lightning blade, Minato had developed a profound respect for Kato Takumi, particularly for his keen insight. No adversary could hide from his gaze, and he was eager to learn of Takumi's discovery. Kato Takumi elaborated on the concerns surrounding the 3 J-nin from the magic leech and the 2 J-nin encountered alongside Ibito. "I suspect a hidden hand orchestrates these events. They are mere puppets." Minato's eyes widened in realization. He had sensed something similar, and hearing Kato Takumi's words intensified that feeling. "Takumi, I will investigate this matter thoroughly." This issue directly impacted the safety of his 3 disciples, and he was determined to uncover the truth. "I will also continue to seek leads," Kato Takumi affirmed, alerting Minato while laying the groundwork for his future plans. Besides, with Minato's formidable strength, he would be invaluable in confronting the aged Ibito. The following day, the logistics team dispatched by Konoha arrived at the battlefield, commencing cleanup operations and assisting severely injured personnel. Meanwhile, 3 harbingers of information hastily made their entrance. No, intelligence operatives. The formidable trio consisted of the analysis team leader, Yamashiro Haichi, alongside the adept Konoha members, Dekuro and H. Suki. Upon seeing Haichi, who sported a yellow ponytail, Kato Takumi's eyes lit up. "Captain Haichi, I have captured a significant figure. I require your assistance. Consider it done." In the mountains, Yamamoto Kaichi was still catching his breath. He had received news in the early hours of the morning that a member of the Umbu from the hidden mist village, known as Lightning Blade, had been captured, prompting him to hurry over without pause. He was now extremely fatigued, yet the excitement on his face was unmistakable. Takumi, for once you have behaved yourself. Habitually obliterating the enemy's heads is hardly a commendable practice, he chuckled. Kato Takumi, feeling a bit awkward, hastily shifted the topic. I need you to extract the training methods for his ninjutsu, Lightning Blade, and hand it over to me. Surely, this trivial task is not beyond your capabilities. Leave it to me, Yamamoto Kaichi boasted, thumping his chest in assurance. You have achieved a significant feat this time. The hidden mist village is isolated and shrouded in mystery. Our understanding of it is minimal. In the past, we apprehended a few mist ninjas, but their low ranks rendered them with scant knowledge. Lightning Blade, however, undoubtedly possesses a wealth of secrets. Afterward, I will commend you to the Hokage. Much appreciated, Kato Takumi replied, suddenly producing a severed head from a sealing scroll. This is the head of Oishi, a jonin from the Hidden Stone Village. Please also procure the training methods for his ninjutsu, camouflage technique. Consider it a mere trifle. Yamamoto Kaichi did not hesitate to agree. Chapter 34. The interplay of desire and nature. The systematic derivation of ninjutsu is intricately linked to two pivotal factors. The first is experience. The more experience points one expends, the more potent the derived ninjutsu becomes. The second is the materials utilized. The greater the variety of similar ninjutsu referenced, the more formidable the resulting technique. The Lightning Blade serves as the reference jutsu that Kato Takumi intends to employ for his ascension to the swift strike level. Yamashiro Kaichi operates with remarkable efficiency. Having completed the interrogation regarding the Lightning Blade by that afternoon, and subsequently acquiring the training method for it. As Kato Takumi gazed at the two scrolls, one for the Lightning Blade and the other for the camouflage technique, handed to him by Yamashiro Kaichi, he sincerely remarked, Kaichi, I have serious doubts that anyone in the entire ninja world possesses as many jutsu as you do. You could effortlessly acquire the techniques of others with just a mind-reading jutsu. Modesty is key. Yamashiro Kaichi cleared his throat, reminding him, Takumi. These two jutsu are not from Konoha. Exercise caution when using them. You wouldn't want anyone to see. What is the big deal? Kato Takumi retorted, perplexed. Can the practice of ninjutsu truly be labeled as theft? It is merely learning and drawing inspiration. Yamashiro Kaichi's expression turned grave as he elaborated. In times of war, everyone competes with one another, and such matters bear little consequence. However, in times of peace, should you be discovered using techniques from another village, it could easily incite international conflict. Moreover, ninjutsu values quality over quantity. Mastering a single technique to its utmost potential allows one to stand alone, commanding respect across the land. Akin to the body flicker technique, multiplication technique, or shadow mimicry technique. Kato Takumi listened intently, but he noticed that when Yamashiro Kaichi reached a certain point in his explanation, his speech faltered, and his pace slowed significantly. His gaze drifted away from Takumi, fixated on something beyond. What could captivate this serious man? Following Kaichi's gaze, Kato Takumi observed a group of newly arrived logistical personnel, standing transfixed, their heads turned toward a singular direction. There, a stunning woman clad in a flowing red dress gracefully entered the camp, her skirt billowing in the gentle breeze, resembling a blossoming red lotus, enchanting and alluring. Kakashi, who had been practicing his sword techniques, found himself inadvertently halting, holding his blade aloft, mesmerized by the beauty in red. His mind was consumed by thoughts of Lin, as Uchiha Obito experienced a profound sense of enchantment. Meanwhile, Minato, already engaged to Kushina, regarded the breathtaking figure with a sense of admiration, internally chastising himself. I cannot betray Kushina, even as his eyes betrayed his thoughts, following the alluring woman. Kato Takumi couldn't help but glance in her direction as well. She was the second ally he intended to call upon against Uchiha Madara. Though he acknowledged her ethereal beauty, flawless skin, and a figure that seemed otherworldly, he had no desire to entangle himself further with her. Why on earth is Hinata Enin's sister here? He pondered. During his time with Hinata Enin, he had often jested about subduing her sister, but it had merely been a playful banter. The truth was, the woman was far too dangerous, both in terms of power and ideals. Only when the woman had moved on did Yamashiro Kaichi reluctantly shift his gaze. Kaichi, you are a married man. Kato Takumi couldn't resist exclaiming. Apologies, Kaichi lamented. It is a pity that such a beautiful person belongs to the branch of the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, I would certainly not have married. Huh. Kato Takumi scoffed inwardly, thinking, if you get too close to her, you might end up with nothing left. However, out of respect for the woman's privacy and dignity, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Unaware of Kato Takumi's internal musings, Yamashiro Kaichi leaned in, inquisitively asking, Takumi, she is your teammate's sister. Proximity brings opportunity. You must have considered it? Though she belongs to the Hyuga branch, she is still a Konoha jonin, an exceptionally skilled medical nin, thus her family's control over her is likely minimal. Furthermore, given your strength and potential, perhaps the main branch would welcome your union. Kato Takumi crossed his arms, replying candidly, I have thought about it, many thoughts, in fact. Initially, I believed she was my destined partner, but upon learning she is from the Hyuga branch, I realized the opportunity was lost. The Hyuga clan is quite traditional. For an outsider to marry a woman from the family, one must be adopted into it, bearing the mark of a caged bird. I would never engage in such foolishness. Yamashiro Kaichi nodded solemnly, exhaling deeply, empathizing with the plight of the woman. She is a pitiful soul. The Hyuga branch appears human. Yet they are essentially enslaved by the main family. The caged bird mark serves as a brand of slavery, a constant threat to control the branch family. The only distinction from typical slaves is that the Hyuga branch possesses the identity of Konoha ninjas. As the two parted ways, Kato Takumi meticulously examined the lightning blade ninjutsu scroll. With his proficiency in swordsmanship, he found it challenging to overlook any discrepancies. Soon, he confirmed the authenticity of the lightning blade, identifying it as a B-rank ninjutsu. Much like other sword techniques, the lightning blade required no hand seals and boasted two significant attributes. The first attribute, activation. The invigorating effect of the lightning attribute on the body rivals that of the yang attribute, yet the destructive power of lightning is far superior. The second attribute, discharge. The lightning blade technique allows the wielder to unleash electricity through the blade, with effects ranging from paralysis to incineration, wielding terrifying power. Its only drawback lies in its conflict with the swift strike, as the latter's second attribute is silence, while the thunderous sound of lightning is unavoidable. Thus, one must be sacrificed. This left Kato Takumi feeling somewhat regretful. After thoroughly absorbing the contents of the lightning blade scroll, Kato Takumi committed it to memory. Having traversed into a realm endowed with extraordinary powers, his mental faculties had greatly enhanced his memory. Though he could not claim to possess perfect recall, he found it difficult to forget anything he earnestly committed to memory. With such a memory, he estimated that the knowledge from 3 years of high school and 4 years of college could be mastered in merely 6 months. Clutching the lightning blade ninjutsu scroll, Kato Takumi approached Kakashi, introducing the lightning blade and inquiring, Kakashi, I wish to exchange the lightning blade for a portion of the White Fang's sword techniques. Would that be permissible? Ninjas place great importance on their family's inherited techniques, not out of rigidity or ignorance regarding mutual exchange, but due to the fear of exposing their secrets and revealing vulnerabilities. To Kato Takumi's surprise, Kakashi hesitated little, responding directly, no problem. As a result, Kato Takumi acquired a wealth of White Fang's sword techniques. He discovered that White Fang's style closely resembled his own swift strike, swift as lightning and utterly silent. The distinction lay in White Fang's techniques being more refined and broadly applicable. Armed with White Fang's sword techniques, Kato Takumi felt he had a solid half of the assurance required for elevating his swift strike to an A-rank ninjutsu. That evening, buoyed by excitement, Kato Takumi sang softly as he returned to his spacious tent, large enough to comfortably accommodate 5 individuals and even hold a table, providing ample room. However, upon arriving at the tent's entrance, he sensed something was amiss. There was someone inside. Who is it? He asked, his irritation palpable. It is I, came a voice, alluring and beguiling, sending shivers of anticipation through him. Chapter 35. The final piece of the plan in a scenario where a normal individual discovers a breathtakingly beautiful woman, particularly one who is a virgin, has entered their tent. The immediate reaction would typically be one of reverence. However, Takumi Kato is an exception. Are you not coming in? This is your territory, the woman's languid voice resonated. The 3 spiritual talismans in your hand were drawn by me. Are you truly so heartless? Or do you wish to expose our relationship? I wouldn't mind, dear Takumi. Listening to this string of remarks, Takumi Kato walked in helplessly. There was no escaping the fact that one who partakes of another's offerings must comply with their demands. Having traversed only half a year in this realm, he already owed a considerable debt. The woman's words merely scratched the surface of what he owed. She had provided him with the machinery and materials necessary to manufacture formidable weapons, such as the dragon-slaying Barrett and the compassionate Gatling. Without her assistance, he could not have forged these armaments with the meager resources left behind by his predecessor. If one were to convert his debts into the currency of his former life, it would amount to no less than 500 years' worth of wages. As he entered, the woman casually formed a hand seal, enveloping the tent in a barrier that muted all sound, preventing any outside eavesdropping. Haishi, I dare say you need not silence the sound. Others would undoubtedly know of your presence here, Takumi Kato remarked, gazing at the woman reclining on his bed with an air of exasperation. How astute of you, Haishi replied, her playful smile illuminating her features. I wish to place a green hat upon my fiancé, and you've caught me in the act. Upon hearing her words, Takumi couldn't muster any anger, his brow furrowing with concern. Haishi, when did you acquire a fiancé? You had none when I departed from Konoha. Was it the main family that coerced you? With a soft snort, Haishi affirmed, indeed. A rational person would shy away from salt on their own wounds, and even more so from displaying their vulnerability before others. Proud as she was, Haishi preferred to steer the conversation elsewhere. By the way, I heard from Inin that you have been diligently training in ninjutsu. How is your progress? Do you require assistance? Progressing well, Takumi replied candidly. During my return to Konoha, I wish to learn the S-rank ninjutsu, spirit transformation technique. This technique was essential for Takumi, as it related to the fourth task in his system, which was contingent upon the strength of his body and spirit. The ranks of shinobi, Jinin, Ch Nin, J Nin, S-rank ninja, Super Kage, and 6 paths, represented 6 levels. Attaining a certain level in both physical and mental prowess would unlock an additional task. Takumi's physical and mental states were on par with J Nin, placing him in the 3rd tier, thus granting him 3 tasks. His goal was to elevate his abilities to that of an S-rank ninja, thereby acquiring the 4th task. However, the system's rewards could not directly enhance his physical or mental faculties, thus, he needed to discover ways to strengthen them. Given the rarity of the spirit transformation technique, which allowed the soul to detach from the body for offensive maneuvers, Takumi suspected it was not so straightforward. He was aware that the vast majority of shinobi possessed fragile souls, making offensive actions nearly impossible. Conversely, a soul capable of attack must be exceptionally robust. Therefore, he surmised that the spirit transformation technique might conceal methods for cultivating spiritual strength. Oh, Hayashi's eyes lit up. Do you remember our agreement? I would never forget. Takumi stood tall, speaking earnestly. You provide me with resources and assistance, and I shall help you acquire the spirit transformation technique. Thank you, Takumi, Hayashi expressed, somewhat taken aback by his resolve. Once you grant me the technique, we shall be even. Very well, Takumi relaxed, feeling a lightness in his spirit. There was a certain satisfaction in repaying debts. Observing this handsome man fulfilling his promise, Hayashi scrutinized him closely, as if to reassess him. Disseminating S-rank ninjutsu could lead to execution if the village were to discover it. Moreover, she suspected she was under surveillance, which might expose the matter regarding the spirit transformation technique. Are you still willing? Takumi shrugged nonchalantly. I thought it was something of great significance. Compared to disseminating the spirit transformation technique, this is merely a trifling matter. What great deeds could I possibly undertake? One could easily feel wronged. Hayashi leaned back on the bed, smiling, devoid of any semblance of grievance. Do not assume that your trivial thoughts escape my notice. Takumi was well aware of her cunning nature. I'm merely an innocent girl. What schemes could I possibly harbor, dear Takumi? She replied with a sweet smile. 2 dimples appearing on her cheeks, her mature demeanor enhanced by an added charm. Takumi rolled his eyes. You study medical ninjutsu, specializing in neurology and psychiatry, while secretly mastering sealing techniques and curse seals to a commendable level. You now aspire to learn the spirit transformation technique. Miss Hayashi, pray tell, what ulterior motives do you possess? Your wings have already sprouted. You are merely waiting for the cage to be shattered. The endeavor to free oneself from the confines of a cage, regardless of its success, would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the shinobi world. Hayashi, as a member of the Hyuga clan and a sworn enemy of its main family, faced potential threats from many branches. Without the strength to confront the Hyuga clan, involvement in this matter would lead only to one outcome, death. Hayashi feigned surprise. You guessed correctly. How impressive. The curse seal of the caged bird involves brain neurology, curse seals, and soul, while the spirit transformation technique is the final piece of her grand design. Her smile faded, her expression turning serious as she declared, since you understand my desire to dismantle the caged bird, you must also realize that the spirit transformation technique is an absolute necessity for me. Her gaze was fixed with an unwavering determination to obtain it at any cost. In their cooperative relationship, she placed great trust in Takumi, harboring no fears of betrayal. Takumi nodded, recalling that even the deceased Hayashi Hinata bore the cursed seal of the caged bird, indicating its connection to both body and soul. However, why not redeem the spirit transformation technique with your own merits? He inquired. The village forbids it, as does my family. Hayashi's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. The clan had reached an agreement to prevent any branch members from learning the spirit transformation technique. How ruthless. Takumi was taken aback. The main family sought to forever enslave the branches. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. May you achieve your desires. He sincerely wished. You shall undoubtedly succeed. Hayashi held a firm belief in her abilities. Throughout my life, I have never encountered a challenge I could not surmount. Even the most complex medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and curse seals have been mastered by me with ease. At a mere age of under 20, she had already attained mastery in these 3 fields. Would you like me to send you a kiss as a token of gratitude? Hayashi teased, biting her rosy lip, her eyes shimmering with mischief, the air fragrant with sweetness. Thank you, but I shall not indulge such whims, Takumi replied, steadfastly maintaining his composure, embodying the essence of a gentleman. Just as Hayashi devoted years to mastering medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and curse seals to dismantle the caged bird, Takumi too remained resolute in his goal of escaping Konoha to attain freedom. To accomplish this, he forged weaponry for self-defense and honed his ninjutsu prowess. Given that both understood the inevitable outcome of their circumstances, he saw no need for restraint. Furthermore, Hayashi would undoubtedly remain focused on her objectives, undistracted by matters of love until her goals were achieved. Such a straightforward man, Hayashi chuckled, her gaze dreamy. You exude a certain masculinity at this moment. Once I attain my freedom, I shall regard you as my foremost choice for a husband. She kissed her palm, her cherry lips exhaling a breathy kiss that landed upon the man before her. As she turned to depart, Kato Takumi's words reached her ears. Remember to be discreet when eliminating your fiancé. Hinata Hikari's delicate frame shivered slightly as she gracefully walked away. Observing her enchanting silhouette, Kato Takumi tousled his hair and reclined upon the bed. What a troublesome woman she is. The fact that she already has a fiancé indicates that an engagement has been established and a wedding cannot be far off. The caged bird is too intricate, and unraveling it within a short span is nearly impossible, especially considering the formidable challenge of mastering the elusive art of spirit transformation. Thus, he deduced that Hinata Hikari would soon dispose of her betrothed. Could it be that her fiancé is the one who was slain by Kirin Kyo, who then took one of his eyes? Thoughts of Hinata Hikari did not linger long in Kato Takumi's mind. He began to contemplate the notion of defection. If Konoha is my caged bird, then when shall I make my escape? I shall wait until Konoha weakens, until my strength surpasses that of Minato Namikaze. That day is fast approaching. Chapter 36. Beauties are only worthy of the strong, for the weak cannot afford them. The following day, swift action was imperative. The temperature was high, and with so many corpses, the risk of plague loomed large. Hurry and drag the dead to the cremation grounds for incineration. That one over there. The arm of the deceased has fallen off. At least give the individual a complete body. Damn it, that leg belongs to an IWA ninja. Do not mix them up. Baka. I'm not completely dead yet. Do not burn me. Hinata Hikaru led hundreds of individuals, efficiently clearing the battlefield. The fallen Konoha ninjas were reduced to ashes and placed in small boxes. Few remained alive, apart from the intact figures of the 4 from the Mabuki clan. Nearly everyone else was gravely injured. Before the conflict with the IWA ninjas, Konoha had dispatched 700 ninjas, yet now merely 30 or so survived. The losses were devastating. Kato Takumi did not partake in the cleanup. Instead, he immersed himself in the understanding of the lightning blade, the camouflage technique, and the white fang swordsmanship acquired the day before. His mastery of swordsmanship was profound, and within a single day, he had grasped both the lightning blade and white fang techniques to the apprentice level. However, the camouflage technique, which encompassed many unfamiliar realms, eluded his grasp. As afternoon approached, Kato Takumi resolved to seek Kakashi for a discussion regarding sword techniques. Inquiring with passersby, he learned that Kakashi was assisting in the medical area. In the medical zone, a golden-haired woman clad in a white coat paused her healing arts, wiping her brow. She gently addressed a severely injured young ninja. Thank you. The young ninja, blushing and looking down, appeared quite bashful. At that moment, his pain seemed to dissipate. Reluctantly, he exited the tent, lost in thought, and was noticed by Mabuki Yakuan. Mabuki approached, expressing concern. How are you feeling? Any better? Much improved, the young ninja replied casually. Yet your face is flushed. Could it be a fever? Mabuki scrutinized him, doubting the competence of the medical ninja. Is it? The young ninja touched his face, feeling its heat. I might be ill, afflicted by lovesickness. Upon hearing this, Mabuki understood immediately. It was the beautiful medical ninja in question, reputed to be nearly as skilled as Director Hikaru. Hinata Hikaru served as the head of neurology at Konoha Hospital, often referred to as Director Hikaru. The young ninja swiftly countered. Director Hikaru possesses a mature charm. While Miss Yano has a neighborly allure, their beauty is incomparable. Mabuki raised an eyebrow, jesting. It seems you have taken a liking to Miss Yano? I dare not. The young ninja's eyes brimmed with tears. She is too beautiful. I am unworthy. Only true warriors deserve a woman like her, like Lord Takumi. With that, the young ninja could no longer contain his emotions and departed dejectedly. In his youth, he encountered a woman of remarkable stature, leaving him only with apologies. Their conversation was overheard clearly by Kato Takumi, who felt a flicker of joy within. Beauties are only worthy of the strong. He had not anticipated becoming an object of envy for others. As for the young ninja's mention of Yano, he had no intention of pursuing her, for she was once a top spy for the root, a figure so capable that Shimura Danzo found her difficult to control, fearing repercussions. Such a woman, regardless of any kindness she might harbor, was someone Kato Takumi deemed suitable only as a casual acquaintance, not a girlfriend. As Kato Takumi was about to leave the tent, he unexpectedly encountered Yano, who approached him. Takumi, it has been a while. Yano indeed. How fares the orphanage? Kato Takumi inquired casually. The finances are somewhat tight, Yano replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Could I borrow some money? If it were not for the dire situation at the orphanage. She would never voice such a request to someone she barely knew. The care of orphans was not exorbitant, yet since the Third War, prices had surged tenfold. It cost a minimum of 5,000 ryo per child monthly. With over 100 children in the orphanage, the expenses were immense. Not to mention the substantial wages for the caretakers. She had approached many for loans with little success. In these war-torn times, everyone was tightening their belts. No problem. How much do you need? Kato Takumi pondered the implications of connecting with Yano, considering the potential to recruit the talented Yakushi Kabuto in the future. Kabuto was a prodigy who mastered sage techniques by the age of 24 and could single-handedly confront the ninja world using the impure world reincarnation technique, a rarity of genius. Upon hearing his willingness to lend money, Yano beamed, bowing respectfully. In her heart, she mused, I seem to have found a benefactor. Encountering such a kind person is rare. She resolved not to overreach and scare him away. 200,000 ryo, Yano stated carefully, glancing at him. This amount covered the orphanage's expenses for 10 days, and she dared not ask for more. It was no wonder that beauties were only worthy of the strong. The weak simply could not afford to support them. Very well, Kato Takumi said, without further inquiry, handing over 200 explosive tags. He understood the dire circumstances of the orphanage. The monthly expenses exceeded 600,000 ryo. Even a small family would struggle to provide such amounts. Konoha offered little support to orphanages, often neglecting them even in peacetime, let alone in times of war. Thank you. Yano solemnly accepted the explosive tags, quickly drafting an IOU for 220,000 ryo. You've added 2,000 more, Kato Takumi reminded her. Explosive tags have risen in price. They are now 1,100 ryo each, Yano replied with a gentle smile. When someone extends kindness, one ought to respond with kindness in kind. Despite her hardships at the orphanage, she remained optimistic. Here you go, she handed him the IOU. I shall repay you. Very well, farewell. Kato Takumi accepted the IOU and turned to leave. Takumi, you truly are a good person. I wish you safety, health, and happiness, Yano called after him. Without looking back, Kato Takumi waved, may fortune be with you. After walking a distance, he tore the IOU into shreds, crumpling it up. He regarded it simply as a good deed, a way to accumulate virtue. Not long after, he finally located Kakashi, who was busy assisting patients with their medications. The young man bore a scar across his left eye, a remnant of an injury inflicted by an IWA ninja. At that time, he had suffered blindness. Replacing his lost eye with one from an IWA ninja, Kato Takumi observed, it seems he has recovered well. With a new eye, he has changed considerably. In the past, Kakashi would have been training alone at this hour rather than helping his comrades. Once Kakashi finished his tasks, Kato Takumi approached him to exchange insights on swordsmanship. The two engaged in amiable conversation, the atmosphere warm and congenial. Chapter 37. The heirs of Konoha and the ambush on Uchiha Madara in the shadows of an underground base. While some revel in joy, others are steeped in despair. Kato Takumi finds solace, whereas Madara Uchiha is engulfed in anguish. The air is thick with humidity, droplets of moisture cascading down upon the head of White Zetsu, who stands before Madara, clutching his hair in distress. Lord Madara, our two plans have both met with failure, he states, his voice laden with concern. Soon, Obito will return to Konoha alongside Minato Namikaze. It is uncertain when he shall emerge. Once he does, we must continue to search for opportunities to fabricate our narrative. Your plans remain indefinitely postponed. White Zetsu bears no discomfort. He is merely a tool. The true burden lies with Black Zetsu, who possesses a greater concern for Obito than even Madara does. The foolish White Zetsu and the lethargic Madara are ill-equipped to orchestrate intricate schemes, relying instead on Black Zetsu's subtle machinations. Upon hearing White Zetsu's words, Madara feels a twinge of frustration. His weakened body no longer allows him the audacity he once had. The dampness of the underground setting exacerbates his aches, each slight movement eliciting creaks from his joints. In his youth, he was reckless, believing that Hashirama had wronged him, which drove him to relentless training. In old age, he laments, aware that it is now too late for self-care, and thus he resigns himself to indifference. Now, he finds himself regretting not having indulged in goji berries and walnuts daily. Patience is required. Kakashi has ascended to Jonin and will become the new captain of the team, separating from Minato. At that point, devoid of Minato's interference, our plans will proceed smoothly. Furthermore, we must devise a means to eliminate Kato Takumi, White Zetsu suggests. That individual has disrupted our perfect scheme, a festering sore. Madara nods slightly. The existence of Kato Takumi displeases him. How audacious of this mere insect to thwart his plans. Courting death. Isn't there a certain scapegoat in Konoha? Create a few unfortunate incidents to turn him and Kato Takumi into bitter enemies. Such trivialities are well within my expertise. Throughout the years he has spent away from the world, his influence has permeated every corner of the shinobi realm. Many formidable and gifted ninjas have been quietly eliminated by his various methods, minimizing obstacles for future plans. Recently, he has frequently employed strategies to incite conflict between parties. For the darkness within people's hearts serves as his finest weapon. Indeed, White Zetsu responds, promptly vanishing. He operates with remarkable efficiency. As soon as Madara assigns a task, he sets about it without delay. Another reason for his promptness is that Black Zetsu harbors a strong disdain for Kato Takumi. Meanwhile, while Madara plots against Kato Takumi, The latter initiates his own actions against Madara. Under the cover of night, two figures deftly evade all guards and silently depart the camp. One of them is Kato Takumi, who leaves a shadow clone to engage Kakashi in swordsmanship, serving as a decoy. The other is Hinata Hikari, who has also left a shadow clone behind in the camp. Both have utilized transformation techniques to alter their appearances, making their way towards the vicinity of the Kaminarabashi. Though Kato Takumi remains unaware of the precise location of Madara's underground base, he is certain it lies nearby. His speed is remarkable, moving silently as he employs a masterful silent body flicker technique, covering vast distances within mere minutes. Yet, he is astonished to find that Hinata Hikari effortlessly keeps pace with him. "Hikari, you conceal yourself too well," he remarks. He has never witnessed her practicing ninjutsu nor observed her in battle. Each time they have met, she has been preoccupied with medical duties or sealing techniques, seemingly never at leisure. The wild winds whirl around Hinata Hikari, tousling her silky black hair, as the cool moonlight casts a gentle silver hue upon her exquisite visage. "Are you not the same?" she replies, playfully toying with a strand of hair, the surroundings rapidly receding. "If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I could scarcely believe your body flicker technique to be so adept. It seems you have concealed much even from Yanagi." She glances at Kato Takumi. "Why not reveal it now? Do you feel confident enough to confront any risk?" "Not at all," he replies, his gaze fixed on their surroundings, vigilant of every corner. "It is because I have encountered a formidable foe. I must strike him unawares with utmost speed. Should he discover us too soon, our plans may very well falter." "Which enemy?" Hinata Hikari inquires, intrigued. She is well aware that Kato Takumi's latest accomplishment was the swift defeat of 3 rock ninjas within a minute, using a sword, not a gun, indicating his elite prowess among jonin. Any adversary capable of instilling such trepidation must undoubtedly be an S-rank ninja. "I do not know, but you shall understand upon meeting him." Kato Takumi refrains from elaborating, unable to disclose the source of his intelligence. "Very well," Hinata Hikari concedes, refraining from further probing. Kato Takumi's invitation for her assistance signifies immense trust, a sentiment that fills her with warmth and alleviates her loneliness. To honor this trust, she continuously scans the environment with her Byakugan, searching for the elusive enemy. Soon, they arrive at Kaminarabashi, where no rock ninjas remain on guard. The dilapidated bridge looms ominously in the moonlight. "Hikari, let us commence our search from here. Leave no stone unturned, whether above or below," Kato Takumi instructs, determined to conduct a thorough search for Madara. "Understood," Hinata Hikari affirms, her Byakugan activated, having already surveyed numerous locations along the way. The Byakugan is renowned in the shinobi world, rivaling the Sharingan, both regarded as the two most formidable ocular techniques. It grants the user an unparalleled view of their surroundings, as well as the ability to perceive chakra pathways and chakra flow within a ninja's body. In contrast to the Sharingan, which requires continuous awakening to enhance its power, the Byakugan is superior. Most members of the Hyuga clan can awaken their Byakugan through rigorous training, and with consistent practice, they can strengthen it further. Typically, a Hyuga ninja can achieve a 1-kilometer field of vision upon awakening the Byakugan, which can extend up to 10 kilometers as their ocular prowess increases. Nonetheless, the strength of the Byakugan is also influenced by lineage. Those with stronger bloodlines often possess more potent Byakugan abilities. Kato Takumi is uncertain of the extent of Hinata Hikari's Byakugan, yet he is confident it is of the highest caliber. As she continues to shift her gaze, vast areas are eliminated from their search. The next location yields nothing, she concludes swiftly. "Agreed," Kato Takumi responds, displaying remarkable patience and growing caution. He utilizes his silent body flicker technique to ensure not a single sound escapes him. Suddenly, he becomes aware that Hinata Hikari's body flicker technique has also rendered her movements soundless, whereas she had been rather noisy while traveling. Seemingly attuned to Kato Takumi's bewilderment, Hinata Hikari casually explains, "Your body flicker technique is exceptionally effective, so I borrowed it." "Not merely borrowed, but entirely replicated," Kato Takumi muses, finding it hard to contain his astonishment. His own mastery of the body flicker technique has not developed at such an accelerated pace. "Is your Byakugan merely a pretty lens, concealing the Sharingan within?" he teases. Hinata Hikari rolls her eyes. "It is a genuine Byakugan, certified by the curse mark of the caged bird, no deceit involved." The mythos surrounding the Sharingan's ability to replicate ninjutsu stems from its remarkable dynamic vision, coupled with the user's photographic memory and the capacity to perceive chakra flow. While the Byakugan lacks dynamic vision, I am Hinata Hikari, destined to defy fate. Is it not entirely natural for one endowed with superior dynamic vision to surpass the Sharingan? Though your body flicker technique is swift, it appears to me as mundane as the gait of an ordinary person. Mastering such a technique requires more than mere intellect. Upon hearing this, Takumi Kato was rendered speechless, confronted by the arrogance of this woman. Who could have anticipated that Hinata Hikaru not only possesses beauty but also exhibits an extraordinary talent, with her Byakugan capable of manifesting dynamic vision? Truly, She is deserving of her aspiration to liberate the caged bird, Hinata Hikaru, possessing remarkable prowess. Chapter 38. The junior always thinks twice. Eureka. A look of surprise illuminated Hinata Hikari's face. She had discovered it. 14 kilometers from the Kamikaze Bridge, she found the underground base. However, as she beheld the scene before her, her smile slowly faded into the night wind. Gazing at the towering, fearsome figure of the Outer Path's demonic statue, an inexplicable dread washed over her. What was that? Hinata Hikari murmured unconsciously. Any ordinary ninja would tremble and crumble under the presence of such a formidable being. Fortunately, Hinata Hikari was no ordinary ninja, and she quickly regained her composure. Takumi, I have spotted an elderly man who appears to be in his 80s, along with many bizarre humanoid entities. She recounted the various sights she had witnessed. In that moment, she finally grasped just how terrifying the formidable enemy Kato Takumi had spoken of truly was. Simply, the colossal statue was beyond the capabilities of any shadow-level powerhouse. What should we do? Hinata Hikari inquired, only to firmly assert, you must have a trump card. Of course, we shall confront him directly. However, we must wait for someone else, Kato Takumi replied with a smile. The elder had been located, and the plan could proceed smoothly. A certain individual named Minato Namikaze would join them. Oh, I seem to have heard something unpleasant, Takumi-san, echoed the voice of Minato Namikaze. Kato Takumi grimaced, you are late. According to our agreement, you were to arrive 2 minutes ago. High-profile figures typically make their entrances last. Takumi, you must be patient. Minato Namikaze would never reveal that his tardiness was due to just receiving a letter from his fiancée, Kushina, which had momentarily distracted him from the passage of time. By the way, have we found the mastermind behind the ambush on Obito and the others? Uncertain, but it seems likely. Kato Takumi gestured towards Hinata Hikari. Hinata Hikari reiterated the sights she had just witnessed. Minato Namikaze rubbed his head, realizing the formidable nature of their opponent. Let us witness this elderly man. Incorrect. Only one of us should go. Our presence together would only complicate matters. Kato Takumi waved his hand dismissively. He and Hinata Hikari would remain at the camp, utilizing shadow clones to maintain their transformation and conceal their identities. Furthermore, who could anticipate what powerful trump cards Uchiha Madara possessed? He had no desire to be ensnared. Only Minato Namikaze, a master of the Flying Thunder God technique, could effortlessly confront the imminent dangers. Very well, Minato Namikaze consented swiftly. He followed the route described by Hinata Hikari to a cavern strewn with jagged rocks. Rasengan. A massive entrance materialized on the ground as Minato Namikaze dashed in with lightning speed. Back at the camp, Kato Takumi and Hinata Hikari soon heard the deafening explosion, the ground trembling violently beneath them. Deep chasms tore through the earth, extending towards the Kamikaze Bridge. That old fellow is ruthless, Hinata Hikari exclaimed. Having just witnessed Minato Namikaze exploit a momentary lapse in the old monster's defense, piercing him through the abdomen. Isn't he on the verge of death? How can he still possess such combat prowess? Kato Takumi silently rejoiced in his cautiousness. Had he been the one to engage, he might have met the same fate. Shortly thereafter, he heard Hinata Hikari's timely updates. The Uchiha clan's flame fan is actually in the hands of that old monster. The old man has transformed into a brutal entity. This is bad. Minato's Rasengan was deflected by the flame fan, but his shadow clone managed to stab the old monster with a kunai. The old behemoth's regenerative abilities were astonishing. The wound healed almost instantaneously, reminiscent of the first Hokage's remarkable healing capabilities. Minato Namikaze pressed on undeterred. The old beast, lacking any sense of martial ethics, summoned a multitude of bizarre beings to assail Minato Namikaze. Listening to Hinata Hikari's reports, Kato Takumi silently mourned for Minato Namikaze. Had he been in that position, he would have undoubtedly been vanquished by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, a once great figure, could still burn his life force to temporarily regain a portion of his strength, even on the brink of death. Thank goodness I, as a junior, have always favored careful contemplation. He felt a surge of satisfaction as he realized that a transcendent existence, a shadow-level power, was being ensnared by his clever stratagem. He finally understood why those weak mist ninjas had enjoyed ambushing someone as powerful as himself. Witnessing a formidable opponent being outwitted to the brink of demise was truly exhilarating. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse a path for his swift slashes to ascend from A rank to S rank. The system's rewards were determined by the complexity and difficulty of the events experienced while completing a task. Kato Takumi had successfully ensnared Uchiha Madara, an event of extraordinary difficulty. The proficiency gained would undoubtedly be staggering. Half an hour flew by, and Kato Takumi noticed the battle noise had diminished significantly. 5 minutes later, Minato Namikaze appeared, dragging along the lower half of Uchiha Madara's body. The once vibrant Minato Namikaze was now tattered and bloodied, with multiple penetrating wounds revealing his internal organs, blood flowing ceaselessly. Flee. The words barely escaped his lips before he succumbed to unconsciousness, yet his hand clung tightly to the severed body of Uchiha Madara. Hinata Hikari summoned a shadow clone to stitch his wounds while her main body employed healing jutsu. Takumi, quickly carry the three of us away. A multitude of bizarre beings is closing in, searching for our traces. She spoke rapidly, like a machine gun-esque barrage. Kato Takumi understood the gravity of the situation. Gripping Hinata Hikari in one arm and Minato in the other, he surged forward, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. In a mere 2 minutes, he traversed thousands of meters back to the camp. Save him. Soon, the medical ninja led by Yakushi-nan arrived, working tirelessly to heal Minato. The commander, Yamura Yayoi, rushed over, gazing at the blood-soaked Kato Takumi, and inquired, what transpired? Kato Takumi replied solemnly, notify Konoha immediately, highest level intelligence. Uchiha Madara has been slain by Minato Namikaze. All personnel must be on high alert to prevent enemy ambushes. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's name, Yamura Yayoi's mind spiraled into confusion. Is it the Uchiha Madara? I cannot believe it. Wasn't he dead? Report immediately. The specifics will be provided by Minato once he regains consciousness. Kato Takumi dismissed Yamura Yayoi's inquiries. With all personnel still awake, they gathered upon hearing the commotion. Kakashi and Obito had long noticed the gravely injured Minato Namikaze and were about to question Kato Takumi when he drew his ninja blade, standing atop a high point, shouting, everyone heed my warning. Alert! 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 At that moment, everyone mobilized. Some fetched weapons, others formed teams for vigilant patrols, while some ignited flames to illuminate the darkness, and others employed sensory ninjutsu to detect potential enemies. In this instant, unity prevailed, and they stood resolutely against the impending peril. Kato Takumi remained stationed at the highest point of the camp, surveying the surroundings to thwart any attacks from White Zetsu. Chapter 39, Eyes Closed. Not open after the departure of Takumi Kato and his companions, the White Zetsu took considerable time to locate the bloodstains left by Uchiha Madara's lower half. It appeared that Minato Namikaze had indeed arrived here. There were also footprints from others, indicating he had 2 accomplices. We must pursue. We cannot let them escape. For the sake of Lord Madara, onward, brothers. Following the scent and the trail of blood, the White Zetsu advanced swiftly, with only one returning to the underground base. No, it was no longer appropriate to call it an underground base. A great pit was a more fitting description, as the top had been shattered, allowing some moonlight to filter through. The reporting White Zetsu saw that the entrance to the base had collapsed and simply leapt through the large opening at the top. Inside, the remains of White Zetsu were strewn across several layers. With each step, one would tread upon severed arms and legs. The reporting White Zetsu arrived at the stone chair where Uchiha Madara regularly rested, now broken into 2 pieces, with Madara lying beside it. His upper body was intact, while his lower half was a lesser quality White Zetsu. His limbs were connected to thick tubes, continuously drawing life force from the outer path golem to maintain a flicker of vitality. Ah, Lord Madara, you are still alive, exclaimed the reporting White Zetsu in astonishment. He was well aware that Madara had just lost 3 legs, with internal organs spilling out, teetering on the brink of death. It was only after replacing half of his body with that of a White Zetsu that Madara's vital signs began to stabilize. After some time, the unconscious Uchiha Madara awakened once more, sensing the imminent depletion of his life force. Rather than displaying anger, he revealed a long-lost smile. At last, I shall be liberated from this decaying body, from this shadowy underground. He turned to the reporting White Zetsu. Has Minato Namikaze been located? Still searching. And we have discovered he has accomplices, replied the reporting White Zetsu. Come closer, commanded Uchiha Madara. Placing one hand upon the lower leg of the reporting White Zetsu, while continuously absorbing chakra from the outer path golem. Yin-yang release, will creation. Slowly, half of the reporting White Zetsu's body turned black, and soon, a being emerged, half white and half black. Observing the black half, Uchiha Madara commanded, you are the embodiment of my will. I shall name you Zetsu. Yes, Lord Madara, Zetsu replied respectfully, bowing, a trace of sorrow evident on his face. For he understood that Uchiha Madara was nearing death. Following the use of yin-yang release, a significant amount of chakra was consumed, and the flame of life gradually extinguished. Weakly, Madara moved his lips and whispered, I have 2 commands. First, cultivate my successor and ensure he resurrects me, calling himself Nagato. Second, after my death, you shall learn the impure world reincarnation. I wish to personally guide my successor. Third, eliminate all those who participated in this attack. Should the second command fail, ensure the first is fulfilled. Had it not been for Minato Namikaze's sudden arrival, Uchiha Madara would not have contemplated the impure world reincarnation after death. For the technique left behind by Hashirama Senju was far from perfect. The resurrected ninjas were weak, a reality Madara could not accept. In truth, the technique was perfected in the hands of Orochimaru, allowing his reincarnated ninjas to wield over 50% of their former strength. Later, it was further refined by Kabuto, elevating the technique to new heights. Yes, Lord Madara, Zetsu replied respectfully, the sadness in his gaze deepening. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, thinking. I hope Zetsu possesses sufficient talent to master the impure world reincarnation. However, once I have cultivated my successor, I shall return to the Pure Land to rest. With eyes closed, they would not open again. The flame of life within Uchiha Madara was extinguished completely, and his soul, drawn by a mysterious force, entered the Pure Land. Zetsu stood for a long time, gazing at the deceased Uchiha Madara. Once the body had cooled, he seated himself upon the broken stone chair. One foot harshly pressed against Madara's head, twisting his ankle. Useless, old fool. Unable to compete with Hashirama in youth, and now felled by a mere child. Ultimately, I must clean up this mess. Rising from the stone chair, Zetsu stepped over Madara's corpse, contemplating the future. Although he had deceived Uchiha Madara into believing he was the embodiment of his will, the issue of the successor needed prompt resolution. Moreover, this location had been discovered, and the outer path golem needed to be relocated swiftly. Fortunately, Madara had stored a portion of his Rinnegan's ocular power in one of Zetsu's eyes, allowing him to summon the outer path golem to another underground base. Otherwise, he would have faced a significant dilemma. Additionally, the circumstances surrounding Madara's attack required thorough investigation. Ideally, no one should have known of his existence. Yet today, he had been precisely targeted by Minato Namikaze, as if it had been premeditated. Furthermore, the other half of Madara's body must be retrieved to prevent the discovery of his secrets through his remains. In the Land of Fire, Konoha's Hokage building. It was deep into the night, yet the Hokage's office remained brightly lit, with the entire building in a state of agitation. Everyone was busily searching for information regarding Uchiha Madara from decades past. The sudden news of Madara's survival, his discovery, and subsequent defeat at the hands of Minato Namikaze was exceedingly bizarre. The third Hokage puffed on his pipe, tapping it against the table as he gazed at Shimura Danzo, Mito Kazumi, and Tsunade. What are your thoughts? Recall Minato Namikaze at once. He shall clarify everything, Danzo replied calmly. He was experienced in handling emergencies, especially given the intelligence indicating Uchiha Madara had indeed been slain, leaving only a few accomplices. The greatest crisis had passed. We should also dispatch Umbu to protect Minato. He is gravely injured and in a precarious situation, added Mito Kazumi. Tsunade concurred. Send more reinforcements. That underground base undoubtedly conceals numerous secrets. All the powerful weapons Uchiha Madara collected are likely stored within, perhaps even his training experiences and a wealth of ninjutsu. All treasures. Indeed, the third Hokage mused, envisioning the bountiful harvest, a smile gracing his lips. In the Land of Grass, Konoha camp. Contrary to everyone's expectations, although enemies had approached the camp, they did not launch an attack. Takumi Kato remained vigilant, as the system had yet to deliver any notification of having overcome the crisis. It was not until the following morning that Takumi Kato finally relaxed his body, having survived a significant life and death crisis. His rewards had increased, mastery and swift/upgraded from level 30 to 2030. Takumi Kato savored the notification. It was the first time he had seen the term significant preceding life and death crisis. The rewards were unprecedentedly generous, with a single task granting 2,000 points in proficiency. Combined, the 3 tasks yielded a total of 6,000 proficiency points. With the conclusion of this mission, Swift Slash had undoubtedly attained S-rank ninjutsu status. Chapter 40. The thief who lacks greed. The members of Konoha's Umbu arrived swiftly, reaching their destination by afternoon. 15 Umbu operatives promptly took charge of the situation involving Uchiha Obito, with Kato Takumi, Hyuga Hikari, and the recently awakened Minato Namikaze detailing the events. After Kato Takumi collected a substantial amount of flesh and blood samples from Obito's half-body, it was handed over to the Umbu members for transport back to Konoha. Shortly thereafter, Kato Takumi embarked on the journey back to Konoha alongside the injured. Unlike their arrival on foot, they returned with the aid of a horse-drawn carriage. On their way, they passed the Matsumoto family estate once again. It appeared that the place had recently endured another battle, yet the number of people inside had noticeably increased. Uchiha Obito pointed at a mark on the Matsumoto family gate, exclaiming, "What on earth? Why is the Sarutobi clan's emblem engraved on the Matsumoto family's gate? I distinctly remember it not being there a few days ago." Kakashi, equally perplexed, remarked, "I recall that Miss Reina, who was engaged to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Matsumoto clan leader were both impersonated by mist ninjas. It stands to reason that these two families should have no connection." At that moment, a ninja interjected, "Kakashi-senpai, you are unaware. When we arrived, a group from the Sarutobi clan also came to the Matsumoto family. They parted ways with me upon arrival. It is said they came to rekindle their alliance with the Matsumoto clan." Kakashi's lips twitched at this revelation, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. With Sarutobi Hiruzen deceased, what need was there for an alliance? Kato Takumi, intrigued, noted that it was evident the Sarutobi clan sought to seize the Matsumoto family's resources. The Matsumoto family's coal mines were indeed quite valuable. Even if the Sarutobi clan understood that the situation surrounding Hiruzen was a misunderstanding, they would likely turn fiction into reality. The intricacies of large families were overwhelming, Kakashi mused. Fortunately, he was the last remnant of the Hitaki clan, devoid of any significant holdings, thus sparing him from such convoluted matters. Do not celebrate too soon, Kakashi, Kato Takumi teased, gesturing at Reina. Your father is counting on you to expand the Hokage lineage. I recall that even decades later, Kakashi remained unmarried, spending his days alongside his best friend, Might Guy. You ought to marry multiple wives and bear a multitude of little Kakashis. It would be a tragedy for the Hokage bloodline to vanish. Both your father, Tsukumo, and you possess unparalleled talent. The progeny would surely inherit formidable abilities. Kakashi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastily distanced himself. I am merely 12 years old, and already they are pressing me for marriage, expecting me to establish a harem. Life is indeed unpredictable, akin to a hot dog wrapped in a sausage. Once Kakashi departed, Kato Takumi's gaze turned contemplative as he scrutinized the emblem at the Matsumoto family entrance. The Sarutobi clan's greed exceeded his expectations. No wonder they could muster thousands of troops during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Such avarice must have been learned from the Hokage. He surmised. It seemed that the matter of concealed weapons would not be so easily dismissed. The journey from Konoha to the Matsumoto family estate had taken Kato Takumi and his companions a day and a half. Conversely, their return to Konoha, laden with hundreds of individuals and assorted goods, stretched over 3 days. The Battle of Kannabi Bridge undoubtedly held significant importance in the Third Great Ninja War, and Kato Takumi had anticipated a hero's welcome filled with flowers and accolades upon his return. Instead, he was met with faces of sorrow. Indeed, the loss of over 600 Konoha ninjas was a heavy blow, casting a pall of grief over the village and its inhabitants, signifying that thousands would confront the heartbreaking news of the demise of loved ones. The report of their mission would have to wait, delayed by the mourning for the fallen. After a long afternoon, the village convened a memorial service attended by thousands. As a war hero, Kato Takumi delivered a speech at the event. Upon returning home, his mind lingered on the somber scenes of the memorial. Upon opening the door to his abode, which he had not entered for over a week, he noticed that while it appeared unchanged, many items had been moved. It seemed a thief had visited his home. After a thorough search, Kato Takumi discovered that nothing was missing. The safe had been pried open, yet the money remained intact. This thief is quite intriguing, lacking in greed, he remarked with a wry smile. Konoha was known for its excellent security, with thefts being a rare occurrence, particularly involving someone of Kato Takumi's stature. There were 2 possible explanations. The thief could be a spy seeking sensitive information, or perhaps certain individuals within Konoha were searching for something specific. Approaching his bookshelf, he extracted a tome, triggering a mechanism that caused the shelf to slowly shift, revealing a steel door embedded in the wall. The door bore no locks, forming a seamless part of the wall, impervious to opening. Neither Kato Takumi nor anyone else could access it. Behind that door lay Kato Takumi's secret armory, filled with an array of weaponry and ammunition. Long ago, he had stocked the armory to capacity before sealing it off completely. The only way to breach the secret chamber would be through violent destruction of the steel door. Once, the formidable Hozuki Suigetsu had cleaved through a steel door of a similar nature, yet it was scarcely 10 centimeters thick. Now, Kato Takumi's door, a solid 30 centimeters thick, were a rectangular hole, tall enough for a person to enter. Upon examining the cut, Kato Takumi squinted. It appeared to be the work of a skilled swordsman. He pondered who could wield a blade with such precision to slice through 30 centimeters of steel. He was aware of the caliber of ninja within Konoha. They would not engage in such actions without cause. Thus, he speculated that it was the work of a powerful Umbu operative hidden in the shadows. With a newfound conviction, he was now 90% certain that it was indeed the Umbu who had trespassed. Whether it was the Hokage's Umbu or Danzo's was of little concern. Both were formidable and nefarious. Kato Takumi began to plot his retaliation. Chapter 41. Empty words hold no value. As night deepened, the aroma of wine filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere in the home of the Namikaze family. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, and Noara Rin were engaged in grilling with their mentor's wife, Kushina, while the 2 older men leisurely drank and savored skewers, basking in the joy of the moment. Kushina brushed the skewers with seasoning, occasionally glancing at her boyfriend. Minato Namikaze, still recovering from his injuries, refrained from drinking, yet Kushina did not discourage him, for she knew his heart was light and joyous. This happiness was largely attributed to another man, Kato Takumi. Kushina's culinary skills are quite impressive, Takumi remarked, tearing into a generous lamb skewer. He had initially feared a culinary ordeal upon being invited by Minato, but was pleasantly surprised by the delectable offerings. The meat was substantial, with each skewer boasting a full pound of tender, marbled beef. A bite of the succulent meat paired with a crisp lettuce leaf filled him with a profound sense of bliss. Hearing praises for Kushina's cooking, Minato beamed with pride. Her culinary prowess was unparalleled. While he had grown accustomed to compliments, only those directed at Kushina truly delighted him. In truth, apart from her grilled dishes, which benefited from her frequent consultations with the Akimichi clan chefs, her other culinary endeavors tended toward the realm of culinary disaster. By the way, what is the latest on Uchiha Madara? Takumi inquired with curiosity. It was evident that Madara was doomed, having suffered severe injuries. However, Takumi was more concerned about the whereabouts of the outer path golem and other relics, which were genuine treasures. Minato glanced around before whispering, "It seems something significant has occurred. The colossal statue we encountered has vanished. After we left the land of grass, the Umbu members sent to investigate encountered a white humanoid creature and were completely wiped out. Even the 3 Umbu tasked with escorting half of Uchiha Madara's remains mysteriously disappeared, their bodies only discovered this afternoon." His tone grew somber. The power Madara left behind was considerable and difficult to gauge. "Be cautious. They may seek retribution against you." "Not to worry," Takumi replied, unperturbed by the prospect of revenge, as he had already devised a counter-strategy before initiating his plans. "Tomorrow marks the end of our 7-day mission, and rewards will be settled. My swift slash technique is bound to elevate to S-rank, significantly amplifying my strength." He raised his glass, calling out boldly, "Bottoms up." Minato followed suit, downing his drink in one go. A wave of warmth surged from his throat to his stomach, radiating throughout his being. "Delightful. Takumi, you must share a few barrels of this exquisite brew with me." It was the first time Minato had tasted such potent alcohol. In comparison, the beverages of the ninja world were rather lackluster. "Get lost. At most, I'll part with a pound," Takumi retorted, his eyes wide. "This fine liquor is to be savored in moderation, unless I brew another batch." That night, Takumi did not return home, only recalling that he had drunk Minato under the table before drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, strands of golden light filtered through the window, illuminating the soft, warm bed. It had been ages since Takumi had slept so soundly, likely due to the confidence his strength instilled. Upon glancing at the clock, he realized it was already noon. Taking in the fragrant blossoms outside, accompanied by a gentle breeze, he stretched languidly, proclaiming, "What a splendid day." After enjoying a delightful lunch, Takumi strolled into the Hokage's office. He intended to exchange his achievements for the S-rank ninjutsu, spirit transformation technique, and also to report on recent events. As for the mission summary he was supposed to prepare, Obito, filled with gratitude, had dutifully penned a lengthy account of 50,000 words, while Takumi had impatiently scrawled his name, Kato Takumi, atop the page. With a thud, a hefty stack of mission summaries landed on the Hokage's desk. The desk, newly replaced just 3 days prior, already bore 3 identical handprints. Takumi paid no mind to the marks, instead focusing on the 3rd Hokage, succinctly recounting the mission's events while glossing over the less significant details, particularly emphasizing travel expenses and the overall experience. The essence of the report conveyed that under the astute leadership of the esteemed Kato Takumi, he and his less industrious companions vanquished demons and inadvertently uncovered the nefarious schemes of the mastermind, Uchiha Madara, ultimately orchestrating his downfall and rescuing the future of Konoha. The report illustrated that no challenge could thwart the capable Kato Takumi. Upon finishing, the 3rd Hokage remained silent, refraining from imparting any platitudes or invoking the will of fire. Well aware that Takumi was a pragmatic individual, and empty rhetoric would yield no effect. "Is there anything else you require, Takumi?" The 3rd Hokage inquired kindly. "I wish to exchange my merits for the spirit transformation technique, and if there are surplus merits, I would like to acquire a formidable sword technique," Takumi responded. Surprised that the Hokage hadn't broached the topic of hidden weapons. Minor issue, the 3rd Hokage addressed a staff member in a fitted skirt, instructing her to calculate the merits for Takumi, deducting the necessary points for the spirit transformation technique in order to determine what level of ninjutsu he could acquire. "Understood." The staff member replied promptly, and within a moment, declared, "You are just a fraction short of the merits needed to exchange for an A-rank sword technique." Her swift and decisive demeanor suggested she was well acquainted with Takumi and Appo's S-file, arriving at her conclusion almost instantaneously. Takumi felt a sense of satisfaction as she cast him flirtatious glances. Observing their exchange, the 3rd Hokage felt a wave of discomfort. He addressed the staff member in a fitted skirt for his own visual relief, yet here was Takumi, about to charm her in his presence, prompting him to clear his throat. "Takumi, which A-rank sword technique do you wish to exchange for?" he asked, forcing a smile. "Vacuum blade," Takumi replied without hesitation. While named for its swordsmanship, it was equally effective with a knife. This ninjutsu was an unhanded technique capable of unleashing multiple wind blades simultaneously, both offensive and defensive, proving far superior in practical combat than the spiral sphere. The potency of the vacuum blade increased with the mastery of wind nature chakra and its quantity in the hands of a powerful ninja. Its might could rival that of S-rank techniques. However, due to its lack of hand seals and the necessity of utilizing a weapon to release the wind blades, it ranked among the most challenging A-rank techniques to learn and master. The well-known Bayun Yama was famed for his vacuum blade, possessing considerable strength. Yet he had not reached its pinnacle. The 3rd Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression growing grave. "For a standard A-rank technique, I could readily facilitate the exchange, as the merits are not too far off. However, for the vacuum blade, the merit gap is substantial." He tapped the table with his pipe, casting a significant glance at Takumi. But Chapter 42. The third Hokage's miscalculation. Please be direct with your requests. There's no need for pleasantries, Takumi Kato stated bluntly. His disdain for the third Hokage's aged visage akin to the repulsion one feels towards used toilet paper. However, the A-rank ninjutsu, vacuum blade, was crucial for the elevation to S-rank ninjutsu, potentially yielding several formidable attributes. His candor caused the third Hokage's smile to falter, muttering softly. The youth of today have no appreciation for the art of conversation. They lack subtlety. While he understood the naivety of youth, he could not afford to be naive himself. Takumi, at present, our village is besieged by external foes, all intent on obliterating the glory of Konoha, particularly the avaricious rock ninja. Thankfully, a hero like you has emerged to rescue the masses from peril. The third Hokage flattered while observing Takumi's apparent boredom, which swiftly extinguished his goodwill. He cut to the chase, stating, currently, there exists an Ultra S-rank mission that requires your completion. The team comprises Orochimaru as the captain, alongside teammates Hinata Hikari and Uchiha Shursui. The very composition of the team underscored the mission's formidable difficulty. The youngest member, Uchiha Shursui, had already achieved the feat of slaying numerous elite ninjas and had awakened his three-tomo Sharingan, recently gaining fame for his instantaneous movements. Medical ninja Hinata Hikari was also one of Konoha's finest healers, possessing Byakugan that surpassed most sensing ninjas in the realm. Moreover, Orochimaru, the captain, was a renowned shadow-level powerhouse since the Second Shinobi War, his prowess rivaling that of the current Raikage candidate. Adding Takumi Kato into the mix, each of them alone could accomplish an S-rank mission, let alone the four working in unison. What is the mission? Takumi asked, eager to assess before making a decision. The task involved infiltrating the Land of Lightning to observe the combat between the Rock and Cloud ninjas. At this juncture, the third Hokage laid aside his treasured pipe, solemnly introducing the mission. The conflict between the Land of Grass and the Rock ninja had not inflicted substantial losses on Iwagakure, which still boasted over 30,000 ninjas. Currently, the Land of Lightning had amassed over 15,000 Rock ninjas, poised to launch an assault on Kimogakure. The mission's objective was to monitor their movements and, if possible, incite a large-scale clash to deplete both factions' forces. Takumi rolled his eyes. This was not an Ultra S-rank mission, but rather a suicide mission. Not only would he need to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold, but he would also be outnumbered without any support, facing an immensely perilous task. The sheer audacity of gathering Konoha's three legendary ninjas was almost laughable. In a grand conflict, the collective strength of a team is extraordinarily potent, and their presence would undoubtedly attract the attention of both the Rock and Cloud ninjas, leading to an inevitable ambush. Should fortune not favor them, and they encounter the swift Raikage and his son, escape would be futile. I require an additional technique. Specifically the Earth Release, Underground Navigation, and the S-rank Water Release, Water Severing Wave, Takumi asserted. The third Hokage regarded him with a penetrating gaze, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Takumi displayed no concern for the village's welfare, audaciously attempting to extort further favors. It seemed the will of fire had been devoured by dogs. The third Hokage wrapped his fingers rapidly on the table, weighing the pros and cons. Takumi ambled to the window, admiring the scenery. Most Konoha ninjas would never dare refuse a task presented by the third Hokage, let alone make such exorbitant demands. But he was different. He possessed status and strength, rendering him impervious to the Hokage's whims. Although this incident might tarnish his reputation should it circulate, he was a rogue ninja preoccupied with thoughts of defection, unconcerned about the opinions of his fellow Konoha ninjas. Only when Takumi grew weary of gazing at the scenery did he hear the third Hokage's voice. Fine, I accept. However, the Water Release, Water Severing Wave will only be granted upon the completion of this mission, as it would be unfair to the other Konoha ninjas. Agreed, Takumi replied, an air of excitement breaking through his otherwise aloof demeanor. The Water Release, Water Severing Wave was regarded as the most formidable water technique in the current ninja world, capable of effortlessly severing the immense roots of the God Tree under the second Hokage's command. Most importantly, its existence would enhance and expand Takumi's ninjutsu repertoire. While swordsmanship proved effective against singular foes, it became cumbersome against multiple adversaries. In contrast, the Water Release, Water Severing Wave not only boasted incredible offensive power, but also an alarming range and area of effect. When will the mission commence? Takumi inquired. In half a month, the third Hokage replied. Orochimaru is currently occupied with another mission and lacks the time. Good. The longer the delay, the more advantageous it is for me. After inquiring further about the mission details, Takumi took the third Hokage's order and eagerly set off to acquire the ninjutsu. If I ever become wealthy, I shall purchase all the time in the world and refrain from undertaking perilous missions. If I ever become wealthy, I shall hire twin nurses to pamper me with massages daily. Wealth, wealth. The familiar melody echoed once more within the Hokage building. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office was violently kicked open, crashing against the wall. The third Hokage, engrossed in signing mission scrolls, displayed no anger. merely stating, without lifting his gaze, "Danzo, deduct the repair costs from the route's budget next month." Humph, Shimura Danzo scoffed disdainfully. The Third Shinobi World War had not only filled the Sarutobi clan's coffers, but had also significantly benefited the route. Otherwise, where would the funds for cultivating tools come from? The meager budget allocated by the village was insignificant. Listening to the melody, Danzo pointed at the third Hokage, criticizing. "This is the so-called war hero you've nurtured, Takumi Kato, who shows utter disregard for rules." Such behavior was indicative of deep-seated resentment towards the village, suggesting he might defect at any moment. "What do you propose? Shall I hand him over to you to make him your subordinate?" Only then did the third Hokage finally raise his head, his tone thick with dissatisfaction. Danzo was adept in all respects. The root ninjas he trained were efficient task machines, boasting a success rate unrivaled in the ninja world, even surpassing the Umbu. Moreover, Danzo's intelligence network was exceptional, displaying unwavering loyalty to Konoha, leaving no potential threat to the village's safety overlooked. His sole flaw was his tendency to see exceptional ninjas as mere tools to be assimilated into the root. However, this time, the third Hokage had miscalculated. Chapter 43. If he doesn't comply, eliminate him. Shimura Danzo shook his head and remarked. His age has rendered him set in his ways. Moreover, his lack of ambition is evident. There is little I can do to mentor him. He is a defective product of the Konoha education system. What do you intend to do? The third Hokage was at a loss for words. Kato Takumi had already achieved a record of 12 victories as a Nin, equating to a quarter of the total number of Umbu ninjas. Such talent was treated with disdain in Danzo's view. Yet, he understood that Danzo's true concern lay in Takumi's utter lack of respect for the Hokage, along with his pessimistic mindset, which starkly contrasted the mainstream ninja ideology. Should all ninjas follow the sentiments expressed in Takumi's lyrics, abandoning their duties for the pursuit of wealth and pleasure, how would the Konoha elite profit and wield power? Danzo did not answer the third Hokage's inquiry directly. Instead, he returned to the entrance and firmly closed the door. He then erected a soundproof barrier, enveloping himself and the third Hokage. The hidden Umbu operatives, concealed in various corners, were unperturbed. This scene was not uncommon. Certain discussions were not meant for anyone else's ears. "Speak, what do you propose?" The third Hokage recognized the gravity of the situation and anticipated that Danzo was about to unveil a significant plan. As expected, he soon heard a shocking proclamation. "Eliminate Kato Takumi, and the intelligence division will extract the information regarding his hidden weapons." Danzo's gaze was intense as he fixed it on the third Hokage. Before the latter could voice his outrage, Danzo continued. "I have already discerned the nature of his hidden weapons." He produced 2 sketches from his robe. The first depicted Kato Takumi aiming a Barrett rifle at a mist ninja, while the second illustrated him loading bullets. The third Hokage took the drawings and scrutinized the rifle, inquiring, "Is this the type of hidden weapon you refer to? Its size is comparable to that of an adult. What is this? Have you seen it before?" Danzo, well-versed in various weapons, replied, "This is a new type of firearm, with a design that far surpasses any current weaponry in the ninja world. Furthermore, the gunpowder he employs must be a new variety." "Are you referring to the kind of weapon that merely punctures the skin, makes a loud noise, and is easily evaded?" the third Hokage questioned. While the ninja world possessed firearms, their effectiveness was minimal, lacking precision, and often prone to misfires. Konoha had considered their introduction over a decade ago, but the drawbacks were too significant to overcome. Indeed, Danzo affirmed, while Kato Takumi may not be a qualified ninja, his innovative capabilities are commendable, based on his past achievements. Even a Nin would find it challenging to evade such weaponry. The emergence of this new firearm could effortlessly alter the course of warfare. His tone grew increasingly fervent, his eyes ablaze with ambition. He grasped the third Hokage's shoulder, locking eyes with him. "If we acquire this, not only could we withstand attacks from other ninja villages, but we could also conquer the entire ninja world with ease." The tantalizing prospect ignited the third Hokage's imagination, envisioning the unification of the ninja world and achieving the monumental task that even the first Hokage had not accomplished. Amidst the cheers of millions, he would be crowned the greatest Hokage in history. However, a wave of doubt pulled him back to reality. "Danzo, these sketches appear to have been drawn by someone observing Kato Takumi in battle. How did you come by them?" The third Hokage harbored suspicions that these illustrations might be a ploy by remnants of Uchiha Madara or other foes to sow discord between Konoha and Kato Takumi. Danzo responded matter-of-factly, "I discovered these drawings at the root base, sent by the remnants of Uchiha, those pale-skinned ninjas. They assert that the sketches are authentic and recommend that we eliminate Kato Takumi, as he would never willingly share his innovations." After carefully analyzing Takumi's character, Danzo concluded, "He is a selfish individual and will not be generous." The third Hokage found this reasoning plausible. Not only Kato Takumi, but every formidable ninja would be reluctant to divulge their trump cards. Such an action would be exceedingly foolish. Consider the Sarutobi clan's fire release technique, the Great Fireball technique, which is extraordinarily powerful. If imparted to all Konoha ninjas, it would significantly enhance their strength and save many lives. Yet, as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen introspected. Even knowing it would benefit Konoha, he would never share the great fireball technique. This is simply human nature. An overt strategy. The third Hokage lamented. Realizing that the remnants of Uchiha Madara had calculated that they would be unable to resist taking action against Kato Takumi. He found himself torn between hoping the claims about the hidden weapons were false and wishing they were true. However, it would be unwise to execute Takumi without confirming the existence of these weapons. The third Hokage, after all, was not so reckless as to condemn a loyal contributor based on merely 2 sketches. Danzo nodded, saying, "Then you should confirm the situation swiftly. It has already been arranged." The third Hokage replied with a proud smile. "I have assigned Kato Takumi a new mission, and Uchiha Shursui and Orochimaru will gather intelligence on him. As for how we will handle him afterward, we can decide once his mission is complete." "Very well," Danzo expressed his satisfaction. "By the way, I have one more matter to discuss." His demeanor grew even more serious. "What is it?" The third Hokage sensed a sudden heaviness in the air. "When will you step down?" Danzo inquired earnestly. "Not long ago, you mentioned your age, your dwindling energy, and the overwhelming pressure of being Hokage, expressing your desire to relinquish the position. Why has there been no action since then?" A surge of anger flared in the third Hokage's mind, causing his face to flush crimson. Moments later, 2 roars echoed through the Hokage's office. "Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will surely regret this." Having navigated a moderate crisis, rewards were granted, and his mastery of the instant slash technique surged from 2030 to 2040. Shimura Danzo, the third Hokage, and their intricate scheming remained unbeknownst to Kato Takumi, who was oblivious and unconcerned. For he was on the verge of acquiring 3 new ninjutsu techniques, and soon to claim system rewards that would elevate his prowess exponentially. Among the 3 techniques, the Earth Release, Subterranean Voyage Scroll had already been secured from the Hokage building, while the other 2 powerful techniques, Transfiguration and Vacuum Blade, were recorded within the Sealing Scroll. Chapter 44. An opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dai Takumi. Kato stepped into the ancestral grounds of the Sarutobi clan, located in the vibrant heart of Konoha. Many years ago, this area belonged to the Senju clan, but following its dissolution, it gradually came under the dominion of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Uchiha, and Mito clans. Unlike the Uchiha clan, which also resides in a central location but is known for its exclusivity, this place warmly welcomes ordinary villagers, enjoying the local delicacies. Takumi traversed the Sarutobi territory until he arrived at the home of the third Hokage. This was a venerable structure, built during the early years of Konoha. Originally the dwelling of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. After Hashirama's demise, it became the residence of the second Hokage. Now, it served as the home of the third Hokage. And when Minato Namikaze ascended to the position, it would become his new abode. The Hokage's residence concealed numerous secrets, including the Book of Seals, which was vigilantly guarded. After passing through multiple layers of scrutiny, Takumi discreetly memorized the various layouts of the Hokage's residence, and finally reached the chamber where the Book of Seals was kept. Suspended in the center of a hidden room, the tome was bound with iron chains, and a defensive barrier perpetually enveloped the space. If any location in Konoha boasted security surpassing that of the Hokage building, it was undoubtedly here. 3 hours later, with the astonished gaze of a sentinel ninja upon him, Takumi swiftly recorded the techniques for the vacuum blade and spirit transformation. After receiving guidance from a designated attendant, he departed from the Hokage's residence. Casting one last glance at the ancient edifice, a smirk graced his lips as he mused about marking its location for a future opportunity to abscond with the Book of Seals. His prolonged stay in Konoha was not merely for the sake of various jutsu. Now that he had obtained crucial information about the Book of Seals, his mind began to strategize. Noticing the formidable defenses surrounding the Hokage's residence, manned by over 30 ninjas and situated within the Sarutobi clan's territory, he realized that any disturbance would quickly summon hundreds of ninjas. Thus, he needed to identify the opportune moment when attention would be diverted from the Hokage's residence or when the surrounding defenses would weaken. Was it during Minato's inauguration or the Night of the Nine Tails? This required careful contemplation. Upon returning home, Takumi sat cross-legged on a mat, feeling the cool breeze, when he heard a long-awaited system notification. Task 1, Survive for 7 days has been completed, granting a reward of master-level proficiency in Swift/2040. Task 2, 2040. Task 3, 2040. Completing all 3 tasks simultaneously resulted in a total proficiency increase of 6,120. Swift/B rank, master level 66,100,100,100. The system notifications were always timely. Upon detecting that Swift/ had reached perfection and a substantial increase in proficiency, he was prompted to consider further development. Materials detected included B rank lightning blade, a rank white fang blade technique, and a rank vacuum blade. Was fusion to be initiated? Yes. Takumi was confident that, with the substantial proficiency and the enhancement of the 3 powerful blade techniques, Swift/ would undergo a magnificent transformation. From this moment forth, He could be regarded as a ninja standing at the pinnacle of the sword path. His strength would ascend further, transitioning from elite J-nin to S-rank. S-rank ninjas were among the elite of Konoha, with only a select few possessing such power. The four great leaders of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, the legendary three ninjas, and a handful of clan heads. Altogether, they numbered merely a dozen or so. Among these S-rank ninjas, the most formidable were represented by the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages. Takumi estimated that, following the upgrade of Swift Slash, although he might not reach the level of a Kage, he would certainly be formidable among S-rank ninjas. As he immersed himself in visions of a promising future, the system notification chimed once more, but this time it did not announce the successful upgrade of Swift Slash. It detected 3 significant avenues for enhancing Swift Slash. Direction 1. Godspeed Slash, the ultimate sword technique infused with wind attributes. A strike that cleaves through thunder, compelling all ninjas to yield. Direction 2. Lightning Obliteration Blade, the ultimate sword technique infused with lightning attributes. An unparalleled force of destruction, capable of severing anything. Direction 3. Bloodline Limit, Swift Release. Merging the powers of wind and lightning, your goal is to race alongside the speed of light. The emergence of these 3 options filled Takumi with excitement. Godspeed Slash epitomized speed, while Lightning Obliteration Blade represented sheer destructive power, both considered extraordinarily potent within S-rank ninjutsu. However, what captivated Takumi most was Swift Release, a bloodline limit. The ninja world is one that reveres lineage. The Senju clan's bloodline grants vast chakra reserves, while the Uchiha clan produces various formidable Sharingan abilities. These bloodlines bestow unique capabilities and remarkable talents upon ninjas. The bloodline limits, undoubtedly the most powerful among all lineages, offer the greatest advantages for ninjas. Swift Release epitomizes speed, aligning perfectly with the ninja's high attack, rapid movement, and stealth attributes. Takumi grappled with the 3 options, desiring each one. Ultimately, he chose Swift Release. The first 2 options would enhance his offensive capabilities, while Swift Release promised unparalleled speed, crucial for the forthcoming mission in the Land of Lightning. As his decision was made, a mysterious force enveloped Takumi's body, penetrating his skin and delving into his cellular structure, seeking out the DNA that contained genetic information. Countless DNA strands decomposed and reassembled, transforming his cells towards a state that resonated with unmatched speed. Even his nervous system underwent alteration, becoming several times more responsive than before. Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique surpassed that of the second Hokage due to his extraordinarily quick reflexes, enabling him to achieve the terrifying feat of instantaneously eliminating 50 foes. Now, Takumi's reflexes approached those of Minato. Seated quietly on the mat, while his outward appearance remained unchanged, a profound transformation had transpired within him. This metamorphosis spanned from midday until the night's end. Upon opening his eyes, Takumi felt a powerful force surging within him, compelling him to undertake a marathon. Accessing the system panel, surprise illuminated his eyes. Name, Takumi Kato Chakra, 0. 4 card, 2 cards body, Elite J-nin, 1/100 Spirit, Elite J-nin, 5100, Ninjutsu, Silent Body Flicker Technique, C rank, Master Level 5100. Swift Slash, B rank, Master Level, Perfect, Bloodline Limit, Swift Release, Stage 1/100. 1020 ms, Available Tasks. 3. I have effortlessly acquired the coveted bloodline limit that countless individuals yearn for. Feeling the formidable power stemming from his lineage, he reflected, no wonder the Uchiha clan holds themselves in such high regard. With their superior bloodlines, ordinary ninjas are but mere statistics to them. Now, it is likely that most Uchiha will be mere numbers in the face of my unparalleled speed. With Swift Release, my speed can reach 1020 ms, equivalent to 3 times the speed of sound. This level of velocity surpasses that of many advanced fighter jets, let alone the speed of 2-legged ninjas. The enhancement in speed delighted Takumi, as it had doubled compared to his previous state with the silent body flicker technique. Theoretically, he could eliminate his former self in an instant. While the speed of Swift Release was impressive, Takumi valued its potential even more. Currently, Swift Release was merely in its first stage, and it was clear that 3 times the speed of sound was far from its ultimate limit. Chapter 45. I pledged my sister to you. Time flew by, and it was already the 5th day since returning to Konoha. A near-despairing Kato Takumi, along with 4 shadow clones, finally completed the arduous task of transcribing a scroll on the art of spiritual manifestation, totaling over 2 million words and hundreds of illustrations. By midday, Takumi, a person who abhors deceit, understood the gravity of his promise to Hinata Hikari. Thus, he could not breach the contract. This endeavor was undeniably monumental. Having required Itachi's assistance even for writing task summaries, he finally grasped why Itachi would often shake his hands when passing over such documents. What Takumi did not anticipate was how immensely helpful the swift movement technique had been during these past few days. The hand speed augmented by the technique surpassed all, achieving a staggering 600 characters per minute. Simultaneously, his proficiency in the first stage of the swift movement technique advanced from 1/100 to 5/100, providing him with the sole motivation to continue writing during this time. Furthermore, after acquiring the swift movement technique, Takumi experienced a dramatic enhancement in his reflexes and learning capabilities, enabling him to think and solve problems much more rapidly. As a result, he effortlessly mastered the extraordinarily challenging art of spiritual manifestation. Perhaps it was due to the inherent compatibility between the soul-exiting ability of this technique and Kato Takumi's own experience as a transmigrator, as he had entered this world through a similar process. Having completed this monumental task, Takumi resolved to reward himself handsomely. Thus, he took it upon himself to prepare a large pot of authentic yellow braised chicken rice, free of additives and preservatives. The tantalizing aroma wafted for hundreds of meters, inevitably attracting uninvited guests. Knock, knock, knock. Grandfather, grandfather, open the door. Your obedient grandson has arrived. With a sigh of resignation, Takumi opened the door, bemused by his friend's audacity, which seemed to have been learned from someone. Finally, you opened the door. I'm starving. Hinata rushed into the kitchen, filling a large bowl for himself, entirely lacking the strict upbringing expected of the prestigious Hinata clan. After satisfying his appetite, Inen diligently cleaned the kitchen, washing all the pots and utensils, and efficiently tidied the entire residence, demonstrating an eager and courteous demeanor. Once everything was accomplished, he approached Takumi, who was still suffering from a sore neck, and nudged him with his shoulder. Takumi, are you done copying? Yes. Takumi nodded, grimacing at the discomfort in his neck. It's a minor issue. I'll have my sister help massage it, Inen replied, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his pearly white teeth. Takumi, puzzled, remarked. Didn't you say you didn't want me to be with your sister? Waving his hand dismissively, Inen cheerfully retorted, hey, for these past few days, you and Appos, been like a grandfather to us siblings. Just hurry up and give me the spiritual manifestation technique, and I'll even keep your bed warm. Forget it, forget it. Takumi thought the notion of a grown man keeping warm in bed was absurd. He decisively handed the scroll on the art of spiritual manifestation to Inen. If his relationship with Hinata Hikari was one of mutual benefit, then with Hinata Inen, it was akin to brotherhood forged in fire. After all, Inen had selflessly provided him with explosive tags worth hundreds of thousands after he was grievously injured. Make sure to keep an eye on your sister. Don't let her go too far with the spiritual manifestation technique, Takumi cautioned. Learning this ninjutsu requires a suitable constitution, otherwise, Konoha wouldn't have only one Kato who could master it over the years. He understood that the most crucial condition for mastering the art of spiritual manifestation was the balance between the soul and the body, otherwise, the soul would struggle to leave the physical form. As a transmigrator, his connection between soul and body was naturally less rigid than that of others, allowing him to learn the technique with mere knowledge and a bit of practice. For ordinary individuals, acquiring the art was akin to moving mountains. Thus, the learning of this technique was purely dependent on one's constitution, largely unrelated to innate talent. All right. Inen solemnly accepted the scroll with both hands, treating it like a precious treasure. I owe you a great debt. Takumi, if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. As it happened, Takumi did have a favor to request. He pointed to the ninja sword hanging on the wall. I wish to exchange it for a blade forged from chakra metal. Whoa. Inen gasped. I was merely jesting, but you're serious. A sword made entirely of chakra metal would be worth at least 200 million ryo. I might as well pledge my sister to you. That's an option. Takumi rolled his eyes, clarifying. Who said it has to be a sword made purely of chakra metal? Even the swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen aren't made from pure chakra metal. Since the Third Great Ninja War, the prices of various materials have skyrocketed, with chakra metal experiencing the most significant increase and being in short supply. Even a commander-level ninja like Meitarumi struggles to procure even a trace of chakra metal. Only someone from the Hinata clan, like you, with connections and resources, can manage to acquire some. It suffices as long as the sword contains a decent amount of chakra metal, he continued, producing 2 large stacks of explosive tags, one given to him by Inen and the other earned through his own efforts during a mission. Upon seeing one of the stacks, Inen's Byakugan flared with intensity. He picked up the clearly less complex stack of tags, frowning. This is what I gifted you, right? Indeed, Takumi nodded. So you wish to use my gift as payment for your request? Inen gritted his teeth, lamenting how he had befriended such a shameless brother, who was nearly as audacious as he was. That's a problem, Takumi stated nonchalantly, reaching for the 2 stacks of explosive tags, prepared to reclaim them. Inen hastily tucked them away. No problem. After a round of light-hearted banter, Inen began contemplating how to procure an exceptional ninja sword for his dear friend. It could not be flimsy like Konoha's White Fang's sword, which had reportedly been shattered recently. The blade needed to be robust and durable. After inquiring about Takumi's specific requirements for the sword, Inen formulated a plan in his mind. As they chatted further, Inen suddenly turned serious. Takumi, I've just been promoted to Jonin today. Congratulations. Inen, you've grown. Takumi exclaimed with genuine delight. With Inen now a Jonin of Konoha, the main family would likely ease their scrutiny, needing to maintain the village's reputation. However, Inin appeared unperturbed. I suspect Konoha intends to target you with the upcoming missions. The third Hokage is a cunning old fox, fond of orchestrating schemes without others realizing, leading them into perilous situations. I am certain Orochimaru will keep a watchful eye on you and may assign you dangerous missions to compel you to utilize your fire techniques. Once they ascertain your capabilities, they will strike. Now that I'm a Jonin, I will soon become the leader of the lower-ranked ninjas. And I can no longer form a team with you to provide intelligence. You must remain extraordinarily cautious in isolation. Takumi was deeply touched by his brother's heartfelt warning. In the entire ninja world, only Hinata and In would consider him so thoroughly. Do not worry. I am no longer the same ninja who relied solely on fire techniques for cover. Takumi replied softly. I have already mastered the art of spiritual manifestation. Really? Inin's eyes widened in disbelief. That S-rank forbidden technique. How could you learn it in just a few days? No, you were only transcribing. When would you have had time to practice? You're not making excuses to comfort me, are you? Enough. Takumi said, somewhat impatiently. You don't believe me? After several inquiries, Inin finally accepted that the brother who once strayed down a dark path had transformed into a ninjutsu genius, capable of mastering even forbidden techniques with ease. Chapter 46. Jiraiya's inspiration. I must critique him, sister. You won't believe it. Takumi mastered the spirit transformation technique in just 4 days. Hinata Yin proudly boasted to his sister about the remarkable prowess of his good friend. Just him? Hinata Hikari propped her chin on her hand, somewhat skeptical. Although her encounter with Kato Takumi in the Land of Grass had led her to reassess her previous underestimation of him, she still did not feel particularly impressed. Killing a few Jonin was a feat anyone could achieve. However, hearing that he had learned the spirit transformation technique in just 4 days truly astounded her. 4 days? That's an exaggeration. Excluding the time spent on copying, it would take at most a day. Hinata Yin's voice brimmed with astonishment. With your exceptional talent, you should be able to master it in no more than 2. A day at most. Casting a glance at her brother, Hinata Hikari replied nonchalantly. No need for a day, today will suffice. With that, she turned her focus back to studying the spirit transformation technique, disregarding her brother's exuberance. The layout of the scroll was meticulous, each character precisely crafted, imbued with a sense of elegance that reflected Kato Takumi's dedication to his writing. This thought brought a smile to Hinata Hikari's face, a smile that persisted until evening. In a rapid yet thorough manner, she finally finished reading the spirit transformation technique. Her smile deepening. Addressing her brother, who had been eagerly waiting to witness her miracle, she declared, this trivial spirit transformation technique is a piece of cake. The fields it encompasses are not particularly complex. It is straightforward upon first glance. I truly cannot fathom how those fools have failed to learn it for so many years. Go for it, sister. Hinata Yin was filled with confidence. Once his sister mastered the spirit transformation technique, he was certain she would make significant strides in the realm of the soul, liberating the caged bird and breaking the chains of a tragic fate, thus instilling hope. Under his eager gaze, Hinata Hikari performed the hand seals with fluid grace, her chakra flowing smoothly through her meridians along a complex path. Everything felt so seamless, so effortless. As the hand seals concluded, Hinata Hikari sensed an unsettling stillness within her. Could it be that I have learned a counterfeit spirit transformation technique? She felt something must have gone awry and decided to attempt it again. This time, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her, not due to the separation of her spirit, but rather from the invigorating movement of her arms that enhanced her blood circulation. Noticing his sister's embarrassment and confusion, Hinata Yin rose from his cushion and said, Sister, you should continue your practice. I will prepare dinner. He recalled Kato Takumi's reminder. Having initially thought that a genius like his sister would find the spirit transformation technique to be a mere trifle, and thus refrained from mentioning it. Sister, there is one more thing. Takumi said that mastering the spirit transformation technique requires a unique constitution. Only those whose bodies and spirits are not closely intertwined can learn it. All right, Hinata Hikari pondered. Ultimately, she resolved to revisit the ninjutsu scroll with greater care. She must have skimmed too quickly earlier, missing some vital details. This investigation consumed her relentlessly until the 5th night. She felt as though she had become one of those fools she had previously ridiculed for failing to grasp the spirit transformation technique. At last, with her spirit nearing its limit, Hinata Hikari decided to take a bath and rest well before resuming her study with renewed vigor. Light-hearted melodies echoed through the misty bathroom. After the day's clamor, the night enveloped Konoha in tranquility. In a spacious living room, Kato Takumi sat cross-legged on a mat, while unseen to the onlookers. A translucent version of Kato Takumi performed a series of intricate movements. He executed aerial rotations, splits, and wall handstands. With each movement, the energy of his spiritual form was gradually depleted. This was part of Kato Takumi's daily regimen since mastering the spirit transformation technique. The physical body requires constant exercise to grow stronger, while the spirit, hidden within, is difficult to train, leaving many individuals spiritually weak. However, Since Kato Takumi had learned the spirit transformation technique, he could exhaust his spiritual energy through continual movement, strengthening it upon recovery. Through careful calculations, Kato Takumi concluded that dedicating an hour each day to this spiritual exercise for a week would enhance his spiritual proficiency by 2 points. If he maintained this training until the year's end, his spirit would ascend to a higher tier, reaching S-rank. Thus, the completion of the 4th task loomed on the horizon. Soon after finishing his training, he pondered whether Hinata Hikari had successfully mastered the spirit transformation technique. He decided to visit her in his spiritual form. However, maintaining this ethereal state was taxing, and he could only sustain it for an hour and a half. After a brief rest, he employed the spirit transformation technique again, allowing his spirit to exit without opening the door, instead passing through the wall. Bathed in moonlight, Kato Takumi's spirit floated through the air, advancing swiftly. As he glided past the bathhouse, he spotted a tall, red-faced man with white hair, peering intently through a small hole in the wall. It was Jiraiya. This fellow truly remained incorrigible. It was no wonder Tsunade held little affection for him. Given his status, it would be effortless for him to find a multitude of women, yet he preferred to indulge in peeping. Kato Takumi approached Jiraiya from behind, eager to test the concealment capabilities of his spiritual form. Remarkably, even when standing beside Jiraiya, the latter remained oblivious. With the validation of a shadow-level powerhouse, Kato Takumi felt reassured. If he wished, his spirit could manifest visibly, but he preferred to remain hidden. It was more advantageous. Feeling emboldened, he began to perform various poses before Jiraiya, who remained entirely engrossed, unaware of his presence. Testing Jiraiya's awareness was rather unreliable. The man was completely absorbed in the bathhouse, likely requiring a sharp jolt to regain his senses. I must give him a proper critique. 20 minutes later, Kato Takumi, still unsated, departed and left a note at the Konoha police department to report the peeping Tom. Subsequently, he made his way to the Hokage's residence, only to find it enveloped in a transparent barrier. I recall this place lacking such a barrier during my previous visit. What a nuisance. That damned 3rd Hokage must be on guard against me. He undoubtedly knows that spiritual forms cannot penetrate barriers. Disappointed, Kato Takumi left, having initially hoped to sneak in and uncover the secrets of the Hokage's abode. But now he had no choice but to retreat. Finally, he arrived at Hinata Hikari's home. He slipped through the wall and quietly entered. The room was tidy and clean, faintly imbued with the scent of a young woman. The light was bright, yet Hinata Hikari was nowhere to be found. At that moment, a lively melody reached his ears, and following the sound, he arrived at the bathroom. Through the glass door and the hazy steam, he could not discern the scene inside. Let me take a look. He effortlessly passed through the glass door, the music growing clearer. The thick steam enveloped him. To his surprise, the room was empty. Only a radio played the music. Hinata Hikari, you truly are something else. Kato Takumi suspected that the occasionally innocent, occasionally sultry young woman had discovered his presence, leaving the radio behind as a prank. What a mischievous character she was. Having found no sign of Hinata Hikari, Kato Takumi prepared to return but unexpectedly encountered Mr. Kage, who was stealthily slipping into the grove. At this moment, Shimura Danzo had yet to receive his transplant of Hashirama's cells. What is this fellow doing wandering around at such an hour? Surely, he is up to no good. Kato Takumi estimated that his spiritual form could endure for another hour. Thus he felt no urgency to return. Chapter 47. The untold stories of beautiful women and handsome men in the dead of night. The purpose of my visit this time was once again to discuss cooperation. A white creature emerged from the great tree, proclaiming, I can assist you in becoming the Hokage. The phrase Hokage assistance was uttered in a notably high pitch. Observing the white creature, Takumi Kato felt perplexed. How could the shadow of the pot be entangled with white Setsu? In Shimura Danzo's eyes, white Setsu should belong to the remnants of Uchiha Madara and be considered a villainous force that must be exterminated. He resolved to observe the situation. Shimura Danzo then stated, First, regardless of whether you can help me become Hokage, you must assist Konoha in winning the 3rd Shinobi World War. If Konoha perishes, what use is being Hokage? Oh, so Danzo's Hokage assistance is indeed politically astute. White Setsu's face revealed a hint of mockery. With a shift in tone, he smiled. Very well, we have established preliminary cooperation. The 2 blueprints of Takumi Kato's hidden weapons that I entrusted to you previously have already demonstrated my sincerity. Furthermore, I shall provide you with extensive intelligence from the major ninja villages to help you achieve great merits. Danzo nodded coolly, a flicker of delight appearing in his heart. Once I have extracted your value, I shall dispose of you both. If you truly accomplish what you claim, I will hand over the scroll for the reanimation jutsu and assist you in eliminating Takumi Kato, Hinata Hikari, and Minato Namikaze. Upon hearing this, Takumi Kato began to understand the cooperative intentions of Danzo and White Zetsu. Both were cunning old foxes with ulterior motives, calculating against each other. Moreover, White Zetsu had even sketched the appearance of weapons to deceive himself. This matter did not trouble him much, but the request for the reanimation scroll surprised him. Currently, the reanimation technique was merely an incomplete version of that used by Shinji Tobarama, with the strength of the reanimated shinobi being only a shadow of their former selves. What use would White Zetsu have for it? After contemplating, Takumi Kato suspected it was likely linked to Uchiha Madara. After all, it seemed rather fortuitous that this demand arose at such a moment, with the highest possibility being to reanimate Uchiha Madara. Before long, Danzo and White Zetsu concluded their conversation and parted ways. Takumi Kato, gritting his teeth, followed after the white creature. The outer path golem had vanished, presumably relocated to another lair. Would he be able to trace it this time? Quickly, he observed White Zetsu moving underground, not merely traversing on the same plane, but descending at an angle. In just 5 minutes, they had reached a depth of 500 meters, yet White Zetsu continued downward. What sort of maneuvering was this in such profound depths? The surroundings were composed of unyielding rock. Even the insect jutsu would progress sluggishly. Fortunately, as a spirit, Takumi Kato could endure the greater consumption of energy underground. Half an hour later, just as Takumi Kato felt he could no longer persist, he finally followed White Zetsu to an underground base. Upon entering the subterranean stronghold, he was greeted by a glimmer of light, revealing the outer path golem, formidable and terrifying beneath the oil lamps. A glance around also revealed Uchiha Madara's corpse lying in a crystal coffin, surrounded by an array of weapons and the biological weapon. White Zetsu. It appeared that Uchiha Madara was truly deceased, though he regretted not encountering Black Zetsu. Now aware of Black Zetsu's lair, Takumi Kato felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, his taut nerves easing. Sensing his own spirit's fatigue, he pressed on, estimating the depth of the underground base. 600 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. It was not until he reached 4,200 meters that he finally emerged at the surface. Uchiha Madara was indeed capable of remaining hidden in the shinobi world for decades. At such a depth, who could possibly find him? As a teammate of Hinata Hikari, he understood that while the Byakugan could perceive through objects, its effectiveness diminished when surveying the earth due to its density. The obstacles at the surface were comparatively sparse, allowing for greater visibility. He had heard that the current clan leader, Hinata Hizashi, could see up to 10 kilometers at the surface, yet only 1,000 meters underground. Thus, even the most potent bloodline of the Hyuga clan could not discern the underground base. Soaring into the sky, Takumi Kato spotted 2 colossal stone statues in the distance. The Valley of the End. These statues commemorated the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, both deep and cloaked in darkness. It was likely that many years ago, Uchiha Madara frequently visited the surface, standing before the statues to reminisce about that battle. Without lingering, Takumi Kato accelerated forward. Soon, he returned to Konoha. This experience proved to be immensely fruitful. However, he resolved to diminish such undertakings in the future. He had already attracted the attention of Black Zetsu, and Konoha could hardly defend itself against White Zetsu. Coming and going at will, he feared that one day White Zetsu might take advantage of his spirit's departure to eliminate his physical form, leaving him without a place to weep. In the air, Takumi Kato noticed another figure in his home. Alarmed, he thought, what is happening? Just when I leave my body, this occurs. Passing through the walls of his room, he was taken aback. Before him stood a slender, enchanting girl, carelessly toying with his robust form, her fingertips occasionally gliding across his handsome features. Seemingly engaged in some illicit activity, Hinata Hikari pinched his sharply defined jawline, frowning as she murmured, has this guy really passed away? Or should I hide him away as experimental material for research? From him, I am certain I can uncover the secrets of spirit manifestation. Through her Byakugan, she could distinctly perceive the slightest fluctuations of chakra within Takumi Kato's body, even with his spirit detached from his physical form. The chakra continued to circulate along an extraordinary route as recorded in the scroll of spirit manifestation. With her jade-like fingers teasingly brushing his eyebrows, Hinata Hikari's cheeks flushed. Just as she prepared to advance further, a familiar voice interrupted. Having played enough, it's time to head home, Miss Hikari. Upon witnessing the man's eyes flutter open, Hinata displayed no shyness typical of a young girl. Instead, her demeanor grew even bolder. Brother Takumi, help me out. Let me study your body for just a month. I promise I won't dissect you, nor will I confine you in a cultivation tank. Listening to her increasingly outrageous propositions, Takumi Kato could only laugh in disbelief. Was she treating him as a mere cadaver? In the dead of night, the esteemed Hinata clan's Hikari had audaciously intruded upon his home. Attempting to abduct a man, how would the world react to such news? Chapter 48, Enchanting 1, you are deeply enchanted. Hinata Hikaru gazed intently at Kato Takumi's visage, which made the young girl blush, her crimson lips parting slightly. Of course, it is Director Hikaru's domineering affection. The enraged fiancé of the clan leads the entire Hinata family to eliminate that audacious hatmaker. What's this? Staring at my lips, are you eager to test them? She continued playfully. As long as you allow me to study you, I wouldn't mind. Kato Takumi blinked with sincerity, suggesting, how about this? You explore my body, and I shall explore yours, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Observing the dark circles beneath her eyes, concealed unsuccessfully by foundation, he discerned that she had undoubtedly sacrificed sleep for days. obsessively researching the art of spirit transformation. He remembered a similar phase when he was engrossed in creating the compassionate Gatling Bodhisattva. He wouldn't rest until it was perfected. The intensity of her gaze and her fidgeting hands made him uneasy. Enchanting one, you are deeply enchanted. Kato Takumi thought, a shiver running down his spine. It was evident that she was smitten, eager to seize him as her experimental subject. If not for his immense spiritual exhaustion, he would have surely made her bloom with affection. Once his strength was restored, he vowed to properly guide her. Sensing his wariness, Hinata Hikaru cast a flirtatious glance at him and stretched lazily, unabashedly exposing the beauty of spring. Well, she is only 19. One must wait until 20 to engage in such illicit acts. Until tomorrow, she concluded, longing to return home for rest. However, she was well aware of Kato Takumi's nature. Without substantial reciprocal benefits, he would never agree. As she took a step, she halted at the man's next words. Unless you teach me sealing techniques, I cannot grant you this opportunity for research, Kato Takumi stated firmly. Not a problem. Hinata Hikaru exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands in agreement. What do you need sealing techniques for? Kato Takumi merely smiled enigmatically. Sealing techniques have numerous applications, not only for sealing-tailed beasts in the future, but also in combat, or dealing with reanimated shinobi, proving to be highly effective. Thus, they delved into an in-depth discussion regarding the exploration of their bodies and the study of sealing techniques. Both of them eventually wearing smiles, their cooperation yielding fruitful results. Their hands clasped tightly together. Before parting, Kato Takumi cautioned, be wary of the remnants of Uchiha Madara. They have set their sights on the three of us. Moreover, they have allied with Shimura Danzo. You mean the leader of Root? Hinata Hikaru mused, unfamiliar with Shimura Danzo. A name that most shinobi had only encountered in textbooks. Deeply entrenched in the shadows, Root seldom revealed itself to the light. Indeed, he is a very dark and powerful individual, Kato Takumi replied succinctly. He had no doubt that Hinata Hikaru's intelligence would enable her to navigate any crisis adeptly. Do not worry. I am not a weakling, Hinata Hikaru assured him with a gentle smile, swaying her waist as she gracefully vanished into the night. Once she had departed, Kato Takumi approached his desk, propping his chin on one hand, contemplating the events of the day. The first matter was that Kuro had provided him with blueprints for firearms. It was likely that the higher-ups of Konoha were already eager to take action against him, although the authenticity of the firearms remained uncertain. Therefore, as long as he remained cautious and did not reveal his use of firearms, he should be safe. At most, he would only face some probing from others. The upcoming mission in the Land of Lightning would likely attract attempts to gather intelligence. The second issue was the reanimation of Uchiha Madara. The technique of Edo Tensei would only become truly formidable through Orochimaru's further research. At present, it was merely capable of creating human bombs, posing minimal danger. Even if Uchiha Madara were to be reanimated, his strength would not be overwhelming, and Kato Takumi felt confident in managing that situation. The third concern was discovering Kuro's lair and locating the outer path divine tree. As long as Kuro remained alive, he would never find peace. He needed to seize an opportunity to eliminate him. However, this had to be a solo endeavor. Should Konoha intervene, the divine tree would inevitably fall into their hands. Thus, everything ultimately hinged on the matter of strength. Only formidable power could render one unafraid of any peril. Having reached a conclusion, Kato Takumi embarked on a rigorous training regimen in the days that followed, concurrently penning an informal diary to document his life. On the first day, he hinted to Minato that Kuro had begun to watch him, then sought out Hinata Hikaru, only to find her lazily sleeping, the beauty of spring revealed. He observed her for an hour. On the second day, he found a part-time job with a mentor, garnering many sealing techniques through close interactions with beautiful girls. At night, he practiced spirit transformation techniques and reported Jiraiya again. On the third day, sealing techniques proved exceedingly difficult, so he began learning from the basics. Practicing spirit transformation techniques once more in the evening and reporting Jiraiya again, who was interrupted by Tsunade, breaking 8 of his ribs. On the 9th day, Danzo met with Kuro again. This time, he followed Danzo, hoping to infiltrate the root base for intelligence, but was halted by a barrier. Feeling frustrated, he reported Jiraiya again. On the 10th day, Orochimaru returned to Konoha, and he was notified of an imminent mission. However, Orochimaru, unable to bear the pressure from the third Hokage, protested that he had no time for research, threatening to hammer him if he didn't believe it. A fierce argument ensued, delaying the mission. He felt a sense of joy, witnessing a courageous slave stand up against tyranny, and reported Jiraiya once more. On the 14th day, the stunning Yanoyu visited him. Seeking a loan of 200,000 Ryo, he felt like an ATM. Yet, Yanoyu promised him a 2-hour massage at 10,000 Ryo per session. He sensed she was tempting him towards moral decay. Spending 10,000 Ryo is truly worth it. He forgot to report Jiraiya. On the 15th day, the 2-hour massage was incredibly soothing. As expected of a former elite spy, she had many tricks up her sleeve. On the 18th day, the wretched Orochimaru capitulated to the third Hokage's oppressive influence in just a few days. Disgraceful. He enjoyed a 4-hour massage. On the 19th day, there was a gentle knock on the door. Kato Takumi opened it to find a gentle, golden-haired woman before him. "Lord Takumi, I've come," Yanoyu said. Her face slightly flushed from the memories of their recent massages. The prospect of earning 10,000 ryo for just 2 hours was far too enticing. If she could, she would work until the end of time. "Yanoyu, you need not come tomorrow," Kato Takumi said, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Those 5 days were utterly unforgettable. "Lord Takumi, have I committed some error that warrants dismissal?" Yanoyu asked, a hint of panic in her voice. In these tough times, the children at the orphanage relied solely on her. Kato Takumi noticed her reluctance, which surpassed his own, and replied, "I must undertake a mission that will likely last a long time." Upon finishing, he produced 800,000 ryo, stating, "I'm prepaying you, including what we've discussed before. You owe me 110 massages." "Thank you." Yanoyu accepted the money, her eyes glistening. "Lord Takumi, you are truly a good person." "No, I am not a good person," Kato Takumi retorted fiercely. "Before I return, your massage skills must improve significantly, otherwise, I shall teach you a harsh lesson and reclaim double the money." "Lord Takumi, you are so gentle," Yanoyu beamed, clutching the 800,000 ryo. If Kato Takumi were truly as cruel as he claimed, he would never have entrusted her with such a sum. The so-called massages were merely his means of alleviating any sense of debt. "All right, you may leave for now. I must head to the Hokage building," Kato Takumi declared. Vanishing from sight, Yanoyu was but a small diversion in his life. The paramount purpose was to eventually recruit the exceptionally talented Kabuto Yakushi. As he gazed at the ever-growing Hokage building, Kato Takumi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. "No matter how many times I gaze upon it, it still resembles a refused bin, and it is not solely the design of that wretched individual. Yet, he insists on venturing into this pit of filth to accept his mission. Ugh, curse Konoha, yet another day of treachery looms. My fondness for Konoha plummets, diminishing by -1. -1. Current affinity stands at 45. Chapter 49. Capturing the tortoise son and hanging him up for a beating before long. Kato Takumi arrived at the Hokage building. "Obito, Kakashi, Rin, are you all off to carry out a mission?" Kato Takumi unexpectedly encountered the 3 youngsters. He was somewhat taken aback to see Uchiha Obito standing tall and exuding a newfound confidence beside Kakashi. Indeed, strength seems to embolden a man, after several days apart. Obito appeared more composed, resembling a true warrior. Unlike before, he did not gravitate towards Hinata Rin, but rather lingered by Kakashi's side, suggesting a shift in their relationship. "Are they boyfriends?" "Greetings, seniors." The 3 of them bowed respectfully, displaying impeccable manners. Kakashi stood amongst them, flanked by his 2 formidable companions, and softly stated, "We 3 have completely branched out to form a new team. We have a new mission ahead." He spoke briefly, withholding further details for confidentiality reasons. "Takumi-senpai, are you also heading out for a mission?" Obito inquired, noticing Kato Takumi fully geared up, appearing as if he were bound for the battlefield. "Indeed," Takumi replied, engaging in light conversation with the trio before offering Obito a final piece of advice. "Obito, in the ninja world, strength is paramount. I hope you remain calm in all situations, especially when it concerns the safety of your teammates. Do take time to reflect." "Understood." Obito felt a surge of warmth at Takumi's particular reminder, realizing that this seemingly cold exterior concealed a compassionate heart. Perhaps he is not so difficult to get along with after all. After their farewells, Takumi pondered silently. Black Zetsu, the devoted son, remains unaware that I am aware of his target being Obito. Therefore, he will undoubtedly continue to scheme against him. This mission may lead to misfortune for the 3. I hope my earlier warning proves effective. Currently, Obito has yet to succumb to darkness. He is quite amiable, kind-hearted, optimistic, and possesses a hint of stubbornness typical of young men. Takumi dismissed any further thoughts, reminding himself that he was not Obito's caretaker and had no obligation to constantly monitor him. Should Obito indeed fall into darkness in the future, Takumi had his own methods to deal with it. Tap, tap, tap. Takumi arrived at the Hokage's office. A guard ninja respectfully opened the office door for him. Unlike the usual solitary audience with the 3rd Hokage, this time, 2 other high-ranking advisors, Mito Minion and Narashikaku, were present, alongside the rarely seen Shimura Danzo. The 4 of them sat in a row, facing the office door. The members assigned to the mission in the Land of Lightning had also gathered. Takumi observed Orochimaru in a traditional kimono, alongside Uchiha Shursui, who was only shoulder-high to him, and the sorrowful-eyed Hyuga Hinata, nodding in greeting. In response to Takumi, Shursui offered a polite nod, though his curiosity was tempered with indifference. Orochimaru, on the other hand, greeted him with a warm smile. "Takumi, it has been a while. I still remember our last encounter 4 months ago when you defeated the 4th Kazekage. I participated in the battle as well and took down a sand village J-nin." Takumi bore no ill will towards Orochimaru. The current version of him was far from the maniac he would become in the future. He was amiable and approachable, leaving no room for complaints. If the opportunity arose, perhaps they could even forge a partnership. The 3rd Hokage cleared his throat, interrupting their conversation, and cast a benevolent gaze upon the 4. The purpose of our gathering is well known. It pertains to the ongoing conflict between the Cloud and Stone villages. The third Hokage wasted no time, directly laying out the dire circumstances. Currently, over 8,000 stone ninjas have congregated within the Land of Lightning, a figure that continues to escalate, indicating that a fierce battle is imminent. The more intense the confrontation, the more favorable it is for the weakened Hidden Leaf. Once both sides recover, they will inevitably turn their wrath towards the Leaf, subjecting it to immense pressure from warfare. The mission assigned to Takumi and his companions was straightforward: sow discord, carry out assassinations, frame the enemy. In essence, employing any means necessary to incite a fierce conflict between the Stone and Cloud villages, rendering them incapable of concerning themselves with the Leaf. Do you all have the confidence to fulfill this arduous task? The third Hokage set down his pipe, rising slowly, his gaze burning with intensity. Yes. Orochimaru's pale face betrayed a sense of resignation. The affirmation was devoid of enthusiasm. I simply wish to conduct my experiments, not partake in missions. The third Hokage felt a pang of guilt regarding his beloved disciple. He needed to remain at the Leaf to prevent enemy incursions, and Orochimaru, as one of their top-tier combatants, had become a tool in his hands. What troubled the third Hokage most was his inability to offer Orochimaru the reward he deserved, namely, the position of fourth Hokage. Yet, for the sake of the Leaf and power, he must continue to create grand illusions for Orochimaru while simultaneously exploiting him. Kato Takumi remained silent, intent on navigating the murky waters. He was already aware that the third Hokage would undermine him during this operation, leaving him without any inclination to engage. Even the more earnest responses came from Uchiha Shursui and Hyuga Hinata. Observing Takumi's demeanor, the third Hokage felt a swell of irritation. Despite his own diminished state, in only a few days, the attitude towards him had become so dismissive. Even if he planned to resign after the war, he was still the Hokage. He felt his authority was being challenged. Though a tempest raged within him, the third Hokage maintained a facade of benevolence. Takumi, one must exercise restraint in matters of relationships. Do not be overly indulgent. Hearing the third Hokage's subtle jibe, Takumi replied nonchalantly, I have no choice. I recently donated several $100 billion to the orphanage. The thought of the orphans struggling to put food on the table while a scoundrel in the village embezzled funds weighed heavily on his heart. Unsettled and irritable, his health naturally declined. As he spoke, Takumi clenched his teeth, inadvertently pointing a finger at the third Hokage, shaking it emphatically as he exclaimed, Do not let me discover which scoundrel dares to withhold funds from the orphanage. I will certainly see to his demise. His booming voice pierced through the soundproof walls of the office, resonating throughout the Hokage building. I still recall when the first and second Hokages were in power. The orphans were well cared for. Even if times were tough, they at least did not go hungry. Today, however, Konoha's foundation is rotting away. His gaze swept across the Konoha F4, darkening their expressions. In a low yet deliberate tone, Takumi declared, There are villains in Konoha. His impassioned discourse left the third Hokage feeling flushed, his skin turning an angry shade, and the wrinkles on his face deepening. Orochimaru discreetly gave Takumi a thumbs up. This fellow certainly knows no bounds in his audacity. He openly chastised Hokage Sarutobi, stopping just short of naming the scoundrel, while implicating the other three old-timers as well. Chapter 50. A vengeful parent's grievance. Uchiha Shursui, deeply concerned for Konoha, remained oblivious to the intricate workings of the orphanage. Nor was he aware that this insufferable brat was named Sarutobi Hiruzen, the very figure to whom he had always pledged his loyalty and admiration. He stepped forward, fist clenched. His youthful visage flushed with anger, eyes aflame with murderous intent. His Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, activated instinctively, emanating a formidable and oppressive chakra that made the spacious Hokage office feel constricted and somber. Hokage-sama, this matter must be investigated thoroughly, and the perpetrator must face severe repercussions. Many of the orphans at Konoha Orphanage are the progeny of heroes. These heroes dedicated their lives to Konoha, shedding their last drops of blood. It is our duty to protect these budding sprouts of our village. Capture that brat, and make him pay. This impassioned declaration, brimming with the will of fire, filled Uchiha Shursui with exhilaration as he cast a hopeful glance at the third Hokage, yearning for praise. The third Hokage quickly regained his composure. Suppressing the impulse to strike Shursui across the face, his countenance flushed, as if reflecting his outrage upon learning of the orphanage's plight. He did not blame Shursui. Even the wisest could speak without malice when faced with a lack of information. His ire was directed solely at the malevolent forces of the will of fire. With a resounding thud, he slammed his palm onto the table. This is outrageous. Takuya, Shursui, I will ensure this matter is brought to light, and justice will be served for the orphanage. I will unearth that wretched child. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shursui remained incensed, his heart seething with hatred for that wretched child. As a fellow orphan, he understood all too well the plight of those who had lost their parents, akin to leaves adrift without a home, tossed by the wind until they fell to the earth, withering away. He silently vowed that upon the completion of this mission, Should the situation at the orphanage remain unchanged, he would risk punishment to seek out that insufferable brat. Huh. Kato Takumi said nothing, feeling a sense of relief. Keep pretending all you want. Having acquired the swift-release bloodline limit, he no longer feared Sarutobi Hiruzen as he once did. While he could not defeat Hiruzen, the latter would struggle to harm him. The group refrained from lengthy discussions, primarily because today, Kato Takumi resembled a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at anyone who dared to speak. After Takumi and his companions departed, the Konoha elite convened a small meeting. Konoha has always operated this way. Minor matters are treated as grand affairs, while significant issues are discussed in hushed tones. Hiruzen, today as Kato Takumi was quite peculiar. He openly offended all four of us. I suspect he may be contemplating defection. Shimura Danzo interjected. You scoundrel. With the younger generation absent, the third Hokage dropped his facade. Danzo, do not think to deflect the topic and evade responsibility. You have been in charge of the orphanage. Tell us, how much have you embezzled? Had it not been for the orphanage issue, today would have been a day of clear skies. Danzo's expression darkened, the white bandages that covered half his face resembling a cloud enveloped by dark storm clouds, appearing utterly isolated. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. He continued, moreover, I allocated you 1/3 of the profits yesterday. Have you forgotten so swiftly? Caught off guard, both Narashikaku and Mito found themselves exchanging glances. It turned out that Hiruzen's ire towards Danzo was not due to embezzlement, but rather the uneven distribution of spoils. They realized that they had underestimated the audacity of their two old friends over the years. What followed was a fierce exchange of accusations between Danzo and Hiruzen, each revealing the other's past transgressions. Had their dialogue reached the ears of Konoha's ninjas, it would shatter their worldview. Ultimately, the conversation circled back to Kato Takumi. Danzo leaned on the table, locking eyes with the third Hokage, stating gravely, a brash individual like Kato Takumi must not be allowed to remain. Especially if the rumors of his use of hidden weapons are true. Today, he dared to insult us in our presence. Tomorrow, he may very well point a gun at our heads, and the day after that, he could betray Konoha. In the end, he concluded, this individual must not be spared. The other three nodded in agreement, for obedient ninjas were deemed good ninjas. How to transform a disobedient ninja into a compliant one. The only solution was to eliminate him. Danzo, proceed as you see fit. The third Hokage established the tone regarding Takuya's fate. Very well, Danzo nodded. Today, without your regrets, is a splendid day. Just as he began to revel in this thought, the next statement plunged him back into despair. Danzo, I have received an anonymous tip-off alleging your collusion with the remnants of Uchiha Obito, plotting to usurp the position of Hokage. Is there any truth to this? Danzo's face flushed with indignation, and a torrent of vehement words escaped his lips as he launched into a detailed diatribe against the ancestry of the informant, suggesting that the informant's ancestors had spent too long underground and ought to bask in the sunlight. This anonymous informant bore the name Kato, first name Takumi. A mere accusation served as a trivial act of vengeance, a means to derive a sense of pleasure. Now he was poised to initiate a grand retaliation against Danzo. His mind had never been particularly expansive. After all, Obito had only hurled a few insults at him before being discreetly beaten to a pulp, let alone someone who conspired to seize weapons such as Barrett and Gatling. After coordinating with Orochimaru and others to gather at the Konoha gates in an hour, Kato Takumi returned home. Shadow clone technique. Kato instructed his shadow clone. You know what to do, right? The shadow clone lowered its voice, stating, I am now the 10th member of the hidden forces of the ninja world, an avenger persecuted by Danzo. My current objective is to exact vengeance for my parents, whose names may be Hu or Chien, or perhaps I do not know their names at all. Kato clapped his hands, surveying the clone's face, which was twisted with muscle and filled with hatred, already in performance mode. Excellent, Avenger, now go forth and fulfill your mission, just as I desire. The shadow clone employed the camouflage technique to conceal its form, its chilling voice echoing in the air, from the moment I discovered the schemes of White Zetsu and Kagaya. I have been preparing for today. The shadow clone utilized the silent body flicker technique to depart stealthily. The camouflage technique concealed its presence, while the silent body flicker technique perfectly masked the sounds of movement. The combination of these three elements rendered it a flawless killing machine. The shadow clone deftly approached the entrance of an underground base. A week prior, Kato had already traversed the underground base of Root using the etherealization technique, becoming intimately familiar with its defenses. The entrance to the underground base was fortified with a powerful barrier, capable of withstanding assaults from S-rank shinobi, accessible only to members of Root. However, this method had long been mastered by the shadow clone, which performed the hand seals with the ease of someone who had practiced 1,000 times. Inside the underground base, the Root members stationed at the entrance sensed the barrier's opening but saw no figure, igniting a sense of vigilance within them. As a human weapon that Danzo had painstakingly cultivated for over a decade, their combat prowess was formidable. Though they could not see the enemy, they instinctively unsheathed their ninja blades, swinging them through the air to disrupt the airflow, meticulously sensing its direction. The disturbance in airflow would reveal the position of concealed foes. While this method did not match the precision of sensory ninjutsu, it sufficed to detect enemies who had hidden their forms.